humble obedience and dependence. We pray thee, grant us this grace to respect each other this day in all our consultation, that our deliberations today shall take place in the spirit of mutual trust, so that we as leaders shall lead our country on the path of peace and shall find solutions for issues and problems facing us. Grant us the mercy, O Lord, that we shall today also honor thy name in all we think, do, and say. Almighty God, we pray thee, bless our land and all its people. This all we pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Affirmation. I solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of Namibia and its people, and I solemnly promise to uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of the Republic of Namibia to the best of my ability. Honorable members, it's my honor and privilege to inform the House, to inform the honorable members and the members of this August House that the Parliamentary Standing Committee convened for their first meetings on Tuesday, the 22nd of April 2025 and Wednesday, the 23rd April 2025 in terms of Rule 13 and the rules of establishing functioning and procedures of parliamentary standing committees. In terms of Rule 14, the committees elected the chairpersons and deputy chairpersons for the standing committees of the 8th Parliament as follows: the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs and Petitions, Honorable Mondestus Amutse as chairperson, Honorable Sirka Ausiku as deputy. The Committee on International Relations, Defence and Security, Honorable James Werikwa as chairperson, Honorable Utara Motu as deputy chairperson. The Committee on Economy and Industry, Public Administration and Planning, Honorable Ipumbu Simi as chairperson, Honorable Hilma Ita as deputy chairperson. Committee on Natural Resources, Honorable Topi Aupindi, chairperson, Honorable Tuliki Abrams, deputy chairperson. Committee on Urban and Rural Development and Land Reform, Honorable Elifas Dingara, chairperson, Clemencia Kutie, deputy chairperson. Committee on Education, Youth, Civic Relations and Community Development, Honorable Marlene Bakera, chairperson, Honorable Austin Samupa, deputy. Committee on Poverty Eradication, Labour and Industrial Relations, Honorable Justina Jonas, chairperson, Honorable Salmon April, deputy. Committee on Gender Equality, Health and Social Welfare, Honorable Nono Kashingi Siwa, chairperson, Honorable Ephraim Nekongo, deputy chairperson. Committee on Information and Communication Technology, Honorable Sebastian Garupu, chairperson, Honorable Feni Nanyeni, deputy chairperson. Committee on Public Accounts, Honorable Hendrik Gaubaib, chairperson, Honorable Marta Itope, deputy chairperson. Committee on Budget and Finance, Honorable Ilaria Mukapuli, chairperson, Honorable Marius Shea, deputy chairperson. I hereby reaffirm the declaration of these honorable members as duly elected chairpersons and deputy chairpersons, and wish them the best in steering the mandate of the business of the parliamentary standing committees as outlined in Rule 15 of the committee rules. I so submit and duly elected as the members and chairpersons. Thank you. I think they deserve at least some acknowledgement. Any petitions? Any reports of standing or select committees? Other reports? Notices of questions? Oh. Sorry, yeah? Other reports, okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On the table, reports of the Auditor General on the accounts of the Town Council of Correcas for the financial year ended 30 June 2017, Town Council of Coritas for the financial year ended 30 June 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, National Assembly for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Ministry of Mines and Energy for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, and Veteran Affairs for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform, including Department of Water Affairs for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Ministry of Labour, Industrial Relations and Employment Creation for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Electoral Commission of Namibia for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Anti-Corruption Commission for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Ministry of Justice for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Department of Transport of the Ministry of Works and Transport for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Ministry of Higher Education, Technology, Innovation for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Ministry of International Relations and Cooperation for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, Office of the Judiciary for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, National Council for the financial year ended 31st March 2024, and the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology for the financial year ended 31st March 2024. I so move.
Please table the reports. Thank you. Notices of questions? Honorable Kalangula.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 3rd of June, 2025, I shall ask the Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable Bacon Ekundi, the following questions. I rise to ask and speak on behalf of many qualified yet unemployed engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, and their counterpart technicians in this country, young and old, whose skills remain underutilized and whose patriotism has been betrayed by a government that consistently places foreign professionals above its own citizens. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Transport under the current national budget has allocated 275 million Namibian dollars for feasibility studies, design and supervision services that can primarily be offered by professional Namibians. However, history shows us that when it comes to hiring and rewarding local professionals, these ministries and others often fail to prioritize our own people. Let us revisit the facts. Background recap. Honorable Minister, on 16 May 2012, the then Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Works and Transport, who was acting on behalf of the government, signed a memorandum of understanding with Zimbabwe to import Zimbabwean expatriates, engineers, architects, and quantity surveyors to work to the Works and Transport Ministry in Namibia. The justification at the time was that these expatriates would train Namibians. This turned out to be a myth. Most of these so-called professionals were either fresh graduates or not even registerable with our regulatory bodies, such as the Engineering Council of Namibia, ECN, and the Namibia Council for Architects and Quantity Surveyors. The Zimbabwean expatriates were then exempted from professional registration as per Gazette number 6285 of 13 April 2017. These expatriate professionals earned double the salary of Namibians with the same level of qualifications and had their accommodation in affluent areas paid by the government, received vehicle allowance when Namibians did not, and were treated like VIPs whose water and electricity were the Namibian government's responsibility. While Namibian professionals were kept on one-year contract, even earning less than 20,000 per month and denied even the dignity of permanent employment. This abuse persisted until the expatriates left around 2019-2020 with 0 Namibians trained, and the ministry quietly buried the program under significant public pressure. Honorable Speaker, today history is repeating itself, this time Cuban expatriates on the way, under yet another opaque arrangement, while many Namibian engineers, architects and quantity surveyors remain unemployed and underemployed. The number of engineers, architects and quantity surveyors in Namibia is per record of the Engineering Council of Namibia, Institute of Namibian Quantity Surveyors, and Namibia Council of Architects and Quantity Surveyors are as follows. Professional registered members. Institute currently boasts 90 fully qualified quantity surveyors who are registered with this council, allowing them to cooperate with the scope and work defined by that act. Members in training are 65, working towards professional registration as quantity surveyors in training under the supervision under that institution. Additional members are affiliated with that institution as well, working with contracting environments and others in process of registering with that institution. Student members are 15 at NASTs, with whom strong collaboration is maintained and mentorship knowledge sharing is initiated. Total membership are therefore 197 active members, including professional members, trainees, student members, and live members as detailed above. Registered quantity surveyors practices. These are the practices. There are 36 registered quantity surveyors practices in Namibia. There are 2 more in process of establishment, bringing the total to 38. Namibia Council of Architects and Quantity Surveyors has 140 registered architects and has 42 architects in training. The Engineering Council has a total of over 2,015 qualified and registered Namibian engineers, some members, excluding non-members, struggling to pay membership due to unemployment. Honorable Minister, as I come to the question, Honorable Minister has declared in Parliament that Namibians should be prioritized in project awards. It is imperative to apply the same principle when it comes to hiring professionals in the ministry. Ultimately, this may also serve as a reminder on who we are all serving. Namibian professionals should be prioritized. Honorable Minister, it is based on this background that I now add to ask the following questions. How many Namibian professionals are currently employed by the Ministry of Works and Transport in engineering, architecture, quantity surveying roles, along with how many are leaving annually due to poor pay and job insecurity? Why does the ministry continue to pursue foreign technical cooperation agreements such as the new Cuban agreement when this government has spent millions training its own professionals, many of whom are currently unemployed or working outside their fields? What incentives are in place to retain Namibian professionals in government, and why has the government not addressed the core issue, namely that professionals in government are underpaid and therefore government is constantly failing to convince them to stay in government? Number 4, has the ministry conducted a labor market study or skills audit to determine how many unemployed built environment professionals exist in Namibia before deciding to bring in foreign professionals again? Number 5, what are the remuneration packages planned for the Cuban professionals, and will they receive accommodation, vehicle allowance, and other benefits, as was the case with the Zimbabwean expatriates. And since clearly this government deems it essential, and correctly so, to employ technical professionals to manage mostly its capital projects, what is difficult for the government to offer to Namibian professionals the same attractive packages it always so proudly gives to expatriates in order to retain them? Can the Honourable Minister table a full memorandum of understanding or agreement with Cuba in this House in the interest of transparency and public accountability, if any? Number 7, and second last question. Does the Ministry have an understudy program in place to ensure that any expatriate agreement includes skill transfer to Namibians? Number 8, why is the Ministry's plan to create permanent, well-remunerated positions for What is the Ministry's plan to create permanent, well-remunerated positions for Namibian professionals so that our engineers and designers no longer have to flee to parastatals, the private sector, or abroad just to earn a dignified living when there is clearly work to be done in government? Honorable Speaker, the Namibian child has not failed this country, the system has failed them. We cannot afford to keep investing millions to retain engineers, architects, technicians, only to send them to the street while at the same time importing professionals from abroad. This House must demand accountability not only for money spent, but for the dreams deferred and skills wasted and the injustices repeated. It's time for an era, one where Namibians are prioritized in practice, not just in policy. As a shadow minister over the ministry considered to be the technical arm of government, I intend to make it my primary goal to vigorously hold this ministry to absolute account on matters involving these very important technical professions. I so submit, Honourable.
Honorable Likato.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
It's a blue question, eh? You have a blue paper.
I have sent the message to inform you that I'm going to do an oral question.
Just take the seat.
Yeah, okay.
We agreed in terms of procedure. We are first going to take written questions. And then, honorable members, moving forward, we all have got a book, page 85, rule number 85, time limits for debates and speeches. Questions. I'm sure it's, I don't know, I can't see now. 50, 57. Is it 50? 57. 57. Questions. The mover, the member, and mover in reply. I mean, everything is there. I will not read. So it's there. From here onwards, I think that is what we need to, even when you're preparing, take note of that. Any other question? Prepared question? Okay. Now we can move to the oral questions. But it's 20 minutes. Oscar, let them make 20 there. Huh?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of Parliament, leaders of various political parties. Good day. My name is Martin Lukato, the President. My first question, I see that the Prime Minister is not here. And then also the Deputy Prime Minister is not here. Only the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker is here, is fine. I just want to ask you, there were questions which were posed here in the Parliament. Those questions which I have posed, there was no response to those questions. And there was no indication that these questions, we cannot respond to them because of it's difficult or it's not under the jurisdictions.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable. I take note.
I'm still content.
Honorable Member, we have agreed that we are subrogating the question aspect.
Yes.
Tererama, just sit, my elder. Please, we have agreed. The space now is for urgent oral questions. A question that you want to pose that you regard as urgent. And even that question is subjected to the discretion of the presiding officer, whether to allow it or not. So if you have a question, Honorable Likato,
yeah,
pose the question.
Okay, thank you. The second question that the manners and the discipline in the House. What is the meaning of if someone is on the floor and then someone is just do this? What does this means? This, because to my understanding, we say it's fusek.
Honorable Member,
yes.
Please.
Sorry, now,
so withdraw. Withdraw.
Yes.
Withdraw.
Okay.
Withdraw.
I withdraw it.
Unconditionally.
Unconditionally.
You see, Honorable Elder, sit. You see, please, Elder, with due respect, don't initiate opinions and words that have never been spoken. We are already denigrating the House to whatever. Now again you are saying, I've never heard that word. And even this, I don't know how it implies to that. So it means when you were doing that, you are implying to the others that you are saying that word. I don't even want to use the word. Honorable Member, if you have got a question, kindly present the question. If you don't have, we can entertain those under issues that we need to discuss and not definitely here in the chamber.
Okay, let me end my question. That in the chamber here, if someone someone answer the question that if someone is on the floor, then instead of let me say to get a floor from the chairperson there, then that person he just disturbed in the manner which is not fine, not correct. That's my question. That because I have observed that when a member is on the floor, then someone is disturbing. Yes. So my question is that this it should be allowed in the House of the Parliament, because me myself I see that characteristics is not healthy.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Honorable Ampanda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I rise to ask the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport. I was recently in a public building and they walked in a woman in a wheelchair, and there was an elevator standing there, and this woman could not use the elevator because the elevator has not been certified by the inspector from the Ministry of Works and Transport. Upon inquiry, the answer was given that there's only one such inspector. And obviously I couldn't believe that. But it so occurs that several laws such as the Mineral Act and Labor Act regulation relating to safety is that no one is allowed to use an elevator until and unless it's certified by that inspector. So I therefore ask Honorable Minister, is it true? I doubt, but it's an emergency. I still just put it to you. Is it true that we only have one such person who inspects and authorizes and certifies elevators? That's one. And if it's so happen that it's not true, how many people do we have that perform that specific duty? Thank you very much, Chiefs.
Honorable Kandorondu.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Urgent oral question to the Minister of Works. On record, you were here telling us about the collapse of the bridge between Osona Village, Osona Military Base, and Widuk. Up until now, there is nothing happening there. Do you have any reason why rehabilitation of that bridge did not take place or took place thus far? And when do you think it will take place? Thank you so much.
Respond. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much for the question put forward on the issue of the bridge between Osona Military Base and Osona Village. It is factually incorrect that I informed this August House that the bridge have collapsed. The only bridge that have collapsed is the one between Windhoek and Midobo. The bridge you are alluding to, I informed this August House that it have serious cracks, that it is showing not safety for usage. So they are not collapsed. However, the contractor has been appointed already when I came to inform the presence here. However, I have not went back to do the inspection to the progress they have been making. I will take the undertaking that I will require feedback immediately after this, and I shall also go on site and give you the feedback to that effect. But the contract has already been awarded at the time I've informed you in this August House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Notices of motions. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. I did not see Honorable Shitana.
Yes. Thank you. It's an urgent question.
No. You see, just take the floor.
Yeah, that I would like to ask the Minister of Defense, Honorable Kapofi. It regards to the list of members who were on the newspaper last week. Now, there are members who are complaining that there was a situation where they went through all the process, then they were even taken to go for medicals, and they were even told to go open bank accounts. They were told to go open the VAT number from NAMRA, all of that. And when the final list comes out, these members, their names are not there. So I was added on one WhatsApp group, which is for members at Oshana, and it was for that purpose they are complaining that now they have bank accounts and they don't have any incomes. They have numerous and their names are not on that list. I just want to ask the minister that are you aware of such situation, and what could be the problem of a member who went through the process and out of the blue they are no more in that list? I thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. Now and then we receive complaints of young people who for one or the other reason are no longer in that list. There are those that I have received, which I passed on with inquiries as to why a young person of this type is being left out. There are a variety of reasons. Some due to health problems, which sometimes they don't want to declare to either to the family members or to the system itself. But when they come to you, they will tell you, I passed everything. There are those instances. Some have their records, when they are checked, are also found wanting. Sometimes they have committed a variety of offenses, of crimes. There are quite a lot of things that we encounter with these young people. Some are simple errors, system errors, that a person, for whatever reason, was left out. It would have always been good that we have some names or something that you share and say, there is this. What is, so that when we respond, we respond factually. Now you have this. I believe people have come to you as a leader there and they complain, but sometimes they are economizing the truth. They don't tell you so much. But as I said, there could be some errors as well. It's done. It's not necessarily just as an outright rejection of a person, but you are dealing with human beings. Those things you cannot rule out. What I can say is that it will be okay if the Honorable, will pass on some of the names. I know these names are confidential things and you don't want to push them around, but if there's a genuine desire to get to the point, please let me have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Notices of motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that the proceedings on votes 7, 8, 9, 14, 15, 16, 21, 31, and 35 of the appropriation bill be in terms of Rule 159.1 of the Standing Rules and Orders, not interrupted if still under discussion at 17:45. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Please table the motion. Any objection? Agreed to. Messages from Head of State. Ministerial statement. Honorable Nekundi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable members. On April the 8th, 2025, during my inaugural address to the staff of the Ministry of Works and Transport and the management of agencies resulting under the Ministry of Works and Transport, I directed that any company undertaking contract work under the authority of the Ministry of Works and Transport or her agencies thereof must comply to the Namibian labor laws, in particular the wages, and that failure to comply, serious consequences will be employed accordingly. On Sunday, the 27th of April 2025, during my official visit to Kurenkuru Nepara Road upgrade site in the Kavango East region, I, with dismay, found that a company, Turikumo Security Services, has been awarded the subcontract for the by the main contractor of the road upgrade to provide security services, pays its guards a rate of $8.50 per hour, which is way below the gazetted government rate of $13.50 per hour. Secondly, the employees had no employment contract contrary to our labor laws. Accordingly, I directed that the main contractor to ensure that by Wednesday, 30th April 2025, the security company must ensure the following. 1, sign the employment contract with its employees, meaning the site. It must pay its employees accordingly, and that the employees must not lose their job on the premise of having informed me about them working without any employment contract and being paid. Chief. And being paid a wage not in accordance with our gazetted security guards' wage rates, which they had informed me following my inquiry thereto. Honorable members, I am therefore pleased to inform this August House, and through this August House, the public out there, that today, the 30th of April 2025, through the office of the Governor of the Kavango East region, I have received a copy of the signed contract, signed on the April the 29th, yesterday, between the company and the employees, and that such contract contains the correct rate of $13.50 per hour, and that no employee lost his or her job. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you. No. I think that statement is clear. If there are questions, because the rule says the Speaker may, in his or her discretion, allow short questions to be put to the Minister making the statement for the purpose of elucidating it. I think for me, the thing, yeah, but that's the discretion, unfortunately. Thank you. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Resumption of committee stage, appropriation bill.
When this Assembly adjourned yesterday, Tuesday, thank you, this morning. Yeah, it's true, there is some legal issues because it says we went up to the morning. So the lawyers will help us. This morning, the 29th of April 2025, the 30th, the question before the Assembly was a motion by Honorable Minister of Finance that the bill be read the third time. That's the Honorable Minister move that the Assembly goes into committee.
Now, with the Deputy Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. It is moved that I leave the chair. Any objections? Any secondment? Agreed to. I now call the chairperson of the Whole House Committee to take the chair. Yeah, I now call the deputy chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Yo. We all knew we said this.
So you will move now, right? You will have to sit there so I can go to the middle. Please.
The whole House Committee is called to order. Has considered the Appropriation Bill B6 2025. When progress was reported on Tuesday, 29 April 2025, votes 14, 8, 9, and 31 had been introduced, and votes 28 and 30 were discussed and agreed to, while votes 3 and 11 were deferred to the next sitting day to allow consultations. Votes to be introduced for today are votes 7, 15, 16, 21, and 35. I now put vote 7, International Relations and Trade, $1,177,407,000 Namibia dollars for introduction by the Minister of International Relations and Trade. You now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I will first make my maiden statement, after which I shall motivate vote 7. Thank you very much. It is with great humility and a profound sense of duty that I rise to deliver my maiden budget statement at such a transformative moment in the history of our young republic, led by the first female president, vice president, and speaker of parliament, who all stand on their own broad shoulders, and those of many other Namibian women, whose contribution to the national liberation struggle and the attainment of our hard-won independence have paved the way for them to stand where they do today. I extend my best wishes to the Speaker and your good self, and pledge my readiness to cooperate with you in directing the important and weighty affairs of this House. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the House Committee, I am obliged to celebrate the many Namibian men and women who continue to exert their efforts and energy in various fields of politics, education, business, creative industries, sports, etc. And by so doing, raising the profile of our country globally. Please allow me to single out one daughter of the soil, Advocate Beans Governors, former Undersecretary General of the United Nations and former student at Warwick University, on her impressive appointment as the first African Chancellor of Warwick University. I'm Selma Ashipala Musafi, born and bred in Kwisebmun, Walvis Bay, the Great Erongo region. A veteran of the National Liberation Struggle and survivor of the Kasinga massacre. We are 3 days away from Kasinga's Day's remembrance, and I dedicate this maiden speech to the victims and survivors of the Kasinga massacre. Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, all I have and all I do, I owe to my Creator and my ancestors who have continued to watch over me. I pay tribute to my late parents and siblings who have sacrificed so much for me to be where I am today. I thank my loving husband and children for their support and understanding throughout my entire diplomatic career. I also wish to thank Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah for her continued confidence in my ability by nominating me to this august house and appointing me as Minister of International Relations and Trade. At the same time, I thank all my comrades who over the yesteryears have held my hand for their tutelage and consistent encouragement. They are numerous, and I shall be remiss if I don't single out our founding president, Dr. Semsafishuna Nuyoma, Dr. Hage Geingob, our third president, Comrade Moses Garweb, Dr. Theo Ben Gurirap, my mentor, Peter Nanyemba, Peter Mweshihange, Meputuse Apollos, Siri Kumbi Kandanga, Tate Nathaniel Mahwilili, Hidipo Hamtenya, and many others whose gentle souls continue resting in peace. I also wish to thank His Excellency Dr. Ifike Punye Pohamba, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Dr. Libertina Madila, Comrade Bena Madila, and many others for their mentorship. I'm assuming this responsibility of overseeing the formulation and implementation of our foreign policy, as well as promotion of trade and investment through robust and targeted economic diplomacy at a time of heightened regional and international political and economic unpredictability and uncertainty. The global geopolitical situation is in a flux. However, it also offers us immense opportunities to innovate and strengthen our domestic capacities. It presents us a unique impetus to rethink our strategies and invest in building a self-sufficient future. Therefore, I shall seek to optimize our political and economic diplomacy and accentuate our African diplomacy in order to create sustained economic growth at home. Granted, our journey is not new. It is the continuation and fulfillment of a promise towards the goal and vision of economic independence that our founding fathers and mothers envisioned for us before and after independence. As Minister, I undertake to focus on critical pillars that define Namibia's policy on international relations and cooperation, the national trade policy and investment promotion, while optimizing the expertise of our nationals in the diaspora. I will focus on promoting sustainable development and fair trade practices, as well as ensuring that our international partnership translates into tangible benefits in all 14 regions. Let me conclude this first part by stating that everyone in this house has a story to tell. Some narratives might be filled with trepidation and others not. But all of them are personal stories nevertheless, depicting individual journeys in this people's house. Let those narratives be a constant reminder and motivation for us to enact enabling legislation with lasting benefits to our people. Even if and when we are tempted to play to the gallery, let us put the welfare of our people above anything else. As our founding president and father of the nation has taught us, a people united, striving for the common good of all members of society, we always emerge victorious. Let us therefore work together to create an environment where every Namibian can let us transform the aspiration of our people to achieve and create a future that reflects their collective desires. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I now proceed to motivate as well as seek your support for Vote 7 for the financial year 2025-2026 in alignment with our national development priorities as outlined in the SWAPO Party Manifesto, National Development Plans, Vision 2030, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I wish to commend the former Minister of Finance, Honorable Ipumbu Shimi, Director General of the National Planning Commission, Honorable Obed Kanjove, and at the same time applaud Honorable Erika Shafuda, Minister of Finance, Honorable Dr. Kaire Mbwende, and their respective teams for the budget presented. Before I proceed, I wish to extend my thanks and appreciation to my predecessor, Dr. Pea Mushelenga, and to Honorable Jenely Matundu, Deputy Minister, the Executive Directors, Ambassador Penda Nanda and Ms. Ndita Ngipondoka Rubiati, and the entire staff of the Ministry for their hard work and unwavering dedication to the Ministry and the Namibian people. The Ministry of International Relations and Trade plays a pivotal role in advancing Namibia's foreign policy, fostering diplomatic relations, and enhancing trade and investment opportunities. Our mandate is to promote Namibia's interests globally, while ensuring that our economic diplomacy contributes to national prosperity. Our nation was born from the efforts of our fellow Africans. Namibia's foreign policy is anchored in Pan-Africanism, multilateralism, and the pursuit of the just world and shared prosperity. The protection and promotion of Namibia's national interests constitute the overriding factor in our bilateral relations. Its key pillar is the strengthening of bilateral political and economic relations, particularly within our region. It is said, you can choose your friend, but you cannot choose your neighbors. Our shared history with our neighbors is rooted in the struggle for independence and liberation. Therefore, our bilateral relations with our neighbors will continue to be at the heart of our foreign policy as we strive to build a more integrated, peaceful, and prosperous region through enhanced trade, investment, and regional integration. As we all know, the prospect provided by Free Trade Area Agreement will significantly support our efforts to diversify our economy and bolster our manufacturing sector in order to access new markets. With a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion, the AFCFTA will expand our access markets. Furthermore, we need to adopt a fresh approach to managing our obligations within SACU to protect our trade policy space, ensuring the agreement benefits Namibia. To support our embassies in these endeavors, experienced commercial counselor will play a key role in advocating for market access. Africa is the new economic frontier, given its abundant natural resources and its demographic advantages. How we harness these resources will determine the direction for Namibia and our continent. However, as Dr. Theo Ben Gurirap once said, Africa must stop creating muddy waters for others to fish in. Therefore, Namibia will continue to meet the SADC, AU, and UN obligations in the maintenance of international peace and security. The Ministry has made significant strides in deepening bilateral and multilateral engagements, economic diplomacy, and global advocacy. Despite our achievement, the Ministry faced several challenges during the year, and the main challenge is the exchange rate fluctuations. 80% of the Ministry's operational budget is adversely affected by exchange rate fluctuations. As we move towards into the 2025-2026 financial year, The Ministry is committed to ensuring an appropriate legal framework to guide Namibia's engagement in bilateral, regional, multilateral trade negotiations and ensuring that negotiation strategies and positions are informed and guided by Namibia's economic and development interests and are formulated in consultation with the private sector and other relevant stakeholders. To achieve our goals, the Ministry has proposed a total budget allocation of 1,177,407,000 Namibian dollars. Within this budget, 8.5%, equivalent to 100 million Namibian dollars, is dedicated to the development budget. The remaining 91.5% is for operations as per the 6 programs as follows. Program 1, regional and bilateral, a sum totaling 27,586,000 has been earmarked for this program, including South-South cooperation. An essential function of this ministry, officials are required to accompany Her Excellency, the President, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, ministers on missions. Program 2, multilateral relations, an amount of 133,280,000 Namibian dollars is allocated for our engagement at multilateral level, including our assessed contribution. Program 3, protocol and consular, total amount of 24,077,000 Namibian dollars. This will go to our protocol services as well as taking care of the diplomatic corps, including training of our protocol officers. Program 4, missions abroad, 64.3% goes to our missions, and this translates to 757,058,000 Namibian dollars for the operations of our missions, 31 missions, including 3 consular posts. Program 5, coordination and support services, an amount totaling 20,678,000 Namibian dollars for coordination, admin, finance, human resource management, ICT, and auxiliary services. We will also continue to strengthen our public diplomacy under this program to take the foreign policy to the public. Program 6, international trade and promotions, a sum totaling 42,800,000 Namibian dollars is earmarked for this program, and the program is set aside to cater for trade policy formulation, trade promotion, investment policy, as well as trade negotiations. Its functions are critical to the country's economic growth and development by way of attracting foreign direct investment. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I therefore submit vote 7 for your favorable consideration and unequivocal support. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now put vote 15, Mines, Energy and Industry, 939,487,000 Namibia dollars for introduction by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy. You now have the floor.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I will humbly request you maybe to continue with the next vote whilst I'm consulting with my Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you.
Request accepted. Thank you. On one.
Oh, yeah. it is not necessarily a bilateral arrangement between the two of you. Can we understand if the minister on his way or is not here? If he's not here, it's not an arrangement between the two.
Yeah.
If he's not here, then we understand that he's not here. But as an assembly, we cannot be waiting for the consultation.
Yeah.
So if he's not here, then it's our decision to make all of us. Then we move together. Not.
So I will get the information and provide the information upon getting it.
Okay.
So we continue now.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, just not that too. We are okay with that way.
Okay, I now put vote 16, Justice. 494,091,000 Namibia dollars for introduction by the Minister of Justice, Labor Relations. You now have the floor. Is your mic on?
Fine. Yes, I rise in application for leave to introduce and present vote 16. Vote 16. So, speaking to the budget allocations to the Department of Justice within the Ministry of Justice and Labor Relations for the 2025-2026 financial year in the total amount of 494,091,000 Namibian dollars. The Department of Justice is one of the national departments established by Her Excellency in terms of Article 32, Subarticle 3G of the Namibian Constitution, mandated with a critical function or mandate that of facilitating, access to justice by the Namibian citizen, and to safeguard the rule of law and protections of dignity and human rights in our country. So the department therefore stands as an agent or a robust agent that is built on the principle of efficiency, accessibility, and responsiveness to the need of the Namibian citizens and the inhabitants of the land. Over the past financial year, there has been notable achievement by the ministry, and that includes increasing the threshold for the legal aid eligibility from 3,500 Namibian dollars to 7,000 Namibian dollars as a way of enhancing access to justice and widening, the scope for those that may be assisted by the legal aid. The department has also made, tremendous inroad toward finalizations of a number of bills, and among them is the Child Justice Bill as well as Ombudsman Bill, so which are the instruments that are put in place to ensure the protections of constitutional rights. Of about 5,984, application of legal aid has been granted in the past financial year out of 9,518 applications that were received. The civil unit within the directorate has moved into a larger office where thereby increasing the capacity to attend to clients, as well as ensuring that the cases are attended to timeously. 1,740 of the total 2,281 cases were submitted to community court during the past financial year, representing 76.6% 0.2% finalization rates. Of case management and the legal aid customer service self-service portal, which allow for online legal aid application and legal aid client to track the status of the application, has also been realized. Further, the enhancement has been made to the said case management, which grants judges magistrate the viewing right to verify the status of the legal aid application. The department consists of important functions and service center, namely the administrations of deceased estate, legislations of trusts, legal aid, maintenance investigation, legislative drafting, law reform, bilateral and multilateral agreements and cooperations, as well as community courts. So the total amount of 27,115,000 Namibian dollars have been budgeted for the Directorate of Masters of High Court for the administration of deceased estate, liquidation and distributions of insolvent estate, and oversee the appointment of executors, trustees, liquidators and curators, registration and supervisions of trust, and the protections of minor and incapacitated person. So the allocated budget will go down to the following activities: technical and personal capacities, finalizations of setting up of inaugurations of satellite offices of the Masters of High Court in Katutura within the upcoming months, which will then offer the service to the deceased estate and guardian fund. The Directorate of Legal Aid, a total of 78,775,000 Namibian dollars has been allocated for that purpose. The Directorate ensures the state upholds the constitutional rights to fair trial and equal protections under the law. So the aid directly address inequality in access to justice, ensuring that vulnerable groups such as women, children, and marginalized community can access legal resources. In addition, to sustaining and expanding the above essential services, the budget allocations will also be utilized for the following functions: the establishments of the legal aid hubs at police station, correctional services, magistrate court throughout the country, where the legal aid clients who do not have access to internet services may access online legal aid services. So the initiative requires additional budgetary provision for it to be implemented effectively and efficiently. Continuous training and professional development for the legal aid lawyers is equally not lost upon us, and it's one of those initiatives that we intend to focus on should you approve this budget. So the Directorate of Community Program Community Courts, so the programs that aim to provide legal services, through communal engagement. The community courts are a vital aspect of the judicial system, which is often overlooked, but plays a very important role in the adjudication and settling of dispute. Community courts are platforms that contribute to the enhancement of access to justice at the grassroots level and promote local dispute. The community courts operates in rural areas where access to formal legal institution may be limited. Therefore, a budgetary provision towards the functioning of community court or traditional court would alleviate the burden of caseload on the formal judicial court. Ruling by community court empower community to resolve their own dispute timeously and efficiently, and by so doing, enhancing then access to justice for the marginalized and rural-based members of our society. So, for this directorate, a total of 3,820,000 Namibian dollars have been provided for. Witness protection, this is the program also that is aimed at efficient and effective administration of justice, and it's primarily aimed to safeguard the life of whistleblowers who are witness in criminal cases and whose safety may be at risk at a given time. This House passed the Witness Protection Act, Act number 11 of 2017, and pursuant thereto, we have set up witness protection unit within the ministry, and which received a budgetary allocation through vote 16 for its operation. Capital projects and support services. So the following capital projects are earmarked for implementation during the financial year 2025-2026, upgrading and renovations of Judicial Headquarters building in Windhoek, as well as the renovations of the Master's Office in Windhoek, Legal Aid Office in Windhoek, so the Ombudsman Office in Rundu, Ombudsman Office in Ochibarongo, Ombudsman Office in Ongwediva. This project has been allocated a total budget of 96,350,000 Namibian dollars. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and honorable members, while measures are underway for the separations of the Office of Ombudsman from the Ministry of Justice and Labor Relations, once the Ombudsman Bill has been finalized, the Ministry continues to be responsible for providing support services to the said office. In this regard, a total of 22,692,000 Namibian dollars have been provided for the operations of Ombudsman Office. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson of the Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and members of this august House, I would like to express my profound gratitude, to the Minister, Honorable Minister of Finance and the Director General of National Planning Commission, for their prompt, attendance to the formulations of this budget, and for the meticulous manner in which the Minister have motivated it. I equally want the overall budget. I equally want to express my profound gratitude to the members of this august House for what appears to be the overall support of the budget, and I am optimistic that the vote 16 equally would enjoy your support. Budgetary allocation to vote 16 is a strategic investment in the foundational pillars of the country's justice system, upholding the rule of law, protections of human rights, and therefore I call on your consciousness to support this specific budget vote. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now put vote 21, Judiciary, 600,969,000 Namibia dollars for introduction by the Minister of Justice and Labor Relations. You now have the floor.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I submitted that I'm rising for the third time in the advocacy of the budget toward, our national expenditure, and I want to apply again for leave so that I lay this before the table for discussions, for scrutiny and discussion by this august House, and I'm referring to Vote 21. This vote cater for the budget allocation to the Office of the Judiciary for 2025-2026 financial year. Permit me by beginning to express my profound gratitude again to those that have contributed, to the formulations of the budget, which in my view has resulted in a balanced, thoughtful budget that supports the national priority, including including the administration of justice. To this House, I express gratitude for unwavering support and vigilant oversight, which continue to empower the judiciary in fulfilling its constitutional mission, that of upholding the rule of law and ensuring that justice is dispensed impartially, effectively, and swiftly. Again today, here we are praying for your indulgence in having this important and strategic vote cleared and passed by your true self. Further, it's pleasing to report to this House of legislative importance that the Office of the Judiciary has again received an unqualified audit opinion, a statement to the fact that the office is committed to transparency, accountability, and prudent financial management. Further, this continued track record not only signify the level of dignity of integrity, but also characterize the operation of the judiciary, which underscore the vote of confidence that the public has in this third organ of the state. For 2025-2026 financial year, the judiciary has been allocated a total of 600,961,000 Namibian dollars, a significant increase from the previous financial year. This includes 534,869,000 Namibian dollar for operation, as well as 66,100,000 Namibian dollar for development project. It's common cause that this investment is not just a budgetary line. It is a footnote that Namibia values justice system that is accessible, independent, and robust, while the obvious accompany the provision for operation. The developmental budget will address the critical infrastructural needs that have long suffered under the fiscal constraint. Among the projects to be undertaken is the new magistrate court in Kurenkuru, renovations and upgrading at court in Katutura, Karasberg, Katima Murilo, Walvis Bay, Omega 1, and elsewhere. Improvement to the residential accommodation for magistrate, enhancement to support facilities such as the leased office space at Ohangwena. Moreover, it's a well-published position that the legislative amendments to the Judiciary Act of 2015 are underway to formally transfer the responsibility for the capital project to the Office of the Judiciary. This will enhance both the institutional independence and the operational autonomy of the judiciary, while maintaining consultations with the Ministry of Justice and Labor Relations at the arm's length. The modernizations of acts and access to justice are equally underscore the fact that the innovation is ongoing at judiciary. One notable advancement is the phased implementation of the cashless payment system for witness fees, a transformative step so to ease the burden on citizens, especially in rural areas. In terms of the judiciary performance, the Supreme Court continued to deliver strong case disposal rates even under mounting pressure and competition for time. Notwithstanding, it should not be lost upon us as members of this august House that clearance of ever-increasing caseload demands more than dedication and self-application, for they also demand resources in terms of or from both in form of finance, human capital, and otherwise. For this reason, the approval to fill 27 magistrate vacancies and 6 High Court bench positions to the tune of 12.3 million earmarked for the latter is a watershed moment for the judiciary. This appointment will bring critical relief to our court, particularly the lower court, which serves as the front line of justice for the majorities of our people. In the past year, we inaugurated Hwaka's periodic court, as well as the environmental crime court in Ochivarongo, symbolizing our continued effort to decentralization and our endless pursuit of specialized justice delivery. Looking forward, the establishment of the Public Procurement Court under the Public Procurement Act, once amendment is passed, it's a strategic move to ensure speedy and expert-based adjudications of procurement dispute and interventions that we believe will enhance and fast-track the economic opportunity and empowerment. Similarly, consideration has heightened for the possible creations of the small claim court pursuant to the finalizations of the bill. And we hope that once it's tabled here, it will enjoy your unequivocal support. In the premise, we are reminded that specialized court, while transformative, require dedicated infrastructure and judicial personnel. This need, among others, must be met with constant and forward-looking investment. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, justice is not a luxury. It is the very fabric of a free and democratic society. As the African proverb reminds us, smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. The judiciary has navigated difficult waters with courage, but continued excellence requires more than resilience. It requires exponential leadership and strategic investment. It is our conviction that this allocation that I am motivating, with this allocation that I'm motivating, we can sustain, strengthen our court, enhance access to justice, and deepen the public confidence in the rule of law. I now give the breakdown of the programs that are going to be undertaken by the Office of the Judiciary. Program 1 is the Supreme Court Adjudication and Administration, where an allocation of 36,675,000 Namibian dollars has been made. Program 2, High Court Adjudications and Administration, where an allocation of 116,645,000 Namibian dollars have been made. Program 3, Lower Courts Adjudications and Administration, where an allocation of 240,903,000 Namibian dollars has been made. Program 4 is Policy Support and Coordination, where an allocation of 206,700,000 746,000 Namibian dollar has been made. This all together amount to a total allocations of 600,969,000 Namibian dollars. Having said this, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House and members of this August House, I am yielding the floor back to you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, optimistic that I have logically persuaded everyone in this August House or in this House of legislative importance. That's why an allocation intended to enable proper, efficient, and impartial functionings of our court should not be delayed. Therefore, your approval for this budget is your commitment to a just Namibia anchored in the rule of law. I pray for your indulgence to pass vote 24 with no hesitation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I did not actually want to interrupt the Minister. We should have gone to tea break already while he was presenting. And I now seek your indulgence for us not to go on tea break, for us to sit and to finish much earlier. Is that okay with you? Yeah. Okay. May we please proceed? No, I seek your indulgence, please, for us to finish much faster. And please. Okay, thank you very much. Let us proceed. Agree to. Okay. I now put vote 35. Attorney General, 269,211,000 Namibia dollars for introduction by the Minister of Justice, Labor Relations. You now have the floor, Honorable Minister. Sorry?
Discuss for our indulgence, and then we're saying, let's proceed to go for tea. And then you just look down and you started reading.
I think many of you have said, let's proceed.
No.
Yes. No, let us proceed.
Okay,
yeah.
Maybe. Okay, in order for us to determine the many, let's just count the many then.
No, honorable members, do we really have to vote for a tea
let's
break?
count the many.
Do we really have to vote for a tea break, honorable members?
Let's just go for tea. We can reduce the minutes.
Sorry, what minute?
We can reduce the time.
Okay.
Yeah, we can reduce
okay, 5 minutes tea break. 5 minutes, and 5 minutes tea break. Yeah. Okay. Agreed. 5 minutes. Sorry? Wait, yeah, can you want to introduce your vote? Okay.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I rise to ask your indulgence for the House for the introduction of Vote 15 to be deferred until Wednesday, 7 May next week. Please, thank you. My Deputy Prime Minister is at State House, so he is not here to give the introduction.
Okay, that's allowed. Okay, thank you.
I second.
Agree to. This professor. I now put vote 35. Attorney General, 269,211,000 Namibia dollars for introduction by the Minister of Justice, Labour Relations. You now have the floor, Honourable Minister.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I want to thank you again for your kindness and humility with which you have invited me to table vote 35 that pertains to the office of the Attorney General. I would like to assume that every cultured members of this House, for that is what we are, clearly understands that the office of the Attorney General is established in terms of Article 86 of the Namibian Constitution. The office comprises of 3 directorates: the Directorate of Legal Advice, Directorate of Civil Litigation, as well as the Office of the Prosecutor General of the Republic of Namibia. For the financial year 2025-2026, a budgetary provision to the total of 269,211,000 Namibian dollars has been provided for. Under a separate budget vote, 35 that is, although operationally for the time being the office is still regarded as an integral part of the Ministry of Justice and Labour Relations. The office is led by the Attorney General, who is appointed in terms of Article 32, Subarticle 3, Roman 1, E, 7 of the Namibian Constitution. The primary mandate of the office is to protect and to uphold the Namibian Constitution and to serve as the principal legal advisor to the President and the government of the Republic of Namibia. So the office is further charged with the responsibility of providing legal advice on national and international matter and to institute and defend civil litigation proceeding on behalf of the state. The Attorney General is expected, in terms of the Constitution, also to oversee and exercise the final responsibility over the office of the Prosecutor General, which prosecute, defend criminal matters in 39 periodical courts, 41 district courts, 9 regional court countrywide, as well as two divisions of High Court, one being in Windhoek and the other in Oshakati, and then the Supreme Court, which is the apex court of the land. The fourth functions that may be so apparent for most of the members, and which also bear direct relationship to the legislative process, is that one of rendering legal scrutiny and certification of all proposed legislations that are presented in this House or before this August House in the form of bills. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee and members of the House, plans are underway, or must I say that they are at an advanced level, and in fact Cabinet has approved the extrications of the Office of the Attorney General from the Ministry of Justice and Labour, what is happening now, or why we are actually motivating this vote, is simply because that process has not yet been finalized. But we are announcing this before this House that the plans are underway to extricate this office from the Ministry of Justice and Labour. So pending the appointment of the accounting officer. But in the meantime, while we are going through that transition, so the intention is that there will be staff members that will be sourced from some department of the ministry to assist the Office of the Attorney General in the interim while we are finalizing. And once all the approved positions that are provided on the structure have been advertised and filled in accordance with the Public Service Act, the office will then gain its absolute autonomy. The Office of the Attorney General has a staff complement of 25 lawyers at the moment. However, mindful of the scope and the significance of the mandate of the office, it is imperative that this office be sufficiently resourced. And it's for these reasons that our budget is speaking to, among others, to the intention to address the staff shortage at the office. I am therefore grateful for the budget allocation that we are motivating and optimistic that it will enjoy the support of the self-respecting members of this House. So to the tune of 30,314,000 Namibian dollars to the Directorate of Legal Advice. So the Office of the Attorney General, insofar as the civil litigation is concerned, it is responsible for representing government in civil matters in all magistrates, the regional High Court, as well as the Supreme Court. The office is similarly served only by 25 lawyers, as I have indicated, and offer legal representation to all government offices, ministries, and agencies in all civil matters. So the Directorate ensures that the interests of the state, including assets, are protected, and all debt due to the state are also recuperated. This Directorate is faced with a protracted and complex legal suit that are costly in nature, owing to a shortage of staff and high staff turnover, or on account of inability to offer market-related remuneration. It's often compelled to brief advocates for specialized and complex and urgent legal matters at a cost. So there is also a need for an online case management system to boost efficiency and streamline the overall administration. So the total legal expenditure for 2024-2025 financial year stood at 57,029.85 Namibian dollars, in comparison to the revenue of only 8,490 Namibian dollars. This disparity is large, or is largely attributed to the absence of dedicated debt collection mechanism, which will be addressed by the efficient case management. A total of 72,644,000 Namibian dollars has been allocated for the activity related to civil litigation. Approximately 26 million is a budget for personnel expenditure, and the balance of 45 million is for legal fees. The Office of the Prosecutor General, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House, consists of 247 employees. So, and those who are serving 41 district courts, 39 periodic courts, 1 environmental crime court, and 2 divisions of high courts, as well as the Supreme Court of the Republic of Namibia. The PG, the functions and the mandates that the office performs, it's quite clear. That is of upholding the rule of law and national security, as well as combating of financial and organized crime, including prosecution on matters related to anti-money laundering, as well as counter-terrorist financing, as well as counter-proliferations financings, and other related matters. The office is then allocated 129,344,000 Namibian dollars for the financial year 2025-2026, and that is the support that we want from this August House. Having moved and motivated, so the allocation that has been made to the 3 divisions of the Office of the Attorney General, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, and honorable members, I then summarize that for Program 1, the provisions of legal services, 2,328,000 Namibian dollars has been assigned to the provisions of legal services. For Program 2, promotions of good governance, an allocation of 34,541,000 Namibian dollars has been made. And for Program 3, which is the administration of justice, 159,658,000 Namibian dollars has been made. And for Program 4, policies and coordinations and support, an allocation of 72,644,000 Namibian dollars have been made. I therefore again pray that the esteemed members of this House scrutinize this specific budget, discuss it, and then pass it with no reservation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we are entering discussion of votes 14, 8, 31, and 9. And I am requesting the House, please, to make sure that during our discussion here, during the committee stage, we simply focus on the content of the votes, specific to the votes. Please avoid generalization. And please, for the sake of time, thank you very much. And every member will be given 5 minutes to make a contribution. I now put vote 14, labor relations. Any discussions? Comrade Nekundi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. My contribution, I believe it will be very, very short, but important. First is the issue of the labor market services. I appreciate, Honorable Minister, of your intent to undertake a serious labor market survey. In that, my experience and my observation is that, in particular, the private sector, when they intend to bring in the expatriates at the expense of qualified Namibians, what they do is that they somehow exaggerate the requirements because they understand the market skills available. So what they do is that they exaggerate the requirements in order to ensure that no Namibians will possibly qualify, and use that as a premise to bring in their persons who they want to bring in at the expense of Namibians. I really tend to appreciate you in that. It will really help us in protecting the Namibians, and equally so, to put in mechanisms that will shield or protect Namibians, that implying then that there will then be a close coordination between the Ministry of Home Affairs and yourself in order to mitigate that, and possibly also with the labor unions. I think it's of paramount importance. The next one, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, is the issue of the labor hire. It is just unimaginable that the company that hires a person and transfer this person to another gets 80%, 50% of what this person really deserves to earn, the hard earnings. So I am cognizant of the Supreme Court judgment that had outlawed the law that was trying to ensure that labor hire does not manifest itself again in a free Namibia. However, I think in order for us to move fast, is that perhaps it's imperative, Honorable Minister, that you regulate the percentage where these companies can deduct from these employees. Maybe 2% maximum, instead of the 80% or 40%. I think as a start, I think it's going to be much more fast. The last one, Honorable Deputy, is really the issue. I appreciate the issue of the national pension initiate. I will really waiting for that in order for us to ensure that we bring more people in the formal economy, such as the bartenders, the taxi drivers, and many others. I think it's a welcome gesture, and I'm just imploring you, Minister. I know your capacity, your ability to do that. That bring this bill, if it's a bill, to this August House as a matter of priorities in order for us to ensure that we formalize this important sector that is really left behind. I support the vote, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now recognize Honorable Hangula.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. It's a maiden speech here. We save the best for last. Yeah. Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, yeah, that's not my story.
You must allocate the time.
Should I just tell you?
It's 5:50.
Okay, you start.
Honorable members of Namibia's historic 8th Parliament, citizens of the Republic of Namibia, I greet you in the name of Pamba Kalunga Kanangobde and my ancestors Ndushakala Saliahwe and Kashiaba Andikile on my maternal side, and the Wahonya Paula Washapwa, Yakavela, and Hangula Joseph Hangula on my paternal side. My name is Nifike Punyetua Fenipakwa Valia Hangula, hailing from Olungono village in the Wangwena region. Born in Ngela, raised in Odibo, and growing up at Smarties single quarters Kapitura, my journey to this august house can be likened to the stuff of dreams. After spending my early childhood tending my grandmother, Kulunda Monongenda Shaliakwe Sketel at Odibo, I started my academic journey at Mandume Primary School in the then Ovambo location, Kapitura, and thereafter I shared the stage with being one of the best performing learners at David Besedeut High School with my Honorable David Ehub, who sits with me in these very benches today, before I transitioned to braving the yellow benches in the infamous basement exam hall at the then Polytechnic of Namibia, which is now called NAST. It was in the dusty streets of Katutura that I spent many afternoons with my best friend, Sakeus Ndangi Angula of Soweto, known as Ndaksu, forging alliances with kids from other parts of Katutura such as Vanaheda, Reikmansdorp, Okuriangava, Damara Lokasi, Grysblok, Marula, Komasdal, and even as far as Ausmanplatz. For that reason, honorable members, I am a true son of Windhoek with bonds that transcend ethnic, tribal, and economic lines. Indeed, a friend and brother to all of Namibia's diverse communities. Honorable members, it is with profound pride and humility that I return to this house after 20 years to take up a seat once again among Namibia's best minds. It was in 2004, when I was but a poor boy from Katutura single quarters, that I sat here for the first time as a member of Namibia's experimental First Children's Parliament. In our sessions back then, we were led by a charismatic young lady by the name of Lisa Kubeski, now known as the award-winning vocalist, Lisa Ehlers. To me, honorable members, she is the first female speaker of the Namibian Parliament. Children's Parliament, anyway. Yes. Like many young people of my generation coming from humble beginnings, my journey at the Polytechnic of Namibia was filled with struggle and hardships. I had to drop out of university in the second semester because I couldn't proceed due to unpaid fees. To keep me busy, I returned to the entertainment industry by working as a radio presenter, stemming from my experience at Katutura Community Radio with my childhood best friend Alex Samuel between 2003 and 2006. Honorable members, in 2007, my brother and mentor and I, Robert Shipanga, started Blend Productions, a music publishing enterprise. We introduced the world to two talented young men called Exit and Mushe, who today are some of Namibia's best musicians. In 2009, I wrote a draft of what would become the Namibia Music Awards, which my good friend Tulina Eshea gave the name the NAMAS, a project that was eventually hijacked by powerful institutions, only for them to miss the mark that was meant to enhance the Namibian music industry and run it to the ground. The NAMAS experience drove me to seek to challenge the powers that be, leading me to develop a rebellious and radical mindset. Honorable members, I share this story because it highlights my tendency to create a solution where there is seemingly none. In 2011, I took part in a training program organized by one international cooperation organization in Germany. It was on an Air Namibia flight from Frankfurt that I fell in love with Air Namibia's cabin crew uniform. I vowed that one day I'll become one of them. As fate would have it, barely a year later in 2012, I was employed by Air Namibia as a cabin attendant, a lifestyle that I would serve with pride and dignity for over 9 years until the 31st of March 2021, when the national airline was liquidated amid the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, in 2012, I resumed my studies while at the same time trying to build my personal life. It was in 2013 that I realized that I couldn't afford to secure a home for my son and his mother, even when I earned a salary that was way above the national average. The following year, as fate would have it again, my 3 young brothers decided to occupy a plot in Kleine Cooper symbolically, and the radical in me came to the fore once again. We decided to bring the fight for land and social justice to the forefront of national discourse. Honorable members, citizens of Namibia, we led the young people of Namibia to embark on a radical mass housing application drive in February 2015, and the new parliament must fall protest in 2016. Under the banner of the Red Star, we awakened a generation and brought the voices of the youth to the forefront of national discourse. It was during that time that the late President Dr. Hage Geingob, may his soul rest in peace, promised us 200,000 plots, a promise that was never realized. Perhaps Her Excellency, Memenetumbo Nandinaitwa, can fulfill that promise for us, for the young people of Namibia. Honorable members, it is indeed with the words of my big brother and the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Ngurare, you cannot fight biology. We will stand dignity until our aims are met. Citizens of Namibia, I would like to draw your attention to something very serious and sad. This morning, like I do on many other days with many others, I spoke to one of my former colleagues at Air Namibia, who sees me, my being in this august house, as a sign of hope. She, a single mother, sounded very hopeless and dejected. She especially requested me to ask Honorable Veiko Nekundi to intervene. We, and yes, I say we, have not had justice served to us. We still have severance and pension money owed to us, and our future is still uncertain. Many of us former Air Namibia staff saw a light at the end of the runway when we heard that the government intends to establish a new national airline by December 2026. We are the only, or some of the only Namibians with practical experience in running a national airline. The pertinent question is this then: will we be part of the process for the research and development of a new airline? My colleagues and I have rare and valuable skills found nowhere else in this country. We thus call on Minister Nekundi to involve us in the research, development, establishing, and crucially, running of the new airlines. In fact, we demand to be the first to be considered for employment in the new national airline. The truth is that Air Namibia was not crushed, and excuse the pun, Air Namibia was crushed by the poor managerial decisions of jobs for comrades, not by the actions of regular staff. I call on all the relevant parliamentary standing committees and the relevant ministry to ensure that my colleagues are paid their dues, because the people are dying, and many have died, and while they are waiting for their severance payouts, the liquidators are just busy playing games. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the whole House Committee, as an industrious young man, there are very few business ventures that I have not tried. I have tried the music and entertainment industry and the ITC industry, to where my cousin and I developed Owela digital game board, which was successfully created as a prototype with the help of the NCRST, but which now ended up as a white elephant. I tried the general business trading. I tried opening a vocational training center in Ocho. There is nothing that these young men, these industrious young men did not try under the sun. In all my business ventures, I came to realize that the institutions that are meant to help young entrepreneurs in Namibia have become the enemies to progress. Institutions such as NAMRA and its heavy tax on SMEs, the Development Bank of Namibia's strict capital requirements, and VIPA's ridiculous penalties are all enemies of progress for Namibia's SMEs. The failure of the SME Bank was a big blow. These institutions need to seriously take a look at their alignment with previously disadvantaged and upcoming entrepreneurs. The lack of capital investment, security, and funding have led to the downfall of many businesses. But I say this to you, we've learned that even tenderpreneuring, when done right, can create employment. Look at the guys like Paragon, Chico, Kamba Trading. That is black business done right. As slow as the progress may be, the old African proverb says, the eyes of the leopard is on the antelope, not on the grass. The eyes of Namibian entrepreneurs are on the goal. Honorable members, Namibian citizens, I carry with me the hopes and dreams of at least 70,000 young voices. They say that patience can cook a stone, but I doubt that we have that luxury today. We must act, and we must act now. The unemployment rate in Namibia currently stands at 36.9%, and a devastating 44% of those are the young people between 15 to 24 years. It cannot be left to grow any longer. We need to develop employment mechanisms such as factories and other mass employment creating ventures that will get our youth off the street. The world is moving forward with artificial intelligence. Data capture centers, honorable members, are the future factories. Young people of Namibia who are already tech savvy can be employed as data processors for customers from across the world. It's time that Namibia embrace this opportunity to fight mass unemployment. Honorable members, my late friend and brother, Jacob Teofira Omlola Hamtenya, may his soul rest in peace, always dreamt of a Namibia filled with agricultural projects. As a founding staff member at AMTA, he always spoke of how he was excited and waiting for the day that young people like myself step in their foot in Parliament so that he can feed us with the right ideas to make Namibia one of the best bread baskets of SADC despite our arid climate. Sadly, we are doomed to the poverty of his great ideas, and Namibia is that much poorer in his absence. Still, I hope that the New Dam Agricultural College, and indeed Orongo and others, will deliver many Jacobs to us. What remains true is that we must invest in culture for self-sustainability and food security. In closing, honorable members, honorable speaker, I would like to thank my family and especially my baby, my sweetie, the crazy woman who chose a wreck like me for a husband and a life partner. Nukero, ongeroya Simon Tateka Koti Tomasa, Name Serafia, Pipanda Amiti. I thank you for being the spine when I lose courage. Thank you for birthing a new nation through our lovely children, Vincent, Ryan, Paula, and Angola. To my mother, Dupurame Monica Kashiarwa, you did a good job. To my siblings, Dixon, Vincent, Ndinelao, Bashkeni, Ndapewa, Veronica, and Jackson, I remain your little brother, your very own gummy bear. I'm still me. To my extended family, thank you very much for your support. And in conclusion, I would like to appreciate the members of the affirmative repositioning, the brave young boys and girls who always put their faith in us. And to the Namibian nation, we thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Minister Theophiles.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I also give salutations to an alumni, fellow alumni of the Children's Parliament, Honorable Angula. You spoke about data capturing. Stay tuned for Vote 29 around Project 1000 as a potential for creating employment for young people. Thank you for that. Honorable Deputy Chair, I'd like to thank the Minister of Justice and Labour Relations for presenting Vote 14. First, I want to speak on program number 2, the promotion of harmonious labour relations. On page 74 of the NTEF, some key strategic priorities for the ministry, particularly in this vote on labour relations. And D, you indicated, is promoting employment equity and gender equality. My contribution here, Deputy Chair, is that labour relations in the country are quite complex in terms of how institutions interact with the employees. And there are many, many issues that we must confront in terms of how labour relations unfold in the country. But importantly for me here, Honourable Minister, is the violence and harassment, and especially sexual harassment in workplaces. And many times the victims are women and young girls at the hands of their employers who know that they're vulnerable in terms of their background and in terms of the ability to sustain employment as a young woman. Honourable Minister, I want to implore you to factor this into your strategic priorities, to look at how the allocated amount of money can factor in whether it's training, awareness on how young women and girls, young girls who either go for internships, apprenticeships, whatever it may be, do not fall victim to sexual predators in their workplaces who want to exploit their bodies, although they want to bring brains to the workplace. My second contribution, Honourable Minister, is on program number 1 on labour market services. You also indicated here under your motivation of this program that it focuses on employment services, productivity, youth career counselling and research. And it's also linked to your strategic priority E on expanding labour market services and skills development. Here I want to talk about the NEAR system that aims to connect young people or anyone really who is unemployed to employers. Honourable Minister, I believe this system needs a bit of a change. It has been around for a while, but I believe that in as much as it's linking those who are looking for potential employment with employers, there's an important component that we need to add to this system to make it more agile in today's market. And that, in my opinion, Honourable Minister, is the ability for us to collect data in terms of what is the uptake of employees that employers are looking for. Are those qualifications sufficient, the work experience? Where are these young people placed? Where do they live? What institutions have they gone to? Have they added more qualifications in the meantime as they're looking for employment? So I think the system needs to become agile. And finally, Honourable Minister, as I fully support this very important vote, number 14 on labour relations, is I would like to know, Honourable Minister, when will the Office of the Labour Commission become independent? I think there was a pronouncement in the past that this is a sort of the Labour Ministry, and I believe it could truly add value to labour relations in this country, as complex as they are in terms of resolving disputes, ensuring that we prevent disputes from happening, because prevention is always better than cure, and I think the independence of that office would help your vote and your ministry so much. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the House Committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognize Honourable Mulunga.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I rise to contribute to Vote 14, Division 4, Labour Services. The main operations of the divisions are, amongst others, to conduct labour inspection, investigate work workplace complaints, and conduct factory inspection. The vote has been allocated an amount of about 57 million, representing about 15% increase in comparison to the 2024-2025 financial year. However, we have noticed that the labor-related violation continues to increase. I'd therefore like to ask the following. If we are spending and continue to spend such an amount of money, why is it business as usual when it comes to labor violations that are barely not attended to on time or sometimes never attended to at all? I would further like to ask, how many labor inspectors do we have in Namibia? Because it seems some activists are doing a much, much better job when it comes to handling labor-related issues in Namibia as compared to our labor inspectors that we are paying. I'm very, very happy that the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport informed us about the incident that happened in Kurenkuru. And this is exactly the job of labor inspectors. This House has passed laws of the minimum wage that needs to be implemented, but it seems it's barely implemented, and there's nobody who's following up on enforcing that the laws that are passed in this House are fully implemented. Why are these labor inspectors in their air-con offices and not out there in the field making sure that our employers comply with the laws that have been set by this August House? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Lucato.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the whole House Committee. My contribution on the vote 14, labor relations, are as follows. I have a concern. That concern, it comes from the ground, where the masses of these people, our people on the ground, that the inspectors, they are so, there is a shortage of inspectors in the whole 14 regions. So in short, it's a manpower shortage. So I want to appeal to the respected minister that this concern is been coming a long way back since the independence of this country. The second one is that it was also observed that the inspectors, of those few inspectors, they are not doing their work because concerned cases have been reported to those various offices, but they take time. Even they don't attend to those cases. And number three, Honorable Minister, when the cases were supposed to be handled in the court levels, also it takes time to resolve or to try or to present that cases so that those cases can be resolved. And also, Honorable Minister, it was also observed that the unions, those represent the workers also it's a problem when the workers they got consent complaints to lay complaints to those unions. Then they don't respond in time, and also they complain of the discrimination. They don't attend to those cases as a matter of discrimination in various cases. Lastly, Honorable Minister, I want also to appeal to you, respected Minister, that we want a report, because this report, this case is in my office. We need a report from 1990 up to now, pending, and those who already resolved, so that the nation should know that.
Honourable Member,
yes,
the question of the report.
Yes,
please to the vote. Let's get to the vote,
yeah,
please.
That's a vote. That's a vote. Vote 14.
Yeah.
Yes. Vote for 14.
Yeah, it does not talk about the report. Just talk to the vote, please.
Yeah. Yeah. So, lastly, I think, Honourable Minister, this is my presentation of, or my contribution.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Honourable Amtenya.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I also rise to make my contribution to vote 14, but touching on program number 2, which is the promotion of harmonious labor relations, where 99 million is allocated. I think, honourable members of this House, if we look at the recent labor force report, it indicates that 16.1% of the employed population are working in the industry of agriculture, forestry, and fishing, and of which 38.6% are working in the rural areas, and only the 5.2% are working in the urban areas. But I'm very much concerned about how the ministry ensures that these workers, more especially in the rural areas, of most of them being the young people, the youth, who obviously are desperate for employment, they come and they obviously settle to whatever the working environment, the salaries, they have no alternative. But I'm very much concerned as to how the ministry ensures that these brothers and sisters that are working in this agricultural industry are working under very safe working conditions, and indeed they are given the fair compensations. So I think that is very much important if the ministry can look into that aspect and possibly put up mechanisms and strategies on how best they can safeguard and protect this industry, specifically for our locals. We haven't given this industry so much potential to fight unemployment in our country. If we can put up mechanisms on how to safeguard this industry, it's also the same if we look into the households industry, the number of households that we have in this country, and almost now every household requires a domestic worker, the nannies that we get to have in our houses. They are the caretakers of our children, doing a very, very important responsibility, nurturing the future for our society. But obviously, I'm very much worried, if they are taken care of. I know the domestic workers, they are covered under the Labour Act with legal protections. They're entitled to the minimum wage, which is now $12 per hour. I wonder if all of us who are here, that is the same way we pay our domestic workers. But what I'm trying to say here, we need to consider professionalizing some of these industries because they are really taking a large number of our employees. You know, the households, I think, according to the labor force report, it indicates around 43,000 Namibians are employed in this industry. The last contribution I want to make in the few seconds remain is the government application for employment process. The process which is being currently, the manual system of applying, handing over your application is draining the empty pockets of our unemployed youth. Every position you must send an application form, you must photocopy, make copies and scan them, you have to send them through courier, which is quite expensive. I think we need to look into the best alternative, a digital way that we can, have our young people to easily submit their application. Therefore, with that, I do support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I now recognize Honorable Masake.
Comrade Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I rise to give contribution to vote number 14, labor relations, particularly the key area number 2C. Advancing social justice through dispute resolution. I would want to recommend the work of the Labour Ministry. Thus far, considering the labour relations is more complex. Now, introducing this one, I would want therefore to know how are they going to manage the system and monitor the system as initiated. I therefore stand on the matter saying that at the moment we have a lot of filed labor relation cases that we are well aware. So try to clarify to us how are you going to manage and monitor the system that you are to introduce. Thank you. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for being so precise. Yeah, Honorable Bagera.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. My contribution is on vote 14, Program 1. I want to echo what Honorable Emma said on the NEAR system. NEAR system was put in place with a good intent, but it really fails sometimes, or most of the time. Why? When you send people or refer people to register, the system is off. And then the other thing is also that the non-adherence by OMAS to make use of the system. Because the system is supposed for the people to register there, and every OMAS is supposed to make use of the system when they advertise positions. Now, there are some institutions who don't want to advertise through the system. So when they do not want to advertise through the system, for example, a clerk job or a driver job will be advertised by a certain ministry, they will receive 200 applications and they will not even know what to do with the applications. But if they have done it through NEAR system, the system will sift and say, okay, let's do the sifting and separate. These are the drivers already on the system, and they will only shortlist the drivers on the system. Now, when an institution just advertises, the people are just applying whether they have a driver's license or not, and it makes the job very cumbersome. So I really would support the vote by the fact that the Honourable Minister is saying they will do an upgrade on the system and finalization of the system. Contrary to what my Honourable Mulunga said, I've realized on Program 2, Vote 14, we have really a good number of labour inspectors. They only have challenges of transport and the challenges of how they can move and cooperation from the institutions they are visiting. Now, the problem that we have with with the Labour Commissioner's Office is the lack or low number of arbitrators. We do not have enough number of arbitrators in the country. And I think that's where we have the concerns of cases are not being, people are not sitting for the cases, or cases are not being heard. It's because of the lack of arbitrators. So I think cases that are referred to arbitration is just taking too much time. Lack of vehicles, lack of safety also of the labor inspectors is an issue. I have accompanied a labor inspector to one farm and the situation that we endured at that farm. I think labor inspectors should start to move with police to escort them when they go to farms where people have been maltreated, especially the farm workers. Kunene region or Jozonjuba region, they are mostly the ones with those cases. Kunene region does not even have an office. Kamayap Ocho Korihas have been served through Ochivarongo or Jozonjuba region. So I think that is one thing that we must consider. But in all, I really do support seeing that we are doing a good job in the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Claassen.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chief Whip, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House, for giving me the floor. Thank you, Honourable Amopanda, also for acknowledging me. I want to greet all the members in the House, also my SG. Good afternoon to all. I want to focus specifically on Program 2, Promotion of Harmonious Labour Relations, and the budget amount there is 99,728,000. But I don't want to go into amounts because I believe the Minister is quite capable of dealing with the ceiling that he is having. I want to start by first welcoming the initiative which you also bring to life. And that is Office of the Labour Commissioner will launch a modern case management system for e-referrals, online arbitration, and better access to data. This is a welcoming initiative. Then also you mentioned in your introduction of your motivation that the center of sound labor relations and harmonious industrial coexistence lies in social dialogue. That is very important, and thank you. Social dialogue. Because with dialogue, it is what is very, very important. I was very much involved in dialogue with the Minister, with the former Ministry of Labour, and then the Ministry of Fisheries, when we were dealing with the fishermen's issue. Being a member of NANTU all my life, being part of the executive, so I had quite a lot of union experience. That's why when we tackled the issue of the fishermen, it was really welcomed. And I need to mention that, and I need to bring it in, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House, that the fishermen issue, it really caught the land and the country, it caught us, because the plight that they went through, and this caring government of the Republic of Namibia, we thought it wise to intervene in this matter, and that is why the GARP program was developed. And the GARP program is the Government Employment Redress Program. It was developed, and through that program, government makes sure that workers that were home for more than 5 years, they get re-employed in the system. And that's where the Ministry of Labour and the Ministry of Fisheries worked very close together to get these people employed. But when this happened, there was a lot of industrial action that took place. That is why it is so important that the dialogue between the workers and the relevant employers take place. And I really want to compliment and commend the government of Namibia for that exercise. And that exercise, really, it looks into the plight of the retired, of that fishermen that lost their jobs. And I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Mouton.
Okay, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honourable Members, with reference to the Labour Relations Introduction Speech under Programme 2, Strategic Priorities for 2025-2026, I want to make two contributions. In my maiden speech, I said that the unemployment crisis should be our main priority, but we cannot tackle the problem if we are not factual about the severity thereof. With relation to the 2023 Namibian Labour Force report by the Namibian Statistics Agency, it referenced two types of unemployment: strict unemployment and broad unemployment. Strict unemployment is when people are employed and they are actively looking for jobs, and broad unemployment includes all unemployment. So it's strict unemployment and those that basically stop looking for jobs. Okay, with that said, according to the 2023 census, 54.8% of Namibians are unemployed. Compared to the 2018 employment statistic, was 33.4%. That's a 21.4% increase, where the strict unemployment is 36.9% in 2023 and was 19.8%. We cannot compare the broad unemployment of 2018 with the strict unemployment of 2023. We have to compare broad with broad and strict with strict. The problem we need to solve is that more than half of this population is unemployed. So the second contribution I would like to make... Order,
please. Order. Okay, order, please. Honourable, please, order. Okay, order, please, order. Okay. No, the Honourable Member has the floor.
We are fighting for all
Honourable Minister,
okay.
Honourable Member has the floor.
Yeah,
you are protected.
The second contribution...
No, member. Okay, here's the floor. Honourable Member, okay, hold on. Honourable Member, the Honourable Member is not out of order. He is still right and he is under protection. Honourable Member, please proceed. Okay, Honourable Member, you have the floor. Honourable members, please, order, please. Okay, you have the floor. Honourable Mouton, you have the floor.
Okay, the second contribution I would like to make is on the Namibia Integrated Employment Information System. The budget speaks to finalising the updates on this system, and my question is the following. With all the millions spent on this platform, how many job placements have been made? And then what is our return on investment? And once again, have the Ministry of ICT be consulted on this? And with regards to the question of my counterpart, Honourable Theophilus, I reckon not. And I implore you to please consult the experts of the ICT Minister. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I now recognize Honourable Karonda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Deputy Chair. I think Nekundi just stated a fact of history. I don't know why he's been castigated and crucified. You see, Honourable Minister of Labour, promotion of harmonious labour relations, $99 million. I have looked through your proposed budget and...
Honourable, please.
My time should stop because of these interjections. Honourable Minister, I'm aware that I'm aware that during the days of
our late, I think the first Minister of Labour, Comrade Hendrik Witbooi, and subsequently Comrade Moses Garwe, may their soul rest in peace. There was some assistance extended to trade unions with helping them with capacity building. Now, I know how important resolving labor disputes is, but if trade unions remain poorly capacitated, we will not be able to have labor disputes successfully resolved or manage labor relations or industrial relations in a country. Now, having looked at all of your key pointers here, I have not seen anything that speaks to the capacity building of social partners, especially trade unions. I've also noticed that you did make reference to the question of productivity, but there's no extension of that to the whole idea of putting together a national productivity organization to help manage productivity in the country. But I'm also aware that the Ministry of Labour had invested heavily in benchmarking, sending missions out of the country to find out exactly how other countries manage productivity. But I'm not too sure why this process was abortive. The question of fishermen. I know 28 fishermen have since died. I know 36 had retired. I know 5, maybe more, today live with disabilities. But these things never feature in the discussions, even of the Ministry of Fisheries, and in the proposals that were made to help address the plight of these fishermen. Affirmation, Honourable Minister, it's an area that requires also serious work because of expatriates that are given jobs instead of Namibians. And I am told that a Chinese employer assaulted and fatally. Is that true? Injured an employee. There is a need to deal with your colleagues, the Chinese employers.
Oh, please, order, please.
Protected strikes, Honourable Minister, protected strikes. When trade unions are on strike, even if they are lawful, employees are still required, or employers are not required to pay salaries to these employees, even when strikes are lawful. So what is the point of a lawful strike? With those few words, thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Ampanda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, I indicated in my Maiden address that I'm very excited for you to be there, but I'm not excited out of ignorance. I understand and accept that there's a way that this system transforms and changes people. Next time when you start speaking, for 30 minutes, you'll just be saluting people. But that's not you. So I'm very cautious about that, but at the same time, I'm very optimistic. I want to address myself to two things, Employment Equity Commission and the Labour Commission. And I think part of the problem, perhaps we have an opportunity now, is that we have not actually understood that the Labour Ministry and the institution is not just about employment. It is a place where we ought to have a person with a necessary union consciousness. And I'm not talking about trade union consciousness, but necessary union consciousness because of where we are coming from. You will see, for instance, that this Employment Equity Commission previously received 6 million. It is now receiving 11 million. Yeah? But part of the responsibility, you know, they always say, so-and-so number of executives are still black and are still white. Yeah? In terms of those domination, those complaints, those statistics, and those results are always there. But it has a responsibility of also ensuring compliance. But But because the leadership did not have the necessary consciousness in terms of what's supposed to have happened, the failure to comply with affirmative action has just been taken as done an issue. So most employers actually have even created employers' federation that are stronger than union. Yeah? So the employer federation, sometimes you walk into government events and you see that these guys of employers' federation are actually in charge and union are not represented. I go to boards and you find those guys that are actually leading discourses and union are not there. But it comes from that problem of the necessary leadership. I certainly don't agree with this over-increase of the Employment Equity Commission, but I guess you would have an opportunity to be able to address that. Because the fundamental question is that, what are these guys doing? Because the law is in our constitution. Apartheid and colonialism in our history, where we're coming from, is there. So you have a person that leads that ministry with not the necessary consciousness. That's going to be a problem. And it takes me now to the Labour Commission. We are actually having a serious problem. We don't have justice in labour relations. Yeah? It's good that you are handling both now. We have a serious problem. Our courts are not even helpful. If you just see what the Supreme Court have ruled in the Niwete matter, that you know very well. But that Niwete judgment from the Supreme Court is actually worse. It means employer can just wake up and then fire you like a dog. That's effectively what it happened. The only case that we had that was helpful for us was a Maureen Hinder with NHE. But you can see that the jurisprudence, as far as that Niwete matter is concerned, Hinder become now junior in the Kawesa and other cases, in the Gibeon even. So it's also very important for us to actually understand the lack of justice in labor relations. So if you have an agent matter now with your employer, you can't go to the High Court, you must first start with the Labour Commissioner. But you can't have an agent application. Why is it that I can't go to the Labour Commissioner and say, there's an agent application, make a determination, interdict the employer? I had a matter that I've taken some of these people to the Labour Commission. When we just proceeded there, they just raised a point in limine, an interlocutory. 2 years, no judgment until today. Yeah? By the time the judgment comes, you are no longer in employment of that institution. So we need to seriously consider these things and consider them seriously. I'll contribute later. I see my time is up.
Okay, thank you. I now recognize Honorable Kambala.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise on contribution on vote 14, program 1, that Honourable Minister, just two days ago we had a discussion on the budget vote 26 that speaks about the National Planning Commission. And in that same budget vote motivation, there was a discussion on a mention on additional skills audit. And then, must speak up. How? Okay, I'll try my best. There was a discussion on the additional skills audit in the National Planning Commission's budget vote. And then again here, in your budget vote again, and motivation, you speak again about another skills audit. Are these two intertwined? Is it the same program? Or do we expect the government to have two parallel programs trying to achieve one specific goal? The other issue is around the labor issues. We have a crisis. There's a crisis in terms of our education system. Now we have that whereby our learners exit school at grade 11. By choice, whether they leave grade 11 to go to varsity or they further to AS level. This has been going on for almost 2 years now. But the labor market has not adapted to the current norms of requiring at least grade 11 as a entry level, as an entry requirement. I can even attest to you now on the system, on the NICE system, where a nice system, whereby a semi-skilled position still requires a grade 12, a grade 12 certificate, but we no longer have grade 12 certificates in the country. So I just implore the minister to also make sure that what we are putting out in terms of our policies also speaks to our intent to ensure that if a learner at grade 11 leaves school and to take up employment, he should be able to take up employment immediately and not be asked some funny other question that does not exist. They're just those two questions. Yeah. So, no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Jonas.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House. I'm going to focus on Division 4, Program 2, but before I do that, I just want to appreciate the day of tomorrow, the Workers' Day. That's a day of whereby we reflect on our achievements and as well as challenges as workers in Namibia, and we need to look forward to it tomorrow. Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister, I think you were appointed at the right time, and I must congratulate you. I tell you, I'm one of the happiest trade unionists in this country. Thank you very much for the commitment you have to make sure that you address issues affecting the Namibian workers. Now, let me focus on the issue of the strategic priorities you have stated in the motivation. I just have some few comments. The first one, you have spoken about the reforming of labor policy and legislation, which is good. I am looking at the Labor Act, which is, and I agree that it's long overdue. It needs to be finalized. It needs to be prioritized. The issue of affirmative action, which the honourable members have spoken about, I think it's an act which is at the moment not working for us, and it needs an urgent attention. I know that the Commission, they are busy with the process. It just needs to be finalized, and it's good that it's one of the priorities. The issue of Employment Service Act. But then I'm worried, Honourable Minister, the issue of occupational health and safety bill. I'm not seeing it here. What could be the reason? Because the issue of occupational health and safety in our country is one of the serious issues, and it needs to be addressed. And without an act, we are only currently using a regulation, not an act. What could be the reason as to why it's not a priority? Because I know the ministry is busy with it, and I think it's one of the issues need to be dealt with. Also, the issue of Social Security Act, I also know that it's under review. I'm not too sure why it's not also part of the strategic priority for the ministry. Honourable Minister, I want to also, without really repeating on what the other honourable status, I want to talk about the issue of the labour inspectors. We know at the moment we have about, is it 54 labour inspectors in the country. Very worrisome, very, very worrisome. And when I look at the issue of the remuneration, I see there's an increase of about 20 million. I'm not too sure now is that is to cover the employment of new labor inspectors or any other employees in the ministry, but I think we need to pay attention, because many of the violation of labor rights in this country or complaints is because of the limited number of labor inspectors we have in the country. And it's been a long cry in the labor movement which need to be addressed. The second thing is the issue of the vehicles. I tell you, there is a serious issue. I'm not too sure the information I have that many of the vehicles which the labor inspectors are using are currently old, and it's also coming back to the issue of their safety. We need to ensure that, I think, to ensure that we purchase more vehicles. I know there's an allocation of about 11 million, if I'm not mistaken. Are we then saying that is going to be part of to ensure that you acquire more vehicles so that labor inspectors...
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up. I now recognize Honorable Lutuhesi.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members. I'm rising on vote 14, Program 02, specifically promotion of harmonious labor relations. The budget here that is allocated is 99,728,000. Labor disputes in Namibia have intensified. Honorable Minister, I stand here to seek clarity on the following questions. What is the current average duration for resolving labor disputes through the Labor Commissioner's Office? Because I've come across people who have cases that are pending over 3 years. How many labor disputes cases are presently pending resolution? What specific amount of funding has been allocated for the development and the implementation of the new case management system? What is the proposed timeline for the deployment of this system? Is it going to reach 2029? What are the detailed steps being taken to transition from the existing structure to an independent labor commission? And what is the implementation schedule for this transition? Finally, Honorable Minister, what are the measurable targets that has been established to reduce the number of unresolved or backlogged cases? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Kandorodu.
Yeah, thank you so much. Labor Relations, vote 14. Labor Service Protection. The issue of labor service protection in Namibia is at stake. And it's because of the limited budget that we allocate sometimes. If you go to the mine, you will see quite a number of expatriates being brought in, getting work permit. It means there is no collaborations or networking between the government institutions and agencies, more especially when it comes to Ministry of Home Affairs and Immigration. So our system at the Ministry of Labor doesn't speak to the Ministry of Mines how many engineers are available, are jobless, to be recruited within the market. As a result of, because of that absence, the company that own mines, the foreign company that own mines, they bring in their people while we have expertise on the ground. So when we are allocating funds to some of these votes,
it must not be a by the way. Do a proper assessment. Go to the mine, Honorable Minister. Send your team to the ground to assess. Invite the graduates to come and register with the ministry. Then you compare. Your people are sitting at home. Foreigners are employed from the income of our resources at the expense of the Namibians. Secondly, on this one also, the lack of labor inspectors and the lack of enforcement. We need to see how we are going to force our young ones to study labor-related studies so that we can have more labor inspectors. Looking at the security companies, there is wage set, the minister just mentioned, but the implementation is not there. Security companies are the most companies that are misusing their workers. And nobody is there to monitor them. And they keep on getting tender after tenders. So it's very important for the Ministry of Labour, Minister, to introduce good standing certificate from the Ministry of Labour. If the company doesn't comply with the minimum wage, please, they must not be awarded tenders. And we can only do that if we have a proper enforcement program or system within the ministry. So please look at how do we protect our labor? What must be done so that our people cannot be seen they have a job, but at the end of the day, they are the victims. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Nashinge.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister of Labour, there's Justice. Just few points that I want to raise. Brilliant, good efforts, but I think we are repeating ourselves every other time. There is no innovation in what we do. For example, there's a very serious need for us to enhance vocational training and skills development. And I would like to employ you, for example, to go. You get a haircut every other day, if not every other month. But what value do you attach to the guy that cut your hair? And the salons all over. I mean, even for a guy to get a space to cut hair, we have men that are feeding their families, but our government does not recognize these guys who are making us look good every week. That is quite important, and I think you need to work hand in hand with NTA to make sure that people who are doing hairdressing, putting in tiles, they get training so that we add value to what they do as part of our employment creation. That is not happening. We are continuing, of course not your baby, but the continuation of fitter, tanner, diesel mechanic and whatnot is an ongoing useless project, so to say. But there's more that we can add. The list is long. Now that these changes that we have, we were having employment creation. I just wanted to understand what now? Where is employment creation? Is it gone? And also, in all this, we need to remember that informal economy is quite important. The bigger guys don't have money to spend on the street in the location so that people are able to feed themselves. I think since the informal economy started dying around about 2015, and it never recovered, and we don't also give the necessary attention. Go to Opuriangava, for example, open market. How crazy it is. The dollar is moving. But the only unfortunate thing is that much of that dollar is leaving the country because majority are non-Namibians. The other thing, quick, you need to, the issue of the fishing guys in Wabish Bay, after Swapos Fish Road and all that, there was no serious, there was no serious
order, please.
There was no serious
order, honorable member.
My time.
Honorable members.
Talk to your people.
Yeah, please.
After.
Yeah.
There was no.
Now we cannot talk all of us like that.
My time.
Yeah. Order, please. Order, please.
Can I continue? So after that, there was no serious.
Okay, honorable member.
There was no serious effort to improve the life. We have lost 87 Namibians. We have lost them because of depression, because of high blood pressure, because of some committed suicide, some have lost their wives and their assets because of what had happened. What is the effort from your ministry to make sure that the lives of these people is improved? We can't live like this. Please do visit them. The other thing is also, in Namibia, former employees, I have engaged you personally, for example, that many of them want to engage you so that you have an understanding of what they are going through. Where are we right now? When are they going to get their money paid? I see you have 15 million.
Thank you, honorable member. Your time is up.
No, but
your time is up. Honorable member, your time is up. Your time is up. Please sit down. Your time is, no. You can always have a second chance. Sit down, please. Sit down now. Yeah. Please, honorable members, we must avoid to give each other names, please. So we must not make careless statements here that will bring chaos. Okay. Honorable member, you was on what point?
Honorable Chair.
Okay, order, please. Order.
Honorable Chair, this is supposed to be an honorable house.
Okay.
We need to stick to rules. The rule says no provocative statements.
It did. No. Yes, comrade. Okay.
Wait a minute. We are not provoking anybody. We are not provoking anybody because we are a principled party that is formed out of principles, not out of tantrums. So throwing tantrums here and trying to grandstand will not stand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, honorable member. Okay, thank you. Okay, honorable Nashinge. Okay, no, honorable member, you made your point clear. Honorable member. Honorable members, please. Honorable Mobida, thank you. Please, go. Let us avoid provocation, please. Order, let's move on. Okay, now. Okay, I now recognize Honorable Hungary. The floor is yours. Please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it must be 15 minutes.
Order, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to contribute to this very important vote with full understanding. One, that unemployment is a deeply structural issue in our country. And hence, perhaps that is why in the last session, we brought a motion on youth unemployment, and it was adopted and agreed unanimously in this House. And by unanimously, Honorable April, I mean that both sides of the aisle supported that motion. Not just the motion, but in fact, the report was tabled in this House. And I just wanted to perhaps also assist the Minister in that regard to say, instead of going back to the drawing table, or the drawing board rather, and starting this conversation afresh, I think it's important that we carry on the work that the previous Parliament has done, and I think there's a report that can easily be accessed by any member of this House with regard to the recommendations that we made. Of course, yes, Honorable Nekongo was also part of that committee and also fully supported that motion. So I think it will also help us in really speeding up what ought to be done to address the youth unemployment crisis in our country. Secondly, I think I want to reference Article 63I of our Constitution. And it makes reference, and I think Honorable Amupanda made reference to apartheid and tribalism and so forth. But it really says to remain vigilant and vigorous for the purposes of ensuring that the scourges of apartheid, tribalism, discrimination do not again manifest themselves in any form in a free and independent Namibia, and to protect and assist disadvantaged citizens who have historically been the victims of these pathologies. The reason why I cite this is because I find it quite absurd that in a free and independent Namibia, it is okay for a Chinese national, generally a foreigner, they find it okay to either violate the rights of our workers or just a Namibian citizen because of whatever, whether that person is an employee and whatever capacity that person serves in. And I know, and I say this with full understanding, that one, our laws don't always manifest in our society. And I know this because you can have the best laws on paper. You can have laws against gender-based violence. You can have laws that say, look, there must be a minimum wage, and that law prescribes a specific amount, and yet the culture still continues, all right? So I just wanted to find out from the Minister, what could be a new strategy that we can employ, not just as members of this House, but as a Namibian House, to not only deter employers who abuse and violate Namibian workers. What could be those strategies? Because the laws are there. We make the laws, the acts are there, and we prescribe minimum wages, but still people still find it okay to just abuse those Namibian citizens. Yes, I wanted to finally, in the last 30 seconds, I know that the idea of internships are well placed. The intention is well placed. But I think we also need to have an honest conversation about the abusive nature of internships in our country, where just because somebody is sitting at home, they are now subjected to terrible working conditions, number one, and two, just a low a fee that they get on that internship. I think it's something that we must caution against, that abusive nature of internships. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Henry. Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Ampanda.
So firstly, I just want to, maybe something that some of you were here in the 7th Parliament, you must be excited about, just building on where Honorable Hengari left. So at one point when we were the city of Windhoek, there was a call by a parliamentary committee. They wanted to interrogate this internship thing. And I don't know whether the meeting eventually, but I didn't make it to the meeting. But what was actually happening there is that there were people who were interns for 10 years. Yeah? But because of what you did in the 7th Parliament, the city of Windhoek had to actually intervene. And I don't think that situation is not there anymore. So never take your work for granted. Congratulations to those of you who were in those committees. I just want to Minister, you see, if we just ask you who was the Minister of Labour in 2000, you have to scratch and go in your history. Ne? But if somebody just mentioned Ramatex, you immediately have a name to it. You remember Hidipo already. Yeah? So, and things like that. So I'm also just saying in the intervention that I'm also going to be making. Man, you see that I want to move in line with that 200, Rule 200, Minister. Because you see, there is provision so that we can have actually a budget dedicated to review the budget and have a dedicated budget for public education, perhaps in the office of a minister. Yeah? We actually need to go out there and teach people about their rights in those type of awareness. The mistake that we have made, we have concluded that's the responsibility of a union that depends on contribution from members. Union may not always have, yes, it's their responsibility, but if we want harmonious labor relation, I therefore move in line with that Rule 200, so that we can seek an amendment to have a public education vote, so that the ministry can go out and engage, to have regional meetings, have workplace meetings, to be able to actually inform our people about that. Every year, in the budget, we have about, 1 point something million going to ILO and some other institution. It keeps increasing all the time. The officials are always going to, where is the ILO? It's in France somewhere. But every year there's always a huge, in Geneva. There's always a huge delegation going to Geneva every year. But we never ever have conversation in this country in terms of even an annual labor conference. Yeah? Bringing everybody else together. Those things can only be done through that vote that we're talking of public education about labor and labor issues. So this year, we are having a labor annual conference, bringing all stakeholders, focusing on so-and-so issue. Bring academia, bring the union, bring government, bring employers. But we're always just going to Geneva, spending money and millions to Geneva, but we never spend money here. So I actually move for that specific vote. Lastly, yes, this time thing is a problem. I was ending off to say, actually, you need to develop labor jurisprudence in our country. It could be a legislative agenda in terms of reform. It could be a legislative agenda in terms of amendment to rules, but also in terms of strengthening. Yeah? We can't have a situation where you tell us reports that Ottawa and list, the entire executive is white for 30 years. But the law says that you must enforce, you don't do anything about it. So we rely on you, Minister, Honorable Nekundi, you as well. We rely on you, Minister, to be able to develop that jurisprudence. Because the laws can only interpret. We have that section in the Constitution that the Attorney General can approach the Supreme Court for an interpretation of a section. So that we don't suffer for, but Attorney General always scared of doing that. So please, I hope you don't just become like any other minister.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Shitana.
Thank you very much. I'm on vote 14. Main division 06. Objection and description. The primarily objection of affirmative actions is to achieve equity, equality, fairness, and the eliminating of employment, or there is also fairness here, employment barriers against persons. I was once a person who went through that it is really painful sometimes when you find a worker who has maybe committed something and he or she has to be taken for labor case. Now, you find this person, the company has to bring lawyers, and this person is just represented by the unionist. So, this is a very, very serious case because this person is not that well equipped in terms of law, and the company has brought a lawyer. So I'm suggesting that the ministry now, you must see what is to be done there when such case happen. Number two, we have to look at, we have a labor hire in this country. It has to stop this year. We must make, we must arrange to come and see how we can remove these labor hires. The last thing is to, in all of these documents, they haven't mentioned how should we account those inspectors in terms of corruption. It's not mentioned somewhere here. And those people, we need to hold them accountable because they are the reason some people are losing jobs because they are in a relationship with those people somewhere, somehow. It needs to stop. The next one, it was mentioned by Honorable Nashinge here, the hairdressers and barber guys. We must take them serious because they are also facing a serious challenge whereby by a single mistake he or she did not pay the rent or something. He or she might find the owner is already locked up the equipment in there and that person has nowhere to complain or has nowhere to... I'm saying they must not pay, but we must see how we can help them in such a situation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Krone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Whole House Committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for tabling this budget. So I'm contributing to vote 14. And one of my concerns, Honorable Minister, is the non-payment or the less payment to the security guards. The companies are tendering very lower and then cannot afford to pay the minimum wage, which is subjected to these worst conditions, working conditions of the security guards. Most of the time they do not have uniforms, they do not have weapons, they do not have any office or a phone. And when it comes to payment, these people sometimes wait for their salaries for 3 to 4 months, and if paid, sometimes only paid 1 month, and if received, they will just receive a few amount, not even the entitled salary. So, Honorable Minister, I really want you to look to that matter. Any company which is tendering for a tender for the security guards must not be given a tender if they are not complying, because normally there is a tender specification, and many of these companies are not complying. The second one is the labor inspectors must also make sure to make use of their powers as per Section 125, because they must issue compliance orders to the employers, because some of the employers are not adhering to the laws which is currently in our country. Therefore, and sometimes some of the employees are staying in rural areas where there is no trade unions. Many of them do not belong to trade unions also. So therefore, they are struggling to register the disputes. And if you register a dispute, you must pay your postal money yourself. So due to the shortage of money, sometimes the labor inspectors are not willing to assist them to send those, because when you register a case for arbitration or conciliation, you must register and make sure that that document reaches the employer and the office of the Labour Commissioner. But due to the shortage of money, they are unable to register the dispute. The other thing what I also realized, Honourable Minister, is the shortage of the industrial psychologists, because the industrial psychologists sometimes are in regions, maybe only one person, but the relationship between the industrial psychologist and the schools, we are supposed to give the career guidance, but those people are sometimes there in Karas region. I understood the person who was there resigned after she was there for 1 or 2 months. And there is no working relationship between them and the schools, and sometimes the schools are not aware that we have such to help the learners with the career guidance. The other one is, what I was saying is the labor inspectors must make use of the powers to issue the compliance orders to the employers, because the employers fail to adhere to the relevant laws. The last one, Honourable Minister, is the environmental, not the wellness committees. Many of the private sectors do not have wellness committees where the employees are more than 25. So therefore, you also saw, due to the shortage of the occupational health inspectors, that they are not visiting the workplaces. There are so many concerns at workplaces, but due to the shortage of these officers, those committees are not existing, and sometimes the employees are injured, but they do not really know how to complete the accident report on duty and submit it to the Social Security. But adding to these few, Honourable Minister, I'm supporting your vote. Sorry, my last one is the Employment Equity Commission. Sorry,
Thank you, Honourable Member. Sorry, your time is up. I now recognize Honourable Jonas.
Deputy Chairperson, I only have two issues. Honourable Minister, I fully support this vote, fully support. But I just want to emphasize again on the issue. There are, I'm not too sure if many honourables understand the types of inspectors we have. We have inspectors who are dealing with condition of employment. We have inspectors who are dealing with occupational health and safety. And we have also inspectors who are dealing with occupational health specific for industries. Now, Honourable Minister, we need to deal with the issue of increasing the number of different types of inspectors. I already spoke about the labour inspectors more on condition of employment. On the occupational health and safety, we only have 28 OSH inspectors in the country. That's already a serious issue. But I must commend the Labour Department that was last year when we had a case at Zongmei, whereby a worker was, a bundle of metal fall on him, he down spot, but the health and safety inspectors, they were on spot. I must really congratulate this team because they did a very good job. But we need to increase, because this is one of the serious issues, because there are so many cases out there, but inspectors, they cannot reach on time because they are very few. Also, the issue of the industry occupational health inspector, there are only 24. That also needs to be looked at, Honourable Minister, as a matter of urgent. And I know that if we address some of these things, they can be help us to make sure that we deal with so many complaints which currently we are speaking about in this August House. The last one, Honourable Minister, is the number of arbitrators we have in this country. Currently, there are only about 28. Sure. If I'm mistaken, correct me, but the number I had last time, there were 28 countrywide. We can also sympathize with them, the delay of awards, because there's so many cases. But we need to pay attention. We need to pay attention so that we increase the number of arbitrators. I recognize the issue of the private usage of private arbitrators. That is also something commendable. But I think we need to increase the number of arbitrators in the office of the Labour Commissioner. I commend. And I commend your Labour Department. The issue of the Office of the Labour Commissioner to be independent is something we need to fast track, so that it can also help to deal with so many issues which the Honourable also have stated here. Because the independence of the Office of the Labour Commissioner, it will help also to deal with the issue of the attitude, and there's so many things which we need to deal with. But I think the issue of independence, it needs to be dealt with. I so submit, Chairperson, and I fully support this vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I now recognize Honorable April.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I'll be very brief in my contribution, and since what was spoken so far is actually a common view about how we want these relations to be rectified and improved upon, I'm not going to dwell much into that, but I want to actually approach this one more from a humanitarian angle. I think the biggest problem, Comrade Minister, we have in this country is not so much about the pay and not the pay, but it's more about the person. Most of the people that are providing jobs in this country, starting from the very own government institutions, as much as there are regulations, the attitude of those for whom we come to work for or to have to work with towards those that are coming in definitely is a matter of worry. As long as our people are just being seen as objects in this so-called relationship of employer and employee, and I am just being recognized for what I can contribute, and that being regarded as some sort of a tool. I'm just somebody that should do something there, and I'm not being seen for who I am, being a human being. As long as that aspect is not addressed and properly regulated, we are going to have this problem. And therefore, I want to impress upon you, Comrade Minister, this business as unusual should start with proper recognition of our people for who they are and not what they have. That's the problem. And therefore, I want to edge on to what I have said by trying to think, a piece of paper definitely helps a person to find a better balance in that relationship that you have with your employer. And I have noticed that our security guards, our farm workers, the ladies and gentlemen that are working as yard boys and domestic workers, we need to find a way to protect these people. These people are being exploited. And therefore, Comrade Minister, my time is now being, you see now. Therefore, Comrade Minister, mine is just to urge upon you and kindly implore you to please try to get a way so that our farmers, farm workers and domestic workers and these people also get some sort of a training that is recognized, that will enable them to find themselves in an equation where they can also negotiate for whatever benefits they want to see in whatever job relationships that we have. So I submit, Comrade Minister, and I fully, what is the word, support. Your vote. In conclusion, just a word of caution to us, all of us in this house. We need to be very sensitive in how we say things, because we are here to address problems, I said, and not to polarize each other on basis of perspectives that we have on some aspects in this country. Retaliation will not be okay at the end of the day. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable April, for being so precise. I now recognize Honorable Krone.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I have only one recommendation to my Honorable Minister. It's please to help us to set up satellite offices of the Employment Equity Commission in the regions or towns. The SMEs are struggling to travel to Windhoek to apply for this certificate or a letter when they apply for the tenders. I thank you.
Thank you very much for being so precise. I now recognize Honorable Klute.
Deputy Chairman of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Minister,
In your speech, I noticed you mentioned the Global Accelerator project to create over 3,600 jobs. Which brings me to the fundamental question of your ministry's role and maintaining existing labor relationships. And also, what happened to the employment creation portfolio? You know, some might say that it is a cross-cutting issue in government, or government is not a job creator. But when we have these high unemployment rates, how do you continue accelerating or stimulating for others to create jobs? And not just have a role that just maintains jobs, but actively encourages job creation with more funding from your ministry. So I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Abubu. I now recognize Honorable Nashinge.
Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, the effort on wanting to maintain these work relations and whatnot, I think one thing that we must not leave out is also to garment to garment. Affirmative action, this and that, I think we need to review because it's now outdated. We need to truly have an understanding what is that we want to achieve, and also to make sure that a fair representation within government institutions as far as our diversity is concerned is prioritized. Because you go in one ministry, it's one group of people almost in the entire directorate or division. I don't think that is really what we want to see. The other thing is also perhaps to have an integrated system as labor ministry versus all the ministries, just to have an understanding what is that we have in terms of skills. Even in terms of, it is much more helpful for the Ministry of Labor to have an understanding as to how many people will be going into retirement in 3, 4, 5 years' time. And then the other thing also of asking us, or young people, 10 years work experience. It needs to be addressed. I just left university yesterday. Where do I get 10 years experience? The other thing is that we have citizens who are complaining that NIMT is offering a course called Me Writing or Me Write. But these guys, when it comes to internship, we now have close to 27 students. When it comes to internship, they don't know where to go. When it comes to employment, there's nothing for them. Hence, I was saying earlier, the Ministry of Labor should also have an understanding of what is going on in the market so that some of these problems are avoided by making sure that we institutions that are there to offer vocational training, they offer courses that are in demand as far as the market is concerned. Otherwise, we are going to disappoint the parents who spend so much money on their children to send them to school or institutions of higher learning, and just to finish, to come and sit at home staring at them. They can't even afford Vaseline. Yeah, I think the integrated system is one thing that I wanted you to prioritize so that you know what is going on the ground. With that, I think I'm done for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, you are enough to support.
I now recognize Honorable Lucato.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of the Whole House Committee, for the floor. And I'm standing here as a Namibian citizen, and also that as the day of tomorrow is a Workers' Day, which is a very important event. So, honorable members, honorable the chairperson, I just want to propose the schedule vote 3-1, vote and vote 9 to 6 to.
Honorable, we are specifically on vote. Specific vote.
Oh yeah.
On vote.
Yes. Yes.
So please.
Okay. According to vote 14.
Yes.
Yes, vote 14. In this moment, since Namibian people, others also, they are very happy about Workers' Day, which is going to happen tomorrow. Then maybe others, they want to travel to Oshakat in Omusati region. So I propose that we vote 3-1 and vote 09 to be scheduled to 6 May.
Okay, honorable.
Yes, I okay.
Someone on the floor. May you take your seat, please?
Okay.
Chairperson, you moved a motion that was without notice. It was not objected to. It was you that moved that motion, and we agreed with you, all of us. Princess also agreed with it. So that motion, your motion that you moved, Honorable, my elder there is redoing your motion that you have already submitted. So please guide us.
Okay.
Yes, because
honorable member, it's quite clear. I was about to react to it.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so that we don't create a culture of because next time when I'm traveling
it's very clear. Yeah. Honorable member, that issue. Yeah. No. Yeah. Honorable member, Honorable Rukato, please straight to the point. Yeah. Make your contribution. Oh, are you done? Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable Senior Leader. Yeah. Honorable, I now recognize Honorable Werikwa.
Considering I'm the last on this vote, I would like to address myself, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, on vote 14, Program 2. Fully in support of the program, Honorable Minister, I just wanted to add a few small issues that I think are of great importance. Number one is the issue of the National Pension Fund that you spoke about in your motivation. It is vital that there are blue-collar sectors that I think, upon you fast-tracking and establishing that very fund, indeed, they will retire gracefully. So please, let us fast-track that. Critical component is the issue of contract workers. We have seen a system whereby truck drivers and other sectors, they are individuals who are working on a monthly renewable contract, whereby the employers are averting the issue of employing these colleagues permanently, because they would then be responsible for provision of things such as medical aid and all these things. But in absence of that, they resort to employing them and having monthly contracts that are renewable every month. That goes for more than 8, 5, 6, 10 years. And such a practice really need to be dealt with, because now people have found ways on how to go around the Labour Act. Moving down, and in conclusion, the issue of promotion of harmonized or harmonious labor relations, especially with compliance with AA, which is affirmative action. We have seen in the private sector where a person in the color of James, full of pigment as I am, and melanin as I am, you would find that there will be brought a person that is called an understudy under yourself. And this person will actually be from a different race in terms of racial segregation of our society, though we want to move away from that. It's somebody that looks like April. So this person, you are actually forced to train this person for a specific period of time, and eventually... No, let me get to the point. The point is here. By virtue of you being a Mupanda, you are employed in that position.
Point of order. There's a point of order.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I am...
You must be happy that you are classified as a white.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I feel so insulted. And I want to ask you, please, Chairperson, to protect my dignity by asking the gentleman, the Honorable, to withdraw with no conditions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I withdraw unconditionally of me referring to April as April. That's Honorable Solomon April Mentos.
What about the white?
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to say the serious issue of racial segregation between the blacks and the whites, where in the private sector, especially the white community, resort to a point whereby a black person in the position that you are employed, you are given somebody as an understudy, and this person come under you, you have to train them. After a month or two, a senior position is available without any advertisement whatsoever. This person then takes that very position. This person becomes your supervisor. You, the one who have trained him, now must be able to write a report to him. He must edit your report, whether you are right or wrong. Yet this person was your understudy. Such is going on in the private sector. I have friends who have been subjected to that. And Honorable Minister, we need to apply the law equally. What is good for the goal, it can be good for the left and to the right as well. Because the point is that let us not only implement our laws when it comes to the public sector. Private sector, we need to be strong on the private sector. Finally, the inspectors, the work inspectors, these guys are understaffed. Number one. Number two, in terms of material availability, one inspector is responsible for Chiwarongo, Okahanja, Ucho, all the way up to Opua, and he must deal with all these cases, one person. So somehow they are overstretched. Honorable Minister, please look into that issue very seriously. I fully support the vote, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Balotti.
Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, I wish to speak to vote 14 and equally respond to Honorable Kluter, who infers that government is mandated to create jobs. However, I first wish to ask Honorable Mupanda to unconditionally and unreservedly withdraw his comment calling Honorable Theophilus Princess. That is unparliamentary.
I support you on that. I support you.
Okay, proceed. Okay, move on. No, Honorable Member, I did not hear.
We heard it.
Okay, Honorable Member, please do withdraw.
The time is moving.
Okay, yeah. Okay, the time, yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, just a minute's time.
I don't know what's wrong with
it.
What is watching you?
Okay, Honorable Member, yeah.
And so to sort of respond partially to Honorable Kluter, where the question is asked, does government have a role in providing the jobs?
Okay. Now, on a point of order.
I'm just afraid because the contribution is to the vote. It's not to interrogate the contribution of others. Because once we enter that area of interrogating others and responding, the person who's going to respond to us is a minister. Those are the rules that we've established for ourselves. And I know he has a lot to contribute. And his time is also running out. So please, let's guide him so that we can learn from him, not to respond to people.
Okay. Okay, honourable member, please proceed.
Well, thank you very much. And so, as I speak to vote 14, I raised to say government does have a role in being a catalyst for employment. And I will even support you in saying, when we talk of public sector employment, we all know that we face high unemployment in our country, especially among young people. And I think there are temporary measures to absorb these young people through public works.
Put them on, please. No, put the head. Yeah, put them on. Yeah.
So I do wish to say that no, government is not mandated to be the main employer. And I think there are 2 or 3 reasons I wish to provide here. The first one being that, as we can all imagine, the sustainability risk, and this speaks to our public payroll, as we all know, can even enhance or be enhanced and really just continue to create austerity measures for the country. The second one being that private sector crowding out. We do not want to have a situation where private sector no longer innovates, grows, or have the ability to do what private sector does. And I think the third point is the efficiency and performance of the private sector, which tends to be more agile, as we can all imagine, and obviously innovation-led. And I think, therefore, I do wish to say that the best model is for government to be a job enabler. And our government of the day, the SWAPO-led government, is to ensure policy reform. And that's why we sit here. We need to create pro-business, pro-youth employment environment. And these are the laws which we sit here as parliamentarians to debate and enact. And secondly, when we speak of skills alignment, where we need to invest more budget into education and training that prepares young people for the high demand sectors. And so with that, Honourable Chair, Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, I unreservedly support vote 14. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Karonda.
We are here to work. We don't want to join people who are not here.
Honourable Karonda.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Thank you very much. I can see the ideological confusion on the part of the colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Some propose state minimalism, others say government must be involved in job creation and so on and so forth. We have already spoken about an activist state, an interventionist state. Now, with respect to the vote, I'm elated that reforming labor policy, enforcing labor laws with vigor and fairness is among the key issues that the minister wants to work on. And I'm aware also of the many comments that were made about the labor inspectors. Now, of all inspectors, I know the labor inspectors to be the only ones who, for some reason, don't have the right to arrest or to effect an arrest. I know fisheries inspectors, I think, are empowered by law to arrest, and I know police inspectors too. Perhaps we also want to empower labor inspectors to also effect arrest, especially of employers who, for some reason, choose not to comply with arbitration awards or the provisions of the law. Deputy Chair, we spoke about labor hire. I want to say a thing or two about that. I think we should, Comrade Minister, encourage more labor placement agencies as opposed to labor hire, so that once a person is placed.
Okay, Honourable, you don't have the floor. Okay, Honourable Member, please proceed. Honourable Member, may you please proceed? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Honorable member, please. Just hold on. Honorable members, some of us are new here, and we are all here to learn. Okay, honorable new members of parliament, if a member is on the floor, like Honorable Karonda, you don't walk past between the presiding officer and the person who has the floor. You turn around. So that is information to the new ones. I'm saying this because we expect that we take it for granted that everybody understands and know the norms of the House. So I thank you. Okay, Honorable Member,
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. In line with the proposal of Comrade Ampanda, with respect to the ministry or the minister's office, being given some money to do certain things, I think I agree with that proposal, and that also perhaps some of that could be used in assisting trade unions, especially those recruiting or representing workers in the domestic service sector, as well as the farm, commercial farm or communal farming, sector, with the collection of membership fees, because this is an area, or these are two areas that have been very difficult for trade unions to recruit and mobilize. Thank you.
No, thank
and
you.
Of course, I support the vote.
Okay. I now give the Minister of Justice and Labour Relations the floor to respond.
Thank you, Wendako.
Yes, I was on the edge of saying thank you very much, the Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. You may probably be wondering why that every time that I take the floor, I do so with a smile. Yeah, so I want to qualify that for everybody's understanding. It's because I have not received any objection to my bill. So I want to congratulate ourselves and everybody from this side as well as from that side. And I will try to be very sincere to answer the questions as they are put. But I must indicate that I may not be in a position to answer every question, specifically. And what I have then tried to do, I have codified, the questions into thematic areas. And I want everybody then to listen very well, because so with the codifications of questions into thematic areas, so I have grouped them really into themes based on their interrelatedness. What I have garnered, Comrade Honorable Deputy Chair of the whole House, or the full House Committee, is that there were issues pertaining to the legislative and regulatory framework. There were issues pertaining to the business processes and system. And then there were issues pertaining to compliance and supervision. And then there were issue, pertaining to capacity building. So, and I will then address the questions, as I have pigeonholed them. I think to start with Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, I want to start with the issue of the labor high, because that was the first one that was highlighted by the first contributor to this vote. The issues of the labor high, it's provided for, in terms of the Employment Service Act. So where under Section 20 of that Act clearly, or it clearly provides for private employment agency that any body can actually enter into that type of business where they are then doing the placement of employees into different or with different employers that may be seeking for their service. But I think what is very important, and this is something that that we are going to interrogate very well, is the question of whether or not we do attach, conditions to the licenses that we issue. So in terms of the legislative order at the moment, so the license to employment or to the private employment agency is issued by the director responsible for labor market labor market services. And the law, in actual fact, does provide, in terms of Section 2021 of the Act that I have just cited, that that director may as well impose conditions that are accompanying those licenses. Equally so, if one has then regard to Section 20 of the very same Act, it empowers still the ministry through through the director responsible for labor market services to cancel those licenses, provided that there is either failure to comply with the Act or there is non-compliance with the condition that have been imposed at the point of issuing the license. And maybe that's the area that we have not took advantage of in protecting of our employee, and you can have my word at this very hour that going forward we are going to do it differently. The other issue that I think pertains to the issues of the legislative and the regulatory framework pertains to the question of where one feels that doesn't see, I think it was Comrade Jonas, where she indicated she doesn't quite see our strategic intervention speaking to the review of both the Social Security Act as well as the Labour Act. What I must indicate is that those two pieces of legislation are under review. So, and in fact, we are giving some degree of pace towards their finalization. But I must indicate that for as much as we advocate for tripartism, the involvement of the social partners, so there get to be challenges encountered with the availabilities of social partners or various members that are forming part of various technical committees that are created for the purpose of analyzing of those legal documents. So that's one of the challenges that is there. Hence, if there are unionists here, of which Honorable Jonas is one in her past, immediate, profession. So we urge that the social partner must really bring their part, towards the finalizations of some of those critical governance documents. The other issue that I want to speak to, the issue of the ILO Convention 190. So the ones that is calling for a world of work free of violence and harassment of any kind. And this is in response to the question posed by my very able Minister of Information as to what is that we are doing in order to mitigate harassment, of whatever kind, in workplace. Namibia is part to ILO Conventions 190, so that is really, calling for government to put in place strategies that would ensure that we do not have any form of harassment in the workplace. And in order to give effect to that, what the ministry is busy with at the moment, and this is common cause, by the way, is that we are embarking upon, training of champions from different workplaces, both in public sector as well as in private sector, in order really to create awareness, on issues of harassment and violence in workplace, and also then empowering or equipping, people with the knowledge so that they can go and plow back, with their colleagues at their respective workplaces in an effort to really mitigate, the occurrences of such incidents. I think that probably would conclude the first thematic area that concerns the legislative as well as the regulatory framework. And I want then to move on to the aspect of the compliance, supervision, and adjudication. And I think the common thematic area here was much to do with what is the number of officers that we have for the purpose of inspection, whether now it's the inspectors, for employment condition, inspectors for occupational health and safety, as well as inspectors for industry and all that. I think, and I hope that my recollection is still up to the tune in terms of the briefing that I have received at the very beginning, so that the inspector for condition of employment, I think so far in the whole country we have 54 inspectors for occupational health and safety, or for the purpose of realizing that I think we have 28, and the inspector for industry purposes, or for industry, I think we have 24 countrywide. But as I am saying this, I think it's a common position as well among us as the lawmakers, and also for those of us that mind informing ourselves through the literatures of any kind, that this number of staff are not sufficient, for the number of work places that we have, number of of factories that we have, number of farms that we have, number of mines that we have, number of individual households that we have. Because when we're talking about inspections, we are also talking about probably getting to the household level, so that we see that those of you that have employed domestic workers, whether you are indeed treating them in accordance with the call that you are making in this house. So it's quite, we are very thin on the ground, and really, with all sincerity, for all intents and purposes, it's for these reasons that when we are motivating our budget, be it vote 14, be it 16, be it 20, 35, we are really doing it with a greatest sense of sincerity in our eyes, so that you understand, the daunting task that lies ahead of us. So, related to that, I think then that explains really why we may have the case, the backlogs of cases. Why we then have, and the same goes with the arbitrator, by the way, at the office of the Labour Commissioner. So the staffs are just not enough. We are then facing that challenge, and that's why there is a provision now to fill some of the position that we intend to create with with this budget. Other issues that pertain to processes is pertaining to the information integrated employment system. Of course, it matches the job seekers with the employers, and it provides statistics in terms of who are the job seekers at a given time and who have been placed by the system. But our intention for our well-intended commitment is that we want to improve that, to upgrade that system, and it's actually undergoing upgrade at the moment. In an event that you log in and it's actually not responsive, please take note of that. So we have a commitment also to make sure that we revamp all our business processes by embarking upon business re-engineering or business process re-engineering in order to bring about efficiency. Capacity building, yes, I think we take note of your call for capacity building, Comrade Karonda, towards the union as part of strengthening the social partners for them to be able to make meaningful contribution. In actual fact, I have good intentions also to the effect that I want to engage with a social partner in a fashion that is constructive and in a fashion that is able to add value toward resolving the national challenges that we are facing in the labor relations. The ministry remain responsible for job creation, and that is first and foremost by ensuring that there is a sound legislative framework and policies in place. And then with regards to the budget falling under the office of the minister, I think that is something that we can actually look into in our next phase. But for now, if you look at Program 2, promotion, it's creating that awareness and understanding. And therefore, in order for us not to delay social justice, we must support this budget wholeheartedly. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any further discussions? Any objection? Agree to? Thank you very much. I now put vote 8, defense. Any discussions? I now recognize Honorable High Caller.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I understand they say out there defense is the most sensitive ministry, but if our brothers and sisters in there are crying out, as lawmakers we have to intervene. I just want to bring to your attention that 2024, the ministry received 6.8 billion, and 63% went to personal expenditures. This year, we have increased, the budget has increased with 8.9, which is 7.4 billion. But I want to bring to your attention travel and subsistence allowance, S&T. Last 2023 to 2024, S&T was 19 million. 2024 to 2025, it was 26 million. And 2025 to 2026, this year, we have increased it with a 9.5 million, which is now 35 million. However, this S&T is not benefiting all the soldiers. So some soldiers, they go in the field, in the bushes, they call it bushes, right? Such as Ukolondo. Yes, Ulungwa Kolondo. And they stay there for months, weeks, and days, and yet receive nothing while we budget for S&T. The generals, the high-ranking soldiers, when they go there and visit these soldiers, they receive Honorable Minister, we are talking about equity, equality, and fairness. So if all the soldiers are wearing the uniform, it means all of them must receive SNT, otherwise we will not approve SNT that is being given to the Minister of Defense in this house. So, as I have stated, and I will say it again, the ministry needs to relook at this, and if it's either we have SNT for all the soldiers, either high-ranking or low-ranking, or we do not have at all. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for being very specific and precise. Honorable Hengari.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to actually support this very important vote. Don't get excited, relax. It's too soon. But of course, with a number of issues that I want to raise to the Minister. And perhaps some of these issues also tie in with what Honorable Esther has just mentioned. You will hear, if you one day sit down with these young soldiers that are recently recruited or have been around at least for 5, 6, 7 years, you will hear horror stories. And I'm not talking about the training that they have to go through. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the struggles that they have to endure. Say, for instance, whether it is to be considered for promotion, and just straightforward issues like asking for proper accommodation or shelter, whether it's at a base or at a military camp. Now, I want to specifically say this, and I want to say it on record, that it is one thing to train someone to be tough, but it is another to abuse and violate somebody. I don't think, for example, and I think perhaps, Minister, we must encourage and spend a lot of time encouraging or at least creating an environment where our soldiers and the people that we recruit into the NDF are able to approach their superiors with issues around food, issues around shelter. And it should not be received with hostility. The reason why I say you will hear horror stories when you talk to young recruits, and I'm not talking about people that have been recruited or have been around for maybe a year or 2 years, is because those conversations do happen. And I think because we are a democratic state and not a military one, we need to really address the issue of why it is so hard and why soldiers fear to raise issues around basic needs. The other time we were talking about, we had a motion before us here, and we were talking about the conditions of prisoners, whether somebody that has been sentenced or just an accused person in a prison facility. And we all agree that the dignity of an individual ought to be protected at all times. And I think this is one of those things that really need to be settled. Another Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House, I also welcome on page 68 of the development budget, there is a project, basically, that is aimed to build an army battle school at Oshivelo and all other annex bases to Oshivelo Army Battle School. Similarly, you also have another objective, which is to build a new base at Oluno and other annex bases to Oluno military base to that of a modern standard. I think all in all, to really summarize my contribution is to say this. I support this vote, but I think the soldiers need to be looked after, trained but not punished and violated. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Minister Theophilis.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson. And I'd like to thank my father-in-law, Honorable Kapofi, for tabling this very important vote. On the onset, before I speak on the various programs and specifications of this vote, I'd like to sincerely thank my father-in-law for guiding the men and women in uniform really in difficult times. You know, during the passing of our third president, during the passing of our founding father, during many, many bereavements of heroes and heroines that are continuously leaving us due to age, the military has really come through to support those programs, and I'd like to thank all the men and women in uniform out there for their service to the Namibian people. So, Deputy Chair, the Namibian Defence Force is most likely the most important organ of the state in protecting the territorial integrity of the Republic of Namibia. And I'd like to thank Minister Kapofi for really gradually professionalizing the military and the Defence Force. Truly, they are sending young soldiers to school. They are constantly investing in training and capacity building as reflected in their Program 1. And I think this is important, especially around programs from airspace protection under Program 3 and offshore defense under Program 5, which deals with issues around maritime space. I just have one question, my father-in-law, Minister Kapofi. We have now entered a digital era, and Namibia too has a digital territory. We have put together a Namibia Security and Computer Incident Response Team to monitor attacks on the Namibian cyberspace. I'd like to know, Minister Kapofi, if the Ministry of Defense is considering, through especially Program 1 on training and capacity building, to train soldiers on how we can protect our digital space. Because the territorial integrity of Namibia nowadays, even in the digital era, is under attack. We have ransomware, we have people literally taking chances against our critical infrastructure, where at some point they are attempting to attack, critical infrastructure such as our water, our power supply, our telecommunications, and usually when those things go black and the country goes literally blind, chaos can ensue, and that has serious detriments to protecting the country. So, Minister, that is my question, and I wholeheartedly support this very important vote around defense. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for being so concise. And I now recognize Honorable Kandorodu.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I'm seeing here on remuneration, last year it was 3.693, it's 3.7. Of course, I have been observing quite a number of intakes or recruitments from defense, recruiting young people from all the regions, making sure that the security of this country is represented by all. However, there is quite a number of disparity or favoritism when it comes at the current structures in terms of leadership of the Defence Force. Most of this money is being spent in one group. There was a time when one was whispering with me that sometimes the executive meetings or the management meeting of the Defence Force is being deliberated in Oshikwanyama, Oshidonga, because it's only one group of our society, the executive prime group that is deciding on the security balance in terms of representing us at the Defence Force. It's very important. Promotions, it's very unfair only families, to the brigadier, to the generals, associates that have been promoted. So this whole bunch of money that we are procuring or appropriating from this bill, it only go to one group, one family. Please address that. On the issue of procurement, please, Honorable Kapofi, with all due respect, the uniforms, can we please give it to the tailors, our ladies that are, and men that are doing tailoring? Let us avoid ordering these uniforms from China, from Brazil. The issue of food, and where's the Minister of Home Affairs? I want to applaud the Correctional Service of Namibia. They are producing their own food, but our soldiers, they are wasting our money. They cannot produce their own food. They are doing basically what we call nothing. Just they cannot put a seed on the ground and get an onion. They want August 26 to supply everything, and then at the end of the day, the money is being misused. And also it's very important, Comrade Minister, that you need to get closer to August 26. They are very corrupt. Money is being channeled to individuals' accounts. Those people are still around. They are moving around. They are untouchable. So we cannot just give money to you, but then somebody is transferring 2 million to his personal account. Nothing is being done. And where is the security of this country? Is it in the hands of the corrupt, or is it in the hands of the trusted countercutters? And I submit.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Aupindi.
Salutations to Minister Kapofi, salutations to his deputy, the CDF, and all the generals and staffers, ED, and all of you. I commend you for nearly 100% of the execution of your budget. But I also commend you for keeping us safe. You know, sometimes we speak so nicely here in Parliament, and the only reason we are really able to do that is because the territorial integrity of this great republic is being secured by this great institution. And therefore, I'm not from the school of thought that is always arguing against reducing the budget of the Defense Force. Because if the Defense Force and this great ministry is to continue with its sacred assignment, we have to ensure that an appropriate amount is appropriated by this August House so that we continue to secure the territorial integrity. And on your accountability strategy and report coming in through what was presented by the Minister of Finance, you have not only received for consecutive years that have been following it, unqualified audit opinion, but it also shows that there is great accountability. I know that there is a lot of discussion around the August 26th. My friend, I can tell you right now that while accountability must be there, and it should be there, we cannot open ourselves up to the enemies. The enemy cannot know what we are doing in the military operation in terms of military-industrial complex. Therefore, you have to understand the complexity of August 26. You cannot just somehow think it's just like some kind of a combustion. This is running a military operation. And if you look at your project in terms of equipping the army, I'm really proud of the 2 aircraft that were achieved, that were accomplished and brought to Namibia. I know there was some discussion in terms of that there were some Chinese operators or pilots. But of course, if somebody has received new equipment, part of that guarantee and orientation and teaching and after service, you have to attach technologists and technical and engineering people. And therefore, I'm very proud that the Namibian Air Force was actually flying those. So congratulations, and no one would be more proud of you than the founding president, the leader of the Namibian Revolution, who created this great institution, and you sent him off with absolute dignity. We are all proud of you. Lastly, as you go on and equip yourself, I can only say that the 480 million, which is reserved for your offshore defense activities, one must know that Namibia's territorial water is bigger than Namibia's onshore, the land. And therefore, for the Army really to have 483 million to secure Namibia's territorial water, because as you have said, Minister, and I compliment you for that the territorial water is bound to transnational crimes, including those that are brought by pirates. But even these new industries that I keep talking about, oil and gas, they themselves actually are sometimes sources of these transnational crimes. And not only that, even leakages. Somebody can even come with an oil tanker and suck out our oil without us knowing. And therefore, I would say that in the future we should also probably look at increasing the budget for the offshore defense activities so that you're able to do your job. Lastly, and in the end, please keep going. We are behind you. We salute you, and we love you, and we know you are doing a tough job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you very much for being so precise, and I now recognize Honorable Likando.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to join other members who have congratulated the Honorable Minister for his reappointment. That's a sign of confidence in him, and we should collectively applaud him. Honorable members, Namibia as a country is not a standalone on the globe. We are members, or as a country we are born from friends and solidarity. As such, gaining our independence, we are required to equally do the same. The Namibian Defence Force has proven in its smaller size that it has withstood international missions, and our fatality rate has proven that we have a strong force beside a smaller number of them. Honorable members, all what I can say is the resources that we have allocated to the Ministry of 7.5 billion is not enough given the geopolitics and the shift of power globally. We are having aging equipments. The technology revolves every day. We are fully aware that Namibia is now a focus of the whole world in terms of economy due to the founding of oil and gas, and these need to be protected. You can go around the world, the country with these resources, there is always conflict. Therefore, we must stand united as honorable members to support or to give more resources for the preparedness and readiness to defend our natural resources. However, I would like to highlight to the Minister that these processes need efficiency and transparency as well as strategic planning, as highlighted in the Auditor General's report, to raise confidence in this August House and the public out there. With those few words, I wholeheartedly urge the honorable members of this August House to fully support the defense vote of 7.5 billion without further ado, and also avoid discussion in public. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize Honorable Fries.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable members, I just have a few questions to pose to the Minister. To start off with, on page 6, Honorable Minister, of your motivation on personnel expenditure. Why does personnel expenditure still consume 60% of the defense budget? And what long-term reforms are planned to shift resources towards operational readiness and modernization? On the same page 6 of the motivation, Honorable Minister, it outlines that 14% was spent on the acquisition and capital assets and infrastructure development. The question begs, what specific infrastructure and capital assets were acquired with the 14% allocation, and how do these assets improve defense capacity or capability? On the same page 6 of your motivation, Honorable Minister, regarding the allocation to goods and other services, how does the Ministry ensure that the allocation towards goods and services, which is 23%, directly supports national security priorities and is not lost to inefficiencies or procurement irregularities? On page 9 of the motivation, you outlined that SETCOM and August 26 secured international contracts. How much revenue was generated through the international contracts secured by SETCOM and August 26 construction? And what portion of that revenue returns to the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs? This question is important because it ensures transparency regarding public entities operating under the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs. With these few questions, Honorable Minister, we support your vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fritz, for being so specific. I now recognize Honorable Minister Daniel.
Honorable Chairperson of, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, good evening. I rise to contribute and also to support to the allocation of 7.4 billion to the vote number 8 of the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs as presented by the Honorable Minister Franz Kapofi. Let me begin by commending the Minister for its 99.9% budget execution rate in the previous financial years for maintaining an unqualified audit opinion for the consecutive 5 years. These achievements speak prudent and loud to financial management and dedication in your leadership. You deserve a round of applause there, the Minister. I'm also particularly encouraged by the continued recruitment and upskilling our youth, as seen in the graduation of over 1,500 recruits and cadets in 2024. This is not only a strength to strengthen our systems and our defense, but it's also to defend. It's also for defense capability, but also to create meaningful and employment discipline-based career, which is very way for our young Namibians. Additionally, Defense Force role
in civil operation, including drought relief distributions, flood responses, and anti-poaching operations, exemplify the ministry's value beyond combat readiness. This demonstrates that our defense force
Order, please.
remains a pillar of national stability.
Order. Procedural.
Of national stability and service to the people. You are always come to the national rescue when disaster strikes or national events and your service are needed. Honorable members, while I express my strong support for the vote, I just wish to raise one clarifying question that I believe is important for not only for myself, maybe for our collective understanding. On the military health services, Honorable Minister, given the high attrition of trained health professionals and the destruction of Peter Mashihange Military Health Center, could the ministry provide maybe clarity, the timeline and funding plan for the reconstruction of this vital facility and the proposed military referral hospital, as we always hear? Okay. In conclusion, honorable members, I firmly believe this budget allocation supports national peace, regional cooperation, youth employment, and economic resilience. I therefore urge everyone in this august House to join me in supporting and approve Vote 8 and continue backing defense ministry that delivers both protection, employment, and development. With those, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now recognize Honorable Shaningwa.
Thank you very much, Comrade, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to support Vote 8, Ministry of Defense. I would like to thank the Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs and your team for demonstrating your capabilities of handling eventualities, such as the ability to facilitate and the transportation of the remains of our national hero, the founding president and the father of the Namibian nation, to the regions and subsequently a dignified burial thereof. The Namibian Defense Force, thank you, also continues to be reliable in providing support responding to the natural disasters, such as devastating floods in the northern regions and the distribution of relief aid in the four corners of our country. Honorable members, however, as we all know, the defense of our country must be well equipped with human resources, capital, and equipment, as well as up-to-date technology that will enable them to defend our sovereignty and territorial integrity. Indeed, it is a well-known fact that many of experienced combatants are going on retirement, and I underline that one. We must therefore ensure recruitment of our young men and women into the Namibian Defense Force with an aim to replenish our forces with capable human resources. Recruitment into the Defense Force should, however, not be seen as a form of employment only to the youth, but rather an opportunity to serve and defend your or our motherland with patriotism. Honorable members, moreover, The Namibian Defence Force must be well equipped with the modern equipment and technology. We must therefore modernize our defense by acquiring drones, I underline that one, and maritime surveillance systems to protect our ocean, and engage in the capacity of exchanges with our friendly countries to see to it that our territorial integrity is protected. With that, I submit and I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shalingwa, for being so precise. Next, I now recognize Honorable Nashinge.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Our national defense is a very important institution for the motherland, and no one should ever claim to love it more than anybody else. It belongs to all of us. Honorable Minister, our expectation, the budget, I think, beside the numbers, we truly just want to see some changes as we move forward. We cannot have our National Defense Force with August 26 focusing on tendering, which is not sustainable. August 26 is into building toilets, schools. We would want to see our August 26 participating at global levels, building dams, bridges, and so forth, and be able to bring money back home, not toilets. And also, perhaps to focus on prioritizing great power competition. In SADC, we can position ourselves as such and be able to, we have better friends globally that are able to help us. We can also strengthen or modernize our force structure for multi-domain operations. You understand the language that I understand. And also perhaps to focus on innovation and industrial base. Today we are faced by global threats, natural disasters of whatever. Even now we have these guys attacking in Zambezi region now, attacking our maize, Shipafu, I don't know what to call them in English. And right now we depend on the very same Americans that we don't like, but we do have capacity because we have brains. We are able to come up with something to deal with this stuff through our defense. And we can't just focus on recruiting soldiers, but we can recruit engineers, scientists, and so forth, to strengthen not only the security of our country, but also to contribute to the economy of the country. Our late founding president was being treated at Lake Dipohamba. Where is our military hospital? 35 years. Those are some of the things that we are supposed to be focusing on. And discipline, Honorable Minister, discipline. It is embarrassing and discouraging to see every other time things like lies, if I can put it that way, gossip stories in the media. We are not supposed to be hearing this type of stuff. And when we are querying, when we want to get some sort of understanding, not how many bullets we have, that cannot be a problem coming from us. I mean, these weapons are bought from outside, and they have the data. So, please, let us improve. This money must be focused on something better. Let us see a new defense force. Otherwise, those that are excited to support, they are protected to support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Kangulu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the whole, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, Honorable Minister. I am very proud as a product of this specific ministry, having served this ministry for a number of years, and I have done so indeed to the best of my ability before I then finally become an MP.
Yeah.
I therefore would like, Honorable Minister, I must also acknowledge that this is a critical and yet important ministry. Therefore, with the budget of 7.4, I would like to contribute as follows. Very recently, circumstances that Namibia found itself, the passing on of our founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nuyoma, and the third president of the Republic, Dr. Anga Genko, in a private facility or hospital, demand a critical need for a specialized medical institution that can provide higher level of medical attention and that can also confer to a secure and confidential health services to the national leaders, to the veterans, to the military personnel, and perhaps their families. Namibia is one of the few countries in Africa and even outside without a dedicated military hospital. This absence has several implications. I can mention a few: strategic vulnerabilities, that is where we are talking about our veterans, our state leadership, and they do not necessarily require to be admitted and died in those civilian hospitals. The reliance of civilians and the private health care, the gap in combating medical readiness, field of trauma care and the disasters, limited capacity, amongst others. I also would like to, perhaps in contrast with our neighboring country, South Africa. You find there is a military hospital in Pretoria that also has a referral hospital and the training center. In Zambia, Maina Soko military hospital that play a due roles in serving the defense force and the nation. And then in Zimbabwe, Manyangwe military hospital in Botswana, Nigeria, and Ghana. Therefore, as I contribute, Honorable Minister, there is a very need to make sure that this hospital is considered with the assistance of our finance minister. This hospital is overdue, and I so submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Ampanda.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, firstly, Minister, I must just clarify that we are very critical of our military because we want it to be strong. When I did my master's degree, the title was The Role of Namibia in SADC Peacemaking, a critical analysis of our role in the DRC and the Angolan conflict. So I understand what our men and women in uniform can do. But the problem that we have is that the idea to manipulate people in believing that we can use security to justify corruption. So covering corruption is not in support of our army. The People's Liberation Army of Namibia was not corrupt. If it was corrupt, you would not have gotten freedom and independence. So the nature of how our military is organized in such a way that when politics fail, your army must be able to take over. That's why you have the health services. That's why you have your intelligence. That's why you have many other machineries there. So let's be very clear from the beginning that all of us want a strong army. but we will always stand and oppose to corruption. Not in defending it in any way in the name of national security, because that anybody who supports and defends corruption under any cover, you are actually an enemy of our army. What has happened in our country is actually that with the passage of time, you realize that we have actually inserted a lot of civilians in the military apparatus, particularly in these economic arms. Those generals, some of them dedicated their lives in exile for too long. They've never been involved in any corruption until they start sitting at boards together with civilians. Then all of a sudden, they are exchanging a bank account. So we have to be very careful about that. It's from that perspective that we must explain that we are very happy in supporting the strengthening of our army. Minister, I've intended to, until now, when I stood up, I intended to ask specific questions, but I'd rather give you a homework. There's a 10 million that is dedicated to Okatope. So I will not ask you what is it about. I'm just inviting you to go and investigate it. There is 50 million that is going to Agro Tour on page 75 of the MTEF. I'm not going to ask you what is it about. I'm just giving you an assignment to be able to go and check that. There is one question, of course, the only question that I'm going to ask you is that you find on page 75 there is confidential funds. What must we do with that? With a budget allocation that says confidential funds to the amount of 20 million on page 75. If you say this is land forces or operation, we will not be able to question that. What must we do with 20 million on page 75 that says confidential funds? By the way, it says these are budget transfers, not necessarily the operation itself. This is budget transfers, so meaning from the budget, 20 million is going to these confidential funds. And it presupposes a situation that these funds are going outside, either to the holdings or whatever it is that is basically happening there. So we want, in conclusion, Minister, a very important industrial military complex. Yeah, that's what we are fighting for. And for that, we will fight anything that needs to be fought. And we will defend anything that needs to be defended in strengthening that. We are weaker and we are poorer with a weak army. Yeah? We will be here, even if, as far as I'm concerned, if the budget was asking 10 billion for our defense, I will be the first one to support it. But the following day after supporting it, I will be the first one to stand up against corruption. We love our army, we are proud of our army, but we will never in any way defend any corruption. We will fight it in here, we will fight it outside. You are the last man standing, Minister. I've spoken to you, you understand that you are the last man standing.
Your time,
and I hope as the last man standing, you take this.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you. I now recognize Honourable Kalangula.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. As a Member of Parliament with a force number, I understand the concept of discussing certain matters to the Defence Committee, which I'm part of. And I understand the sensitivity of this vote, discussing it in the open table. I rise on vote 8, page 7.6 of Estimates of Revenue, Income and Expenditure book, main division on training, which is allocated of 634 million on that total vote, with a 450 million allocated to remuneration, and the residual amount to the rest under the vote in support of training. Over the past years, the Defence Force invested millions in training of all soldiers, including those trained on special skills, such as pilots, flight engineers, technicians, special forces, paratroopers, navigators, ship captains or /sailors, and many others. There is a major concern, Honourable Minister, on the rate of the trained personnel leaving the force as a result of lack of motivation. underutilization of the skills and talents in respect of the return on investment, the training we have invested in these soldiers, lack of competitive incentive packages, delays on benefits such as danger allowance, and S&T when on missions, especially for the junior officers. The list goes on. We will continue elaborating on the rest in the Defense Committee, as I have stated. These are some of the factors that make many seek for better opportunities outside the Defense Force. Honorable Minister, what can be done to ensure that the trained specialists soldiers are retained in the force to save on the training cost of the training, on training the replacement? I recommend that the leadership of Defense Force look into taking better care of the best we have trained to make sure that the best expertise are retained. Honorable Minister, I touch again on the two beds that were bought, the Y9E. It is a good aircraft. We are the only country in Africa that has that. And of course, the pilots got experience from that. We must understand that an aircraft gets instructors from the manufacturer. And of course, the Chinese ought to come here to give our pilots experience. And only then can they become captains when they accumulated sufficient hours. On that note also, I thank them for gaining that experience through the funeral of founding President Dr. Sam Nujoma. It is commendable. This brings question about foreign expatriates. We need to look into how long they stay here when they are training our soldiers, because at times their stay is long overdue. Defense Force is like an antivirus to any laptop in these hacking times. It is very important. NDF should be proud that it has soldiers in this parliament. I so submit, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Kalangola, I thank you so much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Straight to the point and very important. I now recognize Honorable Werikwa.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like, Deputy Speaker of the whole House Committee, I would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of Defense and want to thank you very much, you and your entire team, for the good work and the pride that you have bestowed on the Republic of Namibia during the service that you have accorded to the Republic in ensuring a dignified funeral to our leaders, His Excellency the Third President, Dr. Hage Geoffrey Geingob, and the Founding Father. Having said that, I also recognize the presence of Major General Atkofel Dengu Nambahu, representing none other than Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinias, the entire team on top there. Your presence is highly recognized. It's my time. Let me use it. It's my time. Now, Honorable Speaker, I would like to bring to this House that inasmuch the issue of accountability is, of course, a big issue of concern, but again, I would also want to draw the attention of us as honorable members. And a point I want to say, let's start to visit the facilities of the Defense Force to understand the Defense Force. Because the Defense Force is not just any other institution. It is indeed the backbone of our country, and Katia Mupanda, you have rightfully put that. If everything else failed, Honorable Dr. Professor Mupanda, if everything else has failed, you fall back on the Defense Force. When you look at our budget that we are sitting with, vote 08, number 1, is dealing with training and capacity building. I myself as governor have witnessed what those trainees go through. And it justifies why the 25 years of age and down. And when you come to what you call commissioned officers, that's a different bar. That's why they would have 35. I had an opportunity at a point to sail in one of our Navy ships, which is called Elephant, all the way from Swakopmund to Lutherits. And you will see how those young men, under the commandership of Captain Commander, they will be navigating through those waters only with nothing else but mathematical tools in the dark waters, and will get there. I would have witnessed at a point when I was in Karibeb, a K-8 flying and being flown by our own pilots in the Republic of Namibia. Then you ask yourself, with your capabilities as a country, when you are attacked in terms of air defense, what do you have? Do we have a strong air defense system? Do we have capabilities for us to be able to defend ourselves? Because one of our biggest fighter jets that we have on top level is not even reaching what you call second generation. It's not flying at even Mach 1 or Mach 2. That is how we can do. Now, as a country, we need to up our game and support our capabilities as far as our defense is concerned. The budget allocated there is 431 million, with at assets only 636,000 Namibian dollars. That's minimal in terms of air defense. We need to do more. We need to capacitate our defense force. When you go to the offshore defense, Elephant, Daures, Demo, all these are some of our Navy ships that we have. Some of them are decommissioned. But only an amount of 7.2 million Namibian dollars is allocated for assets. We need to do more with that to ensure that we protect our integrity as a country. In terms of intelligence, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Madam Sophia, the SG of the Swapa Party, have made mention of it. We need to be vigilant in terms of our surveillance. Drones are issues of importance, are key equipment in terms of attacks, in terms of surveillance, in terms of reconnaissance missions. We need to empower and capacitate our defense for them to ensure that they acquire drones to defend this country to the latter. We condemn in strongest terms the killing of the innocent lives of the Palestinians by the Israel government. And indeed, we support the two-state solution that have been presented. With this, I say I support unconditionally the Namibian Defence Force budget. And of course, if there is a provision during the midterm review that we have to improve it, let us improve it. I so support.
Honorable Werigwa, thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Lucato.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, members of Parliament. Thank you very much for the floor. I raise to contribute to vote 08, Namibia Defence Force, NDF. My contribution is that let me first say the recruitment of the NDF, especially our young youth, those who stay in the rural areas, when it comes to the recruitments, they used to suffer a lot because they have to get from the village to go and attend, that means testing in various towns where they don't have transports. So the budget is not enough because the NDF were supposed to provide transport to those poor, useful Namibians. Secondly, Honorable Chair, Member of Parliament, Namibia, security of the Namibia depend in the army of Namibia, which is the Defence Force, Namibia Defence Force, which means that it's so important that they have to be equipped with all resources, with all logistics. Also, the short also of vehicles to attend to all those things, security borderline. In Zambezi region, where there is also, let me say, stock theft and theft of animals and all those things. The foreigners thief the entire day and the night. Then, which means that I recommend to the Honorable, my relative brother, to make, if they can also support each other with the police because of the manpower, shortage of manpower of the police at our borderline. So which means that this has been a long time going on. And the other things which I want also to contribute, Honorable Minister, is the foreign missions. Foreign missions, this including SADC, AU, and international. So I recommend that when it comes to send soldiers, NDF soldiers in those foreign missions, it should be signed or agreed by the United Nations. Because the reason why I said so is it was those who participated in DRC, then which means that they were ordered to remove their soldiers because of conflicts within there. That's my contribution for that one. Then the last one, which I want to contribute, is that the welfare of our army soldiers. The ministry, Honorable Minister, our soldiers, they need to be treated, let me say, their wealth is not good, to increase their salaries and also to take care of them, because those are the soldiers, those who are working, who were supposed to work day and night in both, let me say, in the bushes to guard and the security of this country. Finally, Honorable Minister, I just want to say that I support 100% the vote 08, Namibian Defense Force. Please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lukato. I now recognize Honorable Ausiku.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to support vote 8, that of the defense. And I have a short question to the Honorable Minister. There is a small airstrip at Nepara Army Base in Pungu constituency in Kavango West. I would like to find out from the Honorable Minister if the Minister is planning to rehabilitate this facility, or will it be the responsibility of the Minister of Works? I also want to join my colleagues who are calling for the establishment of a military hospital. It is important that we have it. Finally, I also want to thank your ministry for involving the Regional Council in your recruitment process. It always starts from the constituency level, and that brings ownership of the process. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Karonda. Switch off and on. Off and on. Off and on.
Off and on.
Okay, thank you.
It's James. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Comrade Minister, I must say that I do rise to support your vote without, reservations. Except I have a few questions, one of which is the 4% reduction in personnel expenditure. You make reference to that, but you don't really say to what that is attributed. There's another question about Namibians who were deployed in foreign missions, some of whom returned but appear to have or to be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorders. Is the ministry aware of these people? Are there measures in place to deal with those. The last issue is just perhaps a cautionary statement with regards to the recruitment and employment of Namibians in the Namibian Defence Force, which I think Comrade Kandorogo may have referred to, that there be a balance struck that reflects Namibia's demography and not lean too much in favor of one particular group. I think, Mr. Honorable Comrade Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, that should serve me for now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Kandorogo.
I think the floor is for free.
It's free.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, I'm seeing here on page 75, Windhoek Machine Fabric. They got 10 million. It's 10 billion. No, 10 million 2023, 2024, 11, 2024, 2025. It's 10 billion. Okay, that number. Now, and you mentioned very good about them in terms of manufacturing vehicle or trucks for the NDF, but then this year they are getting nothing, next year they are getting nothing, and the year after. I want to know why, because what they are doing is very commendable, and the fact that NDF took over Windhoek Machine Fabric, in Hopapes, there is, I forget the name, but they used to build Uri's vehicle. It's good for farming. Like, I'm looking for a farm car now, as I'm speaking. But it could have been better if I go to Windhoek Machine Fabric and buy that. So can we please see, maybe in the next financial year, we allocate something to construct or to build or to manufacture cars that we can use from Windhoek Machine Fabric. For farming. In order to support these companies. And also, can you also elaborate in your feedback the Acro Tour? Here you allocate quite a number of huge amount, 50 million. Maybe you elaborate what is that for, so that we can take along. But in fact, the other one is we did not touch more on the salary of your soldier, because they cannot demonstrate, they cannot bargain. Please consider salary increment for your soldier, and I support the vote.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize Honorable Kumbwa.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, for the floor given. I'm rising to contribute to vote 08 for Defence Force of Namibia. Program 01, Training and Capacity Building. The issue here is that it was about to have Namibia we fought for it. Everybody fought, local and abroad, because we have national reconciliation for that matter. We have Namibia and we must keep Namibia. So, all of us, I'm happy that the whole House is embracing to say many about the love for our defense force. Then, I want the Honorable Minister to look at the following, just for improvement. Privileges to support staff in our army bases is not equally fairly treated. I'm informed the whole country there are segregations. And also, the vehicles of our armies. I remember one day when I was still a councillor at the Mundu Village Council, the Prime Minister had to visit us. And you know, the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister have always a motorcade. Everybody wants to be close to the Prime Minister. And the Defence Force team have to drive along. And that car just got stuck in the middle. No indicators. So, the equipment of vehicles to our Defence Force also is a problem. I think the Honourable Minister can look in that one. Then, you have them also as anti-poacher unity in the game parks, but I fail to understand why there is warders who are also looking for these animals, after these animals, and the other side are defense force who are anti-poachers. But these people hardly communicate. If they find themselves together, they chase each other. So I don't know what is the problem. I think the minister, the Honourable Minister, have to intervene there. And my request is here, everything that went wrong in this sector, I propose that a self-introspection be done, a list be provided either to the Auditor General or elsewhere, to the relevant authority, for us to get that report and see where is the improvement to rectify all the mistakes done by the ministry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable.
And I support the vote, finally.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Matundu.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to wholeheartedly support Vote 8, as tabled by our able Minister of Defence and Veteran Affairs, Honourable Franz Kapofi, on Program 2, Land Operation. Honourable Minister, during the second reading, we have already applauded the Ministry for availing the helicopter to come to the rescue of our people when they were in need. I just want to bring to your attention, Comrade Minister, as a former returning officer and a person who had an opportunity to work with the Electoral Commission, that in Kunene region, yes, in Kunene region we have several villages that are not accessible by road. If I have to mention a few, we have Skeleton Coast, Sirakafema, Ochavaya, Okakora, Ochomumboromponga, Ochiheke Shankututu, Onyedu, Eheke Rashitindi, Ochahawe, Oroviheke, Orokawe, Omboro, and others. Honorable Minister,
we really experience challenges when it comes to taking drought relief food to these very communities in those that I did not mention for the interest of time. I applaud to you or appeal to you that the helicopter should really continue to assist us when it comes to drought relief. On Program 7, Policy Coordination and Support Services, I applaud August 26 Construction Company for the job well done upon the successful completion of the Kunene Police Regional Headquarters. Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, as stated on page 25 of the Minister's motivation, to use the August 26 for construction is commendable. August 26 company has been championed for completing many jobs abandoned by other contractors, as we all well aware that tenders are given or awarded to initial contractors, which in the process face challenges and abandon the tenders. The abandoning of such tender has a negative implications on the project timeline. Therefore, I wholeheartedly support the vote and commending August 26 for always being or coming to our rescue when projects are abandoned. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Matundu. I now recognize Honorable Kangulu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I will be very brief. Accountability. I just wanted to emphasize. I see Honorable Member has emphasized there, but looking at specifically on the classified related security information and unclassified. We must not hide on classified result information. Where we needed to tell the public, let's be able to open up the report and give those August 26 report to the public, considering the classified information. On page 44 to 47, and I believe some other page also, Honorable Minister, if you can perhaps look at the Amites military base, which of course allocated about 3 million for 2025-2026, but then down at the project activities is written none. I may be perhaps with due respect, assist me if I do not understand what exactly that means. It's also on page 57 in terms of Okahanja, the very important hospital, not a hospital, but this is the training, the college. If you can also look at there, certain amount allocated, but then the activity is saying none. Issues of capacity, defense capability, program 7, support services, the 2.6. This, what happened exactly with WMF, Honorable Minister? The people who had that concept, I understand they are no longer there and they've been replaced by people without any technical understanding. What is the minister doing to make sure that when you are doing a turnaround strategy, you are truly able to make sure that this company is back to its original concept? The training, we commend the recruitment. However, the issue of similar surname, too much surname You go here, it's Kangulu, every base, just Kangulu. Honorable Minister, I think it's time we are talking about it's no longer business as usual. And we really need to make sure that that tendency should not be tolerated further. Physical training during the recruitment. Can we perhaps, the Honorable Minister, look at accommodating the certain recruitment to a reduced requirement, so that at least you, not only the degree holder, not only the grade 12, because even the battlefield, not only those that will be required. Therefore, with that, I commend the effort involved, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Amupanda.
Yeah. Minister, when my time ran out, I was talking about you being the last man standing. I hope we are together, Minister. So by last man standing, I actually mean there is a generation. When you look at just the current leadership now, what are they called? The head of the army, they are 40s. I was doing my research. So there is actually a generation that is leaving and the generation that is taking over. And you have that opportunity now to be able to nurture. Because what's going to happen, you are going to get a new culture. A new culture can be good or can be bad. Yeah? But the process of continuity and change, even in security and strategic studies, presupposes a situation that the good must continue, but the bad must change. But there must be somebody who's cooking. You guys are used to the pots. So you are cooking the pot as a last man standing, who is now giving birth to the new, but also an embodiment of that old culture. I want to... No, they are already there, Meme. My mother, they are already there in the army, that's what I mean. I'm not talking about politics. So, what I'm saying is that these are some of the ideas that you have brilliant people there, sometimes that are usually not utilized. For example, on page 35 of the capital of the development program, I was very happy to see research and development. I would assume that this is some work or team under General Nathinge. I think he's one of the brilliant minds that have not been properly utilized. And he was doing his PhD. I don't know how far he went. But I want to challenge you and your team. Maybe you can give them a task. Why is it that the pension of the soldiers is with GIPF? I guess this is what we found. But just think about one of the things that our defense industrial military complex did not consider is actually finance and the financial model. So if you just ask General Nathinge and his team there to say, man, what if we have our own pension fund? So in other words, the soldiers don't transfer their funds to GIPF. It goes straight to the pension fund. I can tell you now, Minister, you will not be coming to this parliament to ask for money, much of it. Because our GIPF money, the money for the soldiers is the one that is building South Africa. Old Mutual and all those other institutions are borrowing money from South Africa, from our GIPF. Ask General Nathinge and them to look at this, because we haven't done anything on finance in building our industrial complex in terms of that. In that process also with the Defense Foundation, well, they try their level best, but they could do more. Because if you say, for instance, a lot of money that, even say maybe some dividend, every soldier who's buying a bread at Pick and Pay and they have a card, $5 is already off, and you take responsibility of that as a Defense Foundation. Yeah? So then when they go and do their shopping and they show their card, already the system is integrated in terms of being able to do it. So there's a lot of incentives that you could do. Ask them, General Nathinge and them. you might lead to a situation where we are actually going to be self-sufficient, because otherwise people will keep complaining about these billions. Some of us believe that it must be more, but there are no guarantees that we are always going to win in terms of that argument. So GIPF, get out, establish your own defense will be on its own.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Shitana.
Thank you for the floor. Honorable Deputy Chair. My contribution is on accommodation and transportation. It's very, very sad whenever those of us who stays in a settlement at the last Monday in the Korea Capital and Havana, there was this incident that happened. A soldier who stays there, no electricity, no water, no nothing. Now this soldier, he put his kapot there, and you know there's a monkey there. That monkey took the whole chicken. So it is very, very bad to see a soldier leaving that side, and he has to go that through. Chasing a monkey for that chicken. There was also other incident of, if you happen to wake up at around 4 o'clock in the morning, to go at the four-way of between Greenwell and the Vanahenda, where they are getting those mini buses. It is very sad to see our soldiers fighting with civilians to get in those buses to go to Cedros and this basin in town. It's very sad. There was a time coming from Venil, going home. There was this soldier, a woman, and it was end of the month. She was carrying her tomatoes, and they were running in that position to get the bus. Because you know when it's end of the month, transport is not easy to get when you are going to Korea Capital Havana there. And you know this, how our society, how we are. We don't normally respect whether it's the police in the uniform or NDF member. We lack of that. Yeah, and this is caused by how we treat our soldiers. It's not the fault of the societies. It's how we and the ministry treats these people. They are creating that position for those people to be treated in public. And it's very bad and it's unacceptable. This person, he just pushed the woman soldier, she fell down there, her tomato were rolling down there, and I was sitting there. It's very bad. I'm asking Minister, please, look at these people, especially the young ones. They must be taken care, at least to motivate them. That's why we have two soldiers here. People are leaving because there is nothing that motivates them there. So we must really look at this. We are supporting it, and we must also hold you accountable for the money we are approving. It must reach out to everybody. I so submit, and I support it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Venani.
Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, I rise to give my few contributions to this very important vote. Firstly, we must commend the Securocratic leadership, the Army, for having remained apolitical during our difficult times of power transfers. It's something commendable that our Army has conducted themselves with flying colors when it comes to transition. Secondly, Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, Minister, my dear brother, elder brother, where you have the army, defense, it plays a catalytic role towards industrialization. If you look at all the research in America, in South Africa, in aerospace, the army has no program of research and development. And this is where our money is going. We cannot run a modern army without researching new technology, without researching and how army can play a double-edged role in helping this country to industrialize. We must start researching. There must be someone responsible for researching. For example, if you go to India today, I was once taken to a military base in India. The Indians are producing their own radars. Their army is researching modern radars, modern aeroplanes, modern what. We are doing well with Vendu Machine Fabric, that we are also producing our own armored vehicles. It's something very commendable. But if we put a research department in the army that can help boost our technology, we can do a lot of things. In fact, I would want to see a Namibia where we will become the first African country to produce our own solar panels through the army. And this can be done through research and development. So that department should come there. 2, August 26 report, I have delivered that issue and I've won the battle. That August 26 is a public company, we must get our report. The issue of large farms, there were large farms. I know the army is having a number of bases across the country. The last time I and the former president, Kainkop, spoke and agreed and disagreed on the army's generals renting large tracts of farms nearly for free. Who is renting army farms at this point in time, and who is grazing on those farms at this point in time? Lastly, on social housing, we must rethink the future, because this is our country. There is no home that we have besides this country. And I want to agree with Honorable Shitana to say, just to add to him to say, no soldier in our country, in our lifetime, should deserve to live in a shack. Our country has the largest cement deposits. The cement that this country has is cement that we cannot even overuse. We have more cement than what we need. We have August 26 as a company that is now building. Put up flats, social housing. Put up blocks of flats like the ones that were built by Mass Housing in Ombalea Tutina. Put 1,000 flats there. House soldiers in proper housing. We have land. We can do better at addressing social housing within the army. The army should not only be focused too much, of course it is the primary purpose of territorial integrity, but the army must look into the areas how it can partner our country's development trajectory towards industrialization, and it is within us to be able to do so. I support your vote, but we can do more going forward.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Hangula.
All right. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. This is just in closing from my side. I'd just like to post a very short and brief message or question to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we understand that there was that a significant budget goes to personnel. There was an allowance called the Air Force Professionals Allowance for their pilots and technicians, and we understand that it was cut sometime in May, and for some members it was not reinstated. So we'd just like to know why that was the case, and when can we expect this to be reinstated? I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Haikola.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I'm back again, contributing vote under vote 8. So it's just to encourage or to say motivate the Ministry of Defense to recognize the qualifications and the skills of the graduates, for example, that are in the army. So just to encourage them to remain in army. For example, or to say, I understand, and I also want to commend the NDF for recruiting a lot of young people. Most of them have qualifications. Some have degrees in logistics, degrees in nursing, but it's also very important that we align their skills with their qualification for them to remain in the force. Because if the person is a nurse, for example, and they will keep on looking for jobs outside, and these graduates, not this year, but sooner, they will keep leaving the army. So if we keep them at where they are qualified, for example, a logistic graduate goes straight to logistic department and recognize their grades, I think it will help the army to keep these people and in the long run develop the necessary skills. So thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I honestly, wholeheartedly thank all honorable members for being so united. The House has been united by the vote 8 of the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs. I could see the real unity of the Namibian House. Honorable Minister, I give you now the floor to respond. Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the All House Committee. You have asked a lot of questions, honorable members. Many of them very complimentary. I appreciate that. But you have also asked very incisive questions. I don't know how I'm going to handle them, but I will see. And if I don't satisfy you, there is another day. There was a question about money that is spent on S&Ts. I think it's Honorable High Collar, eh? As you know, you make mention of exercises places like Olondo or Kolonde or something like that, or wherever. But what is very clear is, when you launch an exercise like that, you hardly have S&Ts in an operation like that, because everyone is on the ground. So I do not see how officers, because the exercise is led by the commanders, they are all on the ground there. They are all tended there, or they are all housed there. They are all dug in there. So how the others will be dug in there, and the others are coming, and it is not really exactly like that. I understand what you say. There are times that when people are on a training field somewhere, and maybe somebody is going to give some instructions or something, or visiting or doing inspection, maybe. But otherwise, really, if they are all deployed the same way, in the same area, they all are provided, because when they are in exercise, everything is provided. They have their own kitchens, built kitchens. You might not have visited any exercise to have a feel of what it looks like. But I believe you have received complaints about some seniors they are the only ones who are taking this S&T. S&T is basically, to me, when you are traveling, you are not accommodated, you should be given something to be able to find accommodation somewhere, or to and eat. But sometimes, it's only in the instances where these people are going they are not home bases. These are not home garrisons, for example. Somebody is going from here to Windhoek and going to do some work in Rundu or in Katima or somewhere else. That person is given. But there are times that they are not getting. They go and lodge in the base. There are times that they don't. So it's more or less like that. I'm taking and then Honorable Hengari spoke about, and it's also said by other members about promotion, accommodation, shelter, talk about abuse, about many things. Well, I don't know what you get, but there are always concerns. Where you have humans, you will never find unanimity. It is everywhere. Even here, if we start poking into everyone's thing, you will find that we are not going to respond the same way. It is like that. But when you say maybe people are not responsive to their people, to their subordinates, it could be. I have worked with many people in many environments. I've seen that. I've seen instances where people are not responsive to people for whom they are responsible. It is possible. But by and large, it's expected of our officers to listen to people. I always say, put yourself in the shoes of that person. If it was you having that problem, and you want to be listened, and you don't want to listen to this other person. But sometimes it depends. There are also traditions, and the military is very notorious about that. You have to follow the channels. If you don't follow that channel, if you jump, it's a big, big, big offense you make. So those who have been in the training, they can tell you that you have to go through those channels. But sometimes that is where you find the problems. That your leader or your commander is not taking this issue very serious. As a human being, you necessarily need to be responded to. You want to be found, to see to it that at least justice is done to the issue that you are raising. But also, there are people who are almost impossible to manage. There are people who are impossible to manage. I've seen people who are blaming, sometimes they send me SMSs blaming me for not attending to their cases, some of which they are their own causes. For example, I give you an example of a person, of some examples that I picked. Somebody who resigned from the defense force, now to access money. The money got finished. Now this person is there asking to come back. But when you say, but your place has been taken, a person doesn't want to listen to you. Eventually they feel you are not listening because there is a problem. I have no income. But when the person was leaving, I was not consulting anybody. So a private decision taken. So there are those problems. But people make their own issues to become problem of others. But I understand what you are saying, that at least there must be a human element in our approach. You say train but don't punish. Yes, it's true. The idea is not to punish. The idea is not to punish. These are comrades. You know, when they are in that field, these are comrades. They are there in the same situation. Commanders, maybe when they're in the base peacetime, they are not. Maybe everyone. But when you are subject to a field, you need everybody. Whether this one is a corporal or a private, they are the same people. You need everybody. So the idea is not really to punish. And as I said, it's more about human relations. Because the more you relate to your troops, the chance you have to win in the battle. Because if you have bad relations with your men, you can't lead them in the fight. They will sometimes they will not listen to you. So it's not force necessarily, but it's a proper education, it's a proper training, it's a proper convincing. That sustained us. That kind of commitment sustained us when we were in those difficult circumstances. It's not really, but when you are being trained, you are trained to be able to survive in an unknown, hostile environment. That is one thing. But day-to-day interaction with people, it should just have to be human. We need each other. There must be a soldier to be an officer. If there are no soldiers, there will be no commanders. So it's a give and take. We need each other. Yeah, it's a interdependence in the whole setup. Honorable Theophilus, I just wanted to listen to you more and more, but you were too short. But thank you very much. You know, she calls me father-in-law. I call her daughter-in-law. I have boys or sons, but then I say to her, you. So it is more personal. It's personal. So it is not. But don't take it. It is not official. It's not official. Yeah. But you know, we relate to each other in different ways, and of course, here certain things we may not do, but we relate to each other in different ways. Job calls me the guy from Moname and all these things. It is true, I'm from there, but it's not my title here. But those things, we are human, you must understand. So, yes, it is true. As we say, we have to train. And we have to have the youngsters to be in the force. People who are trainable. And when we ask for at least some competencies, it's really because now you have to train. And when you train, I had an opportunity to join our soldiers in the exercise we call, what is that exercise? Hangane in Omaheke with our colleagues from Botswana. Operational Hangane. It was a big exercise. I watched how they were assimilating in a situation. And I was impressed by the level of preparedness of our soldiers, be it at a medical center where they were managing it, our own people were managing it, our military doctors were there, how they were, you see they are relating with others. You could see, but the other guys, their education is very high, very, very high, but our people are trying, given the background where we are from. We compare fairly well, so you have to compare with the best in the world. We are training now. We have people who have joined our school, our military training establishment in Okahanja from some countries. Zambia has sent officers here now 2 or 3 times. We are engaging with others. Where we are sending our people, they are also sending theirs here. But if your preparation is not up to standard, people will not come back. But we are trying. So the challenge you gave us about to protect the digital space is something that we will take up seriously to discuss how can we get into this, because we are not there yet. We have an idea of some of the problems that are there, but for sure we are not really there to protect our digital spaces yet. But it's a good challenge that the House is making. So yes, technologically we have some capabilities, though limited. So we are able, for example, to, if we want to follow a car of somebody, we can follow your car. If we want and we know that this car is doing, we can follow it. Between here and Okahanja, we can be in Windhoek, but we monitor you up to where you are. That capability we have. It is still being developed, but we have it. We are able, there's an honorable who spoke about our units in the parks. We can follow those poachers without knowing that we are following them. So we have those, limited though, but we are getting there.
Yeah.
I'm not even.
Yes. Sorry. I'm looking at the time, honorable member.
No, but
yeah. Okay, Ambanda.
I just want to remind you. Remember, we had a vote with each other. I had just walked in, and then you were saying no. You are allowing him to continue because his ministry is important, and I was interjecting as no, other ministries are equally important. And then we agreed on 25. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So 25.
We have agreed on 25 minutes for minister to respond. Okay, Honorable Minister, I'll give you extra 10 minutes only.
Yeah. But the honorable members, you see, that's not fair. Because I took minutes, I took record, I was following, it was more than an hour that I was taking these records. Now what do you want me to do? It's not fair. Honorable Kandorodu, yes, you spoke about disparities and all those things, and you also spoke about like the honorable who talked about too many same names. That is the issue. That's the gist of your question. To say let's also balance, because money is there, but certain people take a lion's share. I heard you saying that. We are on the case. We are addressing it, but there are reasons why these things happen like that. It's not necessarily designed, but we are seriously addressing, especially with the new legs that we are recruiting, that it is going to be automatic. It's going to be automatic. We are hard at work on that to say let's be true to ourselves. But now, because of that, everyone is asking, please relax here, relax there, relax here, relax there. And when you you hear people saying, please make sure that people are trained, capable of challenge, of facing the modern challenges in the theater of war. You can't do it. One member the other time said, it's just soldiers, that's military. But military today are fought with highly sophisticated things. And you want also to try and train your people in that area, or else you become extinct. You spoke about, of course, nepotism and all those things. Yes, it's all inclusive. I understand what you are saying. And the leaders, the military leaders are here. They are also listening. Yes, they are here. So they got the message. So, food, you spoke about uniforms. Yes, we have uniforms being manufactured here. If you go to Dinapama, they will show you. You go to another company here called Manufacturing, is a company of our own. They are sharing. And I think 3 or so companies are doing those kind of things here. Yes, food production, you did mention about the correctional services. I was the first to have been assigned to go and introduce that program, if you don't know. So, and when you talk about the Vundo, so you also spoke about, you asked about this 10 million and this from why we have reduced the money from VMF. You see, VM was receiving money to be they were subsidized to pay it for their salaries. Now they are told you are not going to get that money anymore. You must be. It's not that money you are talking about. It's not production money. It's money that was sustaining them to pay their salaries. Now we are saying no. If you don't, then you cannot work. You have to work to get your money. You can't just be we cannot appropriate money for you all the time. It's not fair. So that was the reasons why you see this money is that page is blank. It's because of that. We'll see. You also ask about. We'll venture into this aspect of manufacturing of vehicles. We don't know, but agriculture. We have a large tract of land in Mangeti area that was given to the Ministry of Defense, NDF. We have started doing something there, seriously. So hopefully it will respond. Honorable Fritz, you talk about goods and service inefficiencies and SATCOM. You talk about revenues. There are some companies, especially, they are really not as we speak, they are not in a position really to return money to us, to give us dividends, because what they get, they reinvest, especially SATCOM, because SATCOM is in the area that is very competitive. They are fighting with others. I saw somebody who came from Australia who wanted to buy SATCOM. I told him, please go away, I don't want your money. So those are the things. You also, August 26 construction, yes, they promised they were going to give us some money, but then eventually money ended up being used for other reasons. But yeah, those are the things. I wanted to respond properly, but time is now running out. Military, there are those who spoke about military hospital. Yes, we are thinking about it. It's not easy. It's money intensive. You have to train. You have to do this. So, but it is there. It is at the back of our minds. But it's something that we have to do concurrently with making sure that the equipment that the force has is modernized. Because the backbone of those equipment has its own history, but time has come that they have to be Comrade, this one of the facility here in Central, yes, it is. It was bent down, but we are busy looking at it. Secretary General, Comrade Sophia Shaningwa, thank you very much for the compliments, and we are busy, really, working hard to make sure that the Defense Force is mobilized, but is modernized. Thank you for the compliments. Honorable Nashinge, yes, we agree with what you are saying, that we should not be there to bake bread, so to do those things. I agree with you on that. But what is there now is something that we have to orient. We have to orient. We want to be industry. A defense industry has to be a defense industry, and it has to do concurrent with research so that we do what is required of us. But we are in that space. We are trying to orient so that the idea when we were constructing, the construction started when we were planning to have something of our own that is building our basis. But it diverted a little bit into other areas. But now it is being used by everybody. The formula we use is now being used. But that said does not mean we are going to move away from Honorable Kangulu spoke about again military hospital, proper staff. Yes, we will definitely start going there, but we also are cognizant of the fact that we don't have everything at our disposal. We don't have all the money we need. Honorable Ampanda, yes, thank you very much. But when you say we should not hide behind security to protect corruption, we will not do that. We definitely will never do things like that. So those amount of money that you have, it's good you have given me an homework to go and inform myself. Thank you very much. I don't have to, but I also spoke about Agricultura. You know about that. I said so. So, GIPF, yes, you mentioned about GIPF, but you should know GIPF is a bigger fund, and is for the whole public service. It may be not, because given the size of the force, it may not be beneficial to the force. But we'll look at it, but it may not be, because that one is a larger pool. Maybe you did the numbers, but we can look at that later. Honorable Karangula, you are speaking about exodus. People are leaving. We must make sure that we retain them. That's the intent. That's the wish. That's the intention. But it's not so easy to sustain it. It's not easy. And as you know, when you come, especially when you train yourself, but you get recruited in the army will try to deploy you according to what they have recruited you for. So, but thank you for support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Any further discussion? I now recognize Honorable Venani. Oh, next vote. Next vote. Okay. Okay. Any objection? Agreed to? So agreed. I now put vote 31, Veterans Affairs. Any discussions? And I now recognize Honorable Aupindi.
Thank you very much. Just in short, really, I'm supporting this because my parents obviously are veterans. And then I know the plight of the veterans, the condition they are in right now. The one proposal I wanted to make to the Minister of Finance, if you look at the time when the Veteran Act was from finance, or if you look at the time when the Act number 2 of 2008 was promulgated, and this is almost 17 years ago in 2008, there was we were appropriating about 1 billion to 1.2 billion every year. If you put it together, it's almost over 20 billion. Now, I feel that in the long run, it's not going to be sustainable just to keep putting that money in that pit hole. What you need to do is activate, if it's not done already, within the Act, it gives the power for the minister to create a veteran fund. Yeah, a revolving fund. You need to create a fund and put the capital, protect the capital at all times. So in high yield returns, so that when you are protecting that capital, the revolving fund will then be paying out to veterans progressively, including access to credit lines and other facilities. In that way, you will find yourself saving a lot of money, not appropriating all the time more than $1 billion every year. Having said that, I support fully. I am a child of the veteran struggle, of the liberation struggle. I support the veterans.
Thank you, Honorable Aupindi. I now recognize Honorable Shaningwa.
Thank you very much, Comrade Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members in the House. And let me also thank the Minister and your Deputy. And I rise to give my words on Vote 31, Veterans Affairs. Indeed, the larger population of the former planned combatants and veterans of the national liberation struggle have reached retirement age and old age. Whilst appreciating the appropriation as stated by the Deputy Minister, Comrade Dr. Charles Mubida, it is imperative to note that many of our veterans are aging and are not in the state of running projects, but rather to enjoy their old age. It is therefore be appropriate, Comrade Minister, if they are given a lump sum payouts so that they can enjoy the fruits of their hard work whilst still alive. Can the Minister provide then, with that in mind, this August House an inventory or master list of all living veterans of the national liberation struggle and make this list public? Why am I saying so? Because time and then we are hearing that some possible sneakers are sneaking in and get this money. Can we bring it to an end that we deal finally, accurately, and make sure that we accommodate these people before they go down? Can lump sum payment be made in accordance with this list systematically? There is just a lot happening, Honorable Minister, and I think it's time for us to do things the other way around. Should funds be found not utilized during the mid-term review, as we are getting there, such funds must be channeled towards these payouts. What I would like to say is to encourage my honorables to say, make sure you utilize what was appropriated to your sector. If not, I think we have to call it a spade, and make sure that we pay out the veterans of the liberation struggle. I can no longer The minister can no longer go out there and explain and give excuses to these people who fought for the liberation of this country. Therefore, the welfare of the veterans of the national liberation struggle must be well taken care of, and I support this vote with a view that we make a difference this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Shaningwa. I now recognize Honorable Ashipara.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of the whole House. Yeah, I rise also on vote 31 to wholeheartedly support this vote of Veterans Affairs. Yeah, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, yesterday when you presented, yeah, your presentation was highly appreciated. I appreciated it very much because of the many achievements that is mentioned in it. And myself being one of the veterans and one of the beneficiaries of your ministry, yes, I truly want to repeat it. I wholeheartedly want to say thank you and congratulations. Most of the things you have given are a job well done. And but I would like just to contribute a little bit straightforward, because I saw there on your first page it is written it will not be business as usual. Yeah. Now, number one, I just want to say that there was a time we met with the Honorable Minister in the North, and we gave most of our views, and especially I want to implore the ministry to say maybe if that engagement with veteran entities such as the National Veteran Association or former plan combatants, or even NECA as children of the veterans could still continue, you will get more information, especially on those, what do we call them? Those who do not qualify, or you can say fake veterans. We know their names, and if you go to those entities, they have even provided the ministry with list of names of genuine veterans. So I want that engagement to be continued on annually if it is possible. Then that will also create ownership of the projects and the programs that are initiated or planned or implemented by the ministry. Yeah, then on program 1, on the welfare, on the monthly subvention, I would like to add to state that yes, the year 2008 when this program was introduced, or the payment, it was 2,200 and 4,000. By then, if you look at the inflation that has passed, it is now 17 years. So what that 2,200 could cater for on the livelihood of a veteran is no longer having the same value. So should it be either on the midterm or wherever we get the opportunity to say, let's increase the vote budget, I will appeal to the House to do so that the ministry would easily continue to support the pride of our veterans. Yeah, on the medical assistance and psychological support, here, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, I will only implore you to strengthen the awareness campaign. It is like many of our wounded, physically wounded, and those who are psychologically affected, they are still out there, but they are not aware of this benefit. And in some cases, you go to the regional offices, you will find out that when you ask these services, the officials are more trying to refer to Windhoek as
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the discipline. And I now recognize Honorable Abraham.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I rise today to offer my full support to vote 31, which is Veteran Affairs. Which is allocated 1 point. The purpose, the proposed budget reflected as a continued commitment to providing services to veterans by implementing activities which is including medical assistance and psychosocial support. Psychosocial support. And improve the awareness grant, the welfare grant, and lump sum as our SG mentioned, and other services. This budget is well aligned with the SWAPO party have promised in manifesto. Let us continue to uplift our veterans and ensure that their legacy is preserved with their dignity it is deserved. We need to move fast and waste no time toward the implementation of this well-crafted budget, and which is what the Namibian people want to see, unquote. Dust on the ground, unquote. I therefore support the vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Abraham. I now recognize Honorable Amutenya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I think this one I also tend to support the vote. That's vote 31. Considering the success in improving the welfare of the veterans of the liberation struggle, I think that we need to acknowledge that we are so far doing also good in terms of preservation of the history of the liberation struggle. However, I think we need to do something on the preservation of the history as well, because I don't believe the programs that the ministry have in place in terms of, erecting monument for the veterans of the liberation struggle can easily pass on the history to the generations to come. I still believe, we have so many battle areas or war battle areas in Namibia, like Ondeshifilwa or Mugurugombashe. These are areas that possibly we can turn one or two into a liberation struggle historic museum that can actually help to preserve this history and also educate the generations to come. Imagine if we can place all the machineries that we have used during the liberation struggle at that museum, that then can even attract we can also turn it into a tourism industry that can obviously add value, or we can turn that history into the economic value. So that is one of the proposals that I'm giving on this. The second one I want to give on Deputy Chairperson, and I must declare that I'm saying this as a born child of the liberation struggle. I was born in exile. And I want to speak on behalf of my fellow brothers and sisters that were born in exile. I think I should acknowledge my SG there, indicating obviously that, the veterans are receiving their funds, their monthly. However, this is a challenge that we, the children of the liberation struggle, are not getting anything. Yet we We have gone through the same environment. In fact, we were born in those environments. And yes, hold on. And I want to give, come on, where's your problem? And you were not there, you were not born there. So now, the issue is that, the issue is that we still have children born who were born in exile that are going through trauma. Okay?
Yeah. Order, please.
Yeah, my minutes.
No, it's not yours. It's wrong. Your mic. Mike, your mic.
My young brother, I didn't want to disturb my very young brother. Oh. But you are so wrong to think. Some of us that were beaten by South African police by striking at school, just because you were born there, you must be privileged to get money. And others that were suffering here, suffering here as students, should not get, just because you were born there. No, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
No.
I think, Honorable, you can also present your case in your best way.
Order, please.
Right?
Yeah.
When I'm presenting the case, do I have the floor? So I'm presenting the case of the children born
Order, please.
Exile.
Order, please.
Okay?
Order, please.
Yes. Deputy Chairperson. Yes. Therefore, we are talking about, and I'm very happy. I want to acknowledge. Are you stopping my minutes?
Yeah. We stop your time here. Honorable members, if you are in disagreement with the honorable member who has the floor, you have an opportunity to actually air your opinions. Please let us have order and listen to one another.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to acknowledge the work done so far by the parliamentary committee of the previous 7th Parliament. That it has actually recommended the ministry to amend the Veteran Act so that then we, the children of the liberation struggle, can then benefit. However, I want to request the ministry to obviously accelerate that so that those that are suffering from the trauma can easily benefit. So I'm also saying I want to acknowledge NECA at the same time, that as we speak, they have managed for this year recruitment, they have managed to ensure that around 100 children born in exile are recruited. That I want to acknowledge NECA for making sure that the children of the liberation struggle are supported. Therefore, I support the vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Why should you be angry?
Okay,
you were not born there.
Honorable members. Okay. Honorable members, honorable members, you cannot expect honorable members, please, order, please. Order, please. You cannot expect a house. No, come, honorable Willem. April, leave me. Let me do the job, please. April, let me do the job. Willem, honorable member. Willem, yeah, please. Honorable members, you cannot expect a house of 96 members to have the same opinion. So, okay, please, I now recognize Honorable Kamperodu.
But am I protected? Can I be protected, Chairperson?
You are on the list.
Stop my minutes. Stop it. There's no order in the house. Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson of the Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. 1.5 billion to our veterans, war veterans of the liberation struggle. The biggest budget than the one of Parliament giving you the money. An institution versus a directorate within the ministry. Very interesting. I'm still waiting for my questions that I posed with regard to this budget. It will be answered very soon, and it was more on where does this money goes. The veterans are crying that they are not receiving their money. Their project money, they have been waiting for the past 20 years, 10 years, they are not getting anything. Where does the 1.5 billion goes? The commission or the board is not sitting, regions are not being visited. Where does the money goes? There are people that were physically, practically involved, and they are still not yet accredited. So we want to know when will this money go to the rightful beneficiaries, the war veteran, projects that will complement the issue of unemployment. Honorable Minister or Deputy Minister, we must also look at the issue of the reconciliation part of it. We have the people that fought on the other side of the war, that fought under the South African Army. Yes, yes. Some of your parents were there, and these people were taken from school without their conscience, without their confirmation. They were pushed into the battlefield, and we have a policy of reconciliation. When are we going to reconcile with these people so that we can amend the act and be part of this vote?
Honorable Member.
I thank you.
Are you done?
Bamana.
Okay, thank you. You were about to be out of order. Okay, thank you. I now recognize Honorable Senior Member of Parliament, Honorable Narusep.
Thank you. This is my maiden speech. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House, Honorable Members, I am briefly rising to just mention one point under, probably two, under Program 1. Under Program 1. We all know that the liberation struggle my children, they are questioning whether this is a maiden speech or not. But that's immaterial. It's immaterial. We all know that the liberation struggle was waged at three fronts. The one was military, the other one was diplomatic, and the other one was politically. And those of us who were activists inside the country kept ourselves primarily busy with the political mobilization, creating awareness within the Namibian populace to understand what SWAPO stood for and why it was relevant to join forces with SWAPO. Now, the background is that many Namibians suffered. Some people that I personally knew, we don't know their whereabouts. They have just disappeared. Not inside the country. Yeah, I'm talking about I didn't want to mention the places of operation of some of us, but he mentioned Arandes. There were at least 3 people that were strong mobilizers of the party that we don't know the whereabouts of until now. Now, many people, I wish Comrade Ekanyo was here. There was one old man I think in Otamansi. He was recognized. There were efforts to recognize him as a veteran of the liberation struggle. He told those who went to get him to go and register, that is what Jerry told me once. He said, go and get Ekanjo and Narusep so that they can come and convince me that what you are telling me now is factual. So the liberation struggle, we don't talk about it because some of us are very modest. We don't talk about it. But the liberation struggle was also fought in this country, in Namibia. Now you get a scenario where people are asking us, Comrade Narusep, where the involvement that we had as people fighting inside the country a little bit inferior to our liberation struggle in exile. Why is there a difference in terms of subvention? Some are getting 2,200, some are getting 4,000, and some are getting 6,000, if I'm correct. I have raised this at platforms that I was privy to serve in cabinet, the other political platforms that I serve in. I consulted my Secretary General, who did not sound controversial if I raised this issue. I'm raising it because people are asking some of us, because they know us as the faces that were in the forefront, where our sacrifices and input in the liberation struggle somehow a little bit way below than our struggle, our liberation struggle in exile.
Honorable Member?
No.
Okay. 5 more.
Was it not a maiden speech?
Okay. 5 more, yeah. Okay, it was
So,
Maiden, they are saying.
Honorable Deputy Minister, it is inevitable that I support this vote, probably also declaring my interest because I'm also a veteran. But I thought I must raise this so that we can look into it, because there is a large army of people that were involved in the struggle inside the country that are not very happy with money. Talks nowadays, isn't it? Money talks, and if I see myself having been involved in the liberation struggle, but the differentiation in the subvention, and it's a fact, everybody knows about it, then where my input, that's what they are asking, lesser in value than the concomitant input of our people that were involved in the struggle in exile. That's one. And the other question that is also frequently asked is, you, our elders, were involved in the liberation struggle. We witnessed how your homes and wherever you were gathering were sometimes abruptly disrupted by the forces. And we also suffered. We were sometimes also beaten up as your children. Now, what is the difference between what we were exposed to as your children and the children of the liberation struggle? Are we also not children of the liberation struggle? So, Comrade Minister, my Commissioner, those are the questions that some of us are confronted with. And I thought it would be relevant for me to raise them, but I support the vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Senior Member. I now recognize Honourable Ampanda.
Chairperson, I address myself to that vote, but particularly the program whose objective is to keep the history alive through research and documentation. Before I do that, I just want to really say, I don't forget that scene. I was still coming from high school to university. I saw old people crying, being beaten up by the police when they were protesting here. It must have been 2004, 2005. They were being beaten up because they were protesting. I remember Elder Poison Kamwi, Memerusa Marule, and others being beaten up. But the people who were commanding them to be beaten up ended up also getting the veterans as part of their labor. All I'm saying, our elders, particularly those of you that are last people standing, we need to be decisive. Some of us, when we take over the country, we don't want to deal with stories of payout. Please deal with your issues, finish them once and for all, and so that they don't come to us. Those are complex issues there. And those complex issues, then you don't want to bring them to us. I really wish that all of us can just leave the 3 or 4 of you and then you discuss your own issue and deal with your own issues. Because now it basically means that I know Honorable Naruseb's children. I also know Velem. Now when I listen to those stories, why do you want us to choose which child deserves better than the others? So you want us to be making laws to privilege Velem or his daughter or his son. We don't want to be put in a situation like that. So let's learn to be very decisive. I just want to give 2 perspectives, the dangers of what we are doing. I know there's concentration and interest in money and allocation now. But I want to show you the dangers that we are doing as elders. I studied at the University of Stellenbosch. So we were given an assignment to choose a topic. So I'm very excited, and I went to submit my abstract on the Battle of Kwitokwana Valley. My professor there, Bua Africana, took it and said, this is absolute nonsense. Where is the source? Where is the evidence? He took me to the library. All those generals, Herdenhuis and others, have written books on their stories. Then all I had is Malten Shari stories on NBC. I couldn't use it as sources. But now you have this amount of money that is here, and you are talking about documentation. Yeah? If another flip of a coin, I was determined when we went to the city of Windhoek, we were going to remove that colonizer, and we removed the colonizer. What was our plan? Our plan is that once we remove the colonizer, we were going to replace with the statues of Okakurukade Mungunda. Do you know what I actually discovered? Because when we grow up believing that Kakrukade Mungunda is the person who did this and this, just to discover there's an old man who was living at the village close to Ovitoto there, Ochombinde there, who's actually apparently the person who threw. Because we were just wondering, because Kakrukade Mungunda was in beer house, and we never ever thought actually what happened in the beer house. What do people do in the beer house? But then again, it's a problem of these elders who never actually told us what is the actual version of what has happened. So in this budget vote, because you create problems between and amongst ourselves. So in this budget vote, I volunteered. I went to late Nikki Yambo when I came from school because of that experience. I wanted to volunteer to write stories about veterans for free. I submitted and I was sent to directors and what. Then there was a tender advertised. Some comrades, what. I don't know what book they produced. Veterans are dying every day. Their story, nobody is going to tell them. But this program ought to be publishing at least a minimum of 10 books per year. Researchers are there, but we are interested in money, I understand. But please, sort out those problems. You are creating problems for our future. When I take over, I don't want to deal with that story. Thank you very much.
I now recognize Honorable Karonda.
Thank you very much, Comrade Deputy Speaker of the Whole House Committee. I rise to, of course, support the budget, but I'm just wondering if the amount that is requested is close to being enough. There are so many of our veterans out there who have received letters acknowledging that their projects were approved, and it's been more than 5 years. These projects remain unfunded, or the money remains unextended to these intended beneficiaries. I must also say that I agree with the suggestion by Comrade Shaningwa that we must be very sensitive to our people, especially those who have now come of age. Giving them projects money or projects may not necessarily help them, but giving them the lump sum would actually go a long way in addressing their obtaining needs. I also am aware of the differentiation or the differences in stipends paid to some as opposed to others, where some receive very little amounts when compared to others, and I think that is something that must just be addressed and corrected. I must also say that, you see, the War of Liberation may have started in the early 60s, but the war of resistance, the very war of fighting against oppression, perpetrated against our people by Europeans or white people, started as far back as the 19th century. Now, one of the people who was very instrumental in establishing SWANU, Chief Hosea Kutako, was himself a part of the war of national resistance. So I'm not too sure why we don't extend the coverage of who was a hero of the liberation struggle or a veteran to those periods as well, so that we can include everybody.
Honorable member, just hold on. Honorable member, I think you are approaching towards the law, and we are discussing this vote now.
We are doing what?
No, we specific to the vote.
Yes, let me finish then.
But who should be recognized or not is not part of the vote.
Let me finish.
Okay, thank you.
The reason why that is being raised is because of the distorted history that you feed us. You SWAPO feeds us the wrong history of a liberation struggle. And that's the issue.
I'm saying whether it
so be that as it may.
Honorable member, yeah, can you take a seat, please?
Gladly.
Whether that has been distorted or not is not part of what we are doing now. You can perhaps bring it later at the appropriate time. I think you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Whether the stipends differ or not has never also been an issue, but you entertained it. Yes. So when I speak, I appreciate you being a bit tolerant, Comrade Chair. But having said those things, I support the vote, but would strongly urge that the money be paid in lump sum, especially to our elders, and that projects for those who are a bit younger, like my son there, that then be done through the projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize Honorable.
Speaker, I will move very fast so that I do not come back again. Yeah, before I continue my support, maybe I would just like to say that the definition of a veteran does not push outside, in exile, or inside. It includes all the Namibians. So on this point, I just want to say, now a veteran is recognized, and then the pride is taken care of. Then the veteran is no more. Then the support, there is something on that act that mention about the support of the veterans' dependents. Because it does not make sense you assist a veteran and then they are assisting. So, Honorable Minister, I am imploring you to look into assisting the veteran dependents when when the veterans are no longer there, because these dependents, they suffer more. Yeah, then I will come to the next point is national.
Yeah, on a point of order.
Oh yeah, I'm not angry. Yeah, Honorable, see, we are told to not be provocative. Now, certain statements are provocative. See, there are serious people whose parents died at the battlefront. Those who have died, they were never given even a cent. Their children continue to languish in poverty. Yet you, at least you have now enjoyed with your son or your daughter. Now you want again after he's gone, you must now go with that. Those who never get anything must get. No, it's wrong. It's provocative, colleagues. It's provocative.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay.
no, we can't do that.
Okay, Honorable Member, proceed.
Yeah. My next contribution is on National Honors Advisory Committee. As it is clearly stated that most of the
Honorable, order, please.
Is it not moving in the time? Okay, yeah. As it is clearly stated that the veterans are aging, and they need to be awarded at least these reparational awards or honors, so that they can be inherited by their families or their children, so that they keep, the memory of their forefathers who are veterans. So I just have two questions, Honorable Minister. What is the criteria used, and how many people so far has been awarded? And then my last is on the resettlement. It is there stated that veterans need to be resettled. But if you look, the pace is very slow. Yes? Hold on. From the regions.
Okay,
from
order, please.
From the regions, the application will go, but once it comes at the national level, then it doesn't succeed. And our observation is this, that it appears that the veterans are not represented at the national level. That's why maybe we are thinking that when commissioners are appointed or selected, some veterans be appointed as commissioners in the resettlement.
Order, please.
Yeah, so that they can be resettled because they are not. Yeah, and thank you. With that, Deputy Speaker, I fully and wholeheartedly support the veteran. Vote.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And I now recognize Honorable Nashinge.
Yeah, this time.
Honorable Minister, I just wanted to contribute as well, since on the budget, so that the observation is that this program, for the longest time, we've been just celebrating our veterans after they have departed. But we have forgotten all of them. We only get to hear them once they pass on. I was here in Commerce when Tatekuluya Nankuzu was a councillor. A councillor. How we made him to become a councillor, only God knows. And I was there when he passed on. In somewhere, kicking us out of the house, smelling paint because it was fresh, new. Those that benefited from the houses, very good. But I think, let us take stock at this point in time, while we have those few that are remaining, to see what is that we can do besides the lump sum. What else that we can do? They have so many illnesses that at least let them die feeling better. My stepfather, that you know very well, we had to wait for 3 weeks for him to get buried. Official funeral, how do you call it? That is not enough. The other thing, part of this budget, is that if you go to Oshikoto region, for example, while we still have those seniors that still remember the horrible times of apartheid, we should go there and ask them about all those unknown graves of the plane fighters while they are still there, so that we can bring them at least at one place. In Oshikoto, we don't have a shrine for the plant fighters like we have in Enana or like we have in Omsati at Omuru. I think that can also be added as part of history, as part of the research, because official funerals will not benefit the next generation. Not even the coffee machine we have next, just here. It will not benefit us, because if you go in there, there is nothing about the Tatekulu we named after that street next to Radio Energy, Shikungireni. None. Or even Honorable Minister Kapofi himself. It's only pictures and some few stuff about UN. Nothing at all. So I think it's about time you sit and take stock and look at what is that we can do to improve this, because it is not good enough. Myself, I'm a hero too. The war took place in Okalongo. We experienced the worst. I can still remember, I can still recall. So we can go there as well. There is so much that we can do. That came there. There are still bombs and whatnot. As part of the history, the archive, you destroyed it. I don't know if it still exists anymore. There were so many valuable images. I don't know if it still exists anymore. Maybe Veiko sold it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As someone is conscious to apply the rules through you, the rule prescribes, point of order, that a member may not call me vehicle in terms of these rules. So, and he's even thinking sold maybe a traitor. So I do not want to fight back the way he's fighting like that. But I'm asking you to withdraw those two words only. Otherwise, no threat, but I will make sure that it becomes difficult for him.
Okay, honorable member.
He must withdraw.
Honorable Nashinge, indeed, as per the rules, we address one another by our surnames. So please withdraw, referring to him by his first name, and also by selling,
Yeah, I withdraw. He's Honorable Veiko. Thank you.
No, Honorable Nekundi.
Honorable Veiko Nekundi mo. Honorable Bekone Kunti. What is it? You are not Honorable Bekone Kunti.
Again, on selling to the words. Okay, thank you.
And I'm not a traitor, tell him.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next is Honorable Lucato.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson of All House and honorable members. My contribution is vote 3-1, Veteran Affairs. Before I support vote 3-1, let me make my points. 4 points. Number 1, the liberation struggle of Namibia started with the resistance of the Overherero and the Nama nation. That's number 1. Number 2, the formation of the first political party, SWANU, of Namibia. Number 3, the formation of 2 political parties, that is SWAPO or OPO, and the KANU, Caprivi African National Union. So then the Namibian people sacrificed their lives for the independence of this country. So for me, it's so important that those who are still not yet benefited from the benefits, they have to be benefited because they are war veterans. And also, I want to mention that very important thing, history, that neighboring countries like South Africa, Zambia, Angola, where the reconciliation was also implemented, both sides of the, let me say, the forces, those who fought inside and outside. So for me, I support this. And also, let me say, the budget in question is not enough. So I support this 100%. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Aupindi.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee. I just want to thrust one tiny thing. Now, the Act provided for Act 2 of 2008 for the registration of the veteran. And I think the Honorable Kapopi had said that, Honorable Dr. Mubita in the motivation said that there's 22,840 veteran and beneficiaries. Now, every now and again, Honorable members, we've been hearing two sort of like coming in through the grapevine that somehow some veterans are still not registered. But on the other side as well, we've been hearing that especially the veterans that were inside the country have suffered the most not being registered. And it is true what the Honorable Senior Naruseb is saying, that those 3 fronts are equally important. The last year debate, during the same debate, the Honorable Jerry Ekanjo had proposed that in line with the Act, there is what you call a veteran board and veteran appeal board. To him, in his thesis, it seems there were no people, no veterans, senior veterans, who were inside the country and able to recognize really that these are the people who participated in the liberation struggle inside. And in the process, I think some people really truly suffered. And this is a serious travesty of justice. I think if there is room, we need to look at accommodating veterans that were inside Namibia to complement the veterans that were in exile with us, so that there is equity there in terms of the recognition of the veteran of the liberation struggle. I so submit and I still support the bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. Yeah. I now recognize Honorable Venami.
Yeah, exactly.
Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, I My thought processes was taken by Dr. Opini, and I've been saying it every year. The Secretary General of SWAPO. My appropriate name is another one. It will even cause more problems. Honorable Shalingwa, Honorable Dr. Mukbita, our problem with our country is that we are thinking today. We are not thinking 10 years ahead. And it's a problem with our governance. One problem is you can't maintain this fund the way we are using it. It's not sustainable, and we need to do something. So one of the things that we need to do is to create the revolving fund idea, look at equities in companies where this country has resources. Why can't we give a 5% equity in HUSAP, for example, or 3% in a uranium mine, and say that 5% of that equity goes to a fund that helps the veterans, so that we lessen the burden on the budget and we create funding streams to give to our veterans. That thinking, I think it's time that we must start realizing that we can't every year appropriate 1.5. If we would have invested 4 billion in the last 10, 15 years that we are paying this money, if we have invested even 3 billion, this fund would have been a self-sustaining fund. But it's not self-sustaining because every time you go to Treasury to go and get 1.5 billion. Next year we are going to go and get 1.5 billion. We must make the fund sustainable, and we must look for means to make it sustainable. That's number one. Number two, historiography. There is a book in Zimbabwe written, The Struggle Within a Struggle. Very interesting book that many of you need to read. I know a person like Honorable Naruse for the last 41 years. I've seen him as a child. And I was born in a political theater, Windhoek. Windhoek was the politics. The reason why I made a remark on the death of our president, when I said, it is not true to say that Karoye gave a lift to the founding president. In any history, we outdo one another so that the history supports the narrative that I want. Karoye was a man who became the acting paramount chief of the Vaherero after the death of Kapuo. He was so central and close to Kapuo and Kutako that he was assigned by Kapuo. Assigned by Kapuo. Karoye had no business in Epukiro. He was not a Herero from Epukiro. He had businesses in Aminus. When President when President Sam Nujoma left from Windhoek to Hobabes, he was referred to as a bottle. Ekende. Kapuo says to Karoye, Beku pekende haritauka. I've given you a bottle. Don't you dare break the bottle. The instruction is, don't you dare let Nujoma be caught. Don't you dare be caught. The bottle must pass. Sam Nujoma from Hobabes to Aminus was called a nut. A wheel nut. Omboha. Omboha Aikutuka.
I hope you will come back.
I'll come back.
Okay. I now recognize Honorable Kangulu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is very simple, it's straightforward. What were the criteria used to determine individual members of the committee that is responsible to recognize those who are veterans? What was the criteria used? A supporting indicator from a database ground. In total, how many veterans do we have in Namibia so far? How many have so far officially recognized? Because I know and I believe that the allocation is in line with what I'm asking. Was there a proper, sensible vetting mechanism established? If so, why does it take too long to fulfill this obligation of simply just recognizing your own people? When do you expect, Honorable Minister, or Deputy Minister, when do you expect to have this program accomplished? Because many of these veterans, they are on their own offset of their precious life. And any delay to recognize them is basically a closing of their door to benefit. Lastly, in most cases, what you can hear is about the struggle of kids, those that are born the other side, be it in Rumbango, be it in Kwanza Zulu, also. What about the number of those that are born in here by the same father? Those born here in various areas of Namibia by the same father when they were in the operation of plane. Let's avoid making the same mistake that we've been making. And I would like to request that you recognize these people if we are not to yet come to this matter thereafter and collect our mistake. Let's recognize this organization of you.
Honorable member, it's not that you are out of order, it's just that we are learning. Pointing of fingers like this is not allowed. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. You seem good cherish. Thank you. What I was saying is, let's avoid making mistakes that will require us to revisit this table again. This association of yours must comprise of these young people who were also born here by the same fathers.
Okay, thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Karonda.
Thank you very much, Comrade Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. There's a question that was raised by Honorable Kandorogu. It is a question that keeps coming up. And I remember watching an interview between Comrade Charles Mubita and some other, I think former Kofut, on the one-on-one program with Twebo Njebela. Now, the question that, because ordinarily, there is no way a person like me would even accommodate a discussion about recognizing Kufuts or former Kufuts or any of such individuals. But that position is problematized by one thing, and that is that we adopted a policy of national reconciliation. And somewhere in our initial cabinet, we went as far as appointing people who themselves were very central to our operation. White-skinned Namibians. To our operation. They were there. They served this country. But we found it okay to somewhat embrace them, but we have a problem embracing the very tools that these whites used against us. The very black brothers. You see, and I find that a bit hypocritical. So we've got to come to a point where we discuss this thing and take a position. Because these Namibians who fought against us, the ones who oppressed us, they want to be recognized as well.
Honorable member, I think you can introduce that discussion at that particular time. Now we are concentrating on vote 3-1. Yeah, please concentrate on that one. Thank you.
Very well. I accede to that.
Okay, thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Ampanda.
Yeah, Chairperson, once we, again, I just caution all of us, the position that I take, I still take a position and I maintain that the elders must finish their business. Because if you look at the Veterans Act, yeah, there's one problematic area that we're not looking at. So, it says that you must have been older than 18, I think, isn't it? At independence, 18 and above at independence. So basically what it means is that there is a story about Honorable Pea Mushelenga and Honorable Shifeta, them will know it better. It's like, he says like, you see every time when Honorable Mushelenga speaks, he will be coughing, like after every third aspect or so. But it has to do with some beatings or something that has happened. It's a bullet, So, he wasn't 18 by that particular date. That's how he's excluded by that act. He was only 15. So this invitation that we're hearing about children of a liberation struggle, you don't even need to take a position whether you support it or you don't support it. But I'm just trying to problematize that thing. Because that invitation, if you are hearing that the committee did whatever it is, so are you saying the committee went to make a recommendation that somebody who was born in Lubango must benefit from the act and Pea Mushelenga with a bullet, who lives with a bullet today, and he wasn't 15 or so. He wasn't 18 by the period.
Honorable Professor, I'm sorry, please. May you take your seat? May you take a seat, please?
Okay.
Just like Honorable Karonda, you are 100% right, and I'm in agreement with you. But this is a problem with the law that can be amended if we so wish at that particular time. Now we are looking at vote 3-1. Please do justice to that.
No. I understand very well. I will address myself to the vote, and that's what I'm talking. We are talking about this parliament. I'm not talking in vacuum. There is a live recommendation on which Honorable Amutenya was raising with regards to what should happen for appropriation. But I guess for the purpose of us proceeding and going forward, I just want to bring to our attention on page 363, there's actually more problem than we think. There is an amount of money, Honorable Shaningwa, 21 million allocated for lump sum. Yeah, on page 363. There's also an amount of money. There's actually zero for research and documentation. I just realized, I thought it was when I was looking at the other vote. The actual allocation in terms of this government organization, there are many other allocations, it's actually zero. So they are not planning to do anything on research or documenting anybody or anything. It's zero. In terms of what we are seeing here. So this is a big problem that we're having. All I'm saying is that we have to tread very carefully, because there are two things that we are dealing with. This, what we have and how we proceed. Yeah? So, of course, I'm not saying we are running away. We are members of parliament. We have to deal with it, with some of these issues. But, Minister, this matter needs to be concluded. I don't envisage and visualize this type of payments in 15 or 20 years. But the longer it takes, it's taking a life of its own now, because now we are hearing stories about children, and the children were saying they need to have another amendment. So it seems that they want to keep for 30 years, just talking about this and this. You see already veteran Zodiac there is saying when he leaves, his child must be medical aid because he fought for the country. And that child will become a Secretary General, and then there will be... No, this matter needs to actually be resolved. As I sit down, Honorable Minister and Deputy, can we please get a concrete explanation of why do we have zero on research and documentation? On page 0, in terms of research and documentation, for this financial, it used to be 1.5 the previous years, it is 0. 363.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Venani.
Very brief. I was busy with the historiography. Very brief. the reason why Kapo is fired as a teacher and told to go to Rietfontein to become a teacher is because of his action, letting South Africa not realizing that he could organize a slip away for Nuyoma to leave the country without being detected. I'm saying these things in context to arrive at our history not properly documented. Again, when we were growing up, Honorable Naruse, there was a man called Canasius Eneleshi. When we were growing up, the scare of Windhoek, when you are naughty, your mother would say, "Come home, Canasius will come." Canasius was a SWAPO combatant, very notorious. But if you look at history and go to the grave of Canasius today, a veteran, somebody I knew Canasius before, probably Nuyoma, Canasius were interchangeably names, and to name the name Nuyoma in Namibia was a scare. You couldn't do it. You had to come from a political house to know who Nuyoma was, whether he was an individual or a wolf. Because the propaganda at the school was that Nuyoma was a wolf. I am saying these things to say, if you look at the grave of Canasius today, here in Golgotha. No, I think no, his grave is in okay. He was with Canasius. Debra, Bragwater, outside Bragwater. But if you look at the history, and just one person who has made so much contribution, when we were growing up in Windhoek, SWAPO was associated with Canasius, with Nuyoma. But Canasius' name now, you are hearing people, I'm telling them that are born in the struggle, telling bigger stories than the real story of the struggle, because there was a struggle within the struggle. Those that remain are always also glorifying them overly than those that have really contributed. And it goes down to areas such as Beersheba, areas such as Gibeon, areas such as where there were homes of Nama women that were housing war combatants. These people are not recognized. Wahekwa, if he wants to talk about his own history that he doesn't talk about, was giving goats to those people. And there are thousands of people that were aiding. And the other day I was telling him the history of Kaoko, how Kaoko supported SWAPO in total. Because they wanted the war. They wanted to be on the front line. But actions, and I spoke to you about it, actions of some planned combatants have changed that area, not to. So I think the history and research is lacking there. I want to end by saying I agree with a master list, because some of the people that are recipients of this money, some of the people do not even deserve to be war veterans. I don't need to mention a name. There were people that were doing nothing towards even the independence of the country, even towards 435, even towards anything, just because you are a friend of somebody. Or of a millionaire. Let's go to the north. The Kufut component. Kufut was 70% northerners. 70% northerners. Today when you go to the north, nobody was a Kufut. It's only Himbas that you are seeing that were Kufut here.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I now have the honor to give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs to respond.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I recognize and appreciate sentiments shared by members of this august House. And to summarize, it seems as if everybody wants us to have this program of paying off the veterans completed as soon as possible and as soon as before President Amopanda takes office. It is very easy to solve this problem if we are united as a nation, united in the manner in which we have united here. Honorable Shaningwa, Honorable Kandorodi, and a few others wanted to know what we have to do to take this problem off the table. Currently, according to our records, we have about 16,000 unpaid. These are veterans who have not received their cash payment. The individual veterans project money. But as Honorable McHenry Venani says, the vetting becomes a problem. And we are bedeviled with the vetting problem. But however, if we were to ascertain that we have to pay those 16,000 outstanding, that means we'll need Honorable Shafuda to give us 2,720,000,000 Namibia dollars. If we can get that now, the problem will be gone tomorrow. There was a question of where does this money go to, the money in the budget? And that question was raised by Honorable Kandorodi. We have 3 projects or programs in this budget, 3 of them. The first is the welfare program. Under the welfare program, you have a monthly subvention. And the monthly subvention is the one that is being queried, that it creates a disparity. It is not fair, because some people get 2,200, others get 4,000, others get a total of 6,200. How that is arrived at is enshrined in the Act. Now, when you look at that, what the Act says, it also ties in with recognition of who qualifies to be a veteran. Is it those who are here, fighting here with bullets in the chest, or is it only those outside? Now, the ministry is working to submit an amendment in that regard, to look at a number of things in terms of the criteria used to recognize and looking at the disparity in payments, in the subvention, monthly subvention, in the improvement of welfare. The once-off gratuity is also a problem, because there are those who get 50,000 as gratuity, and then there are those who get 20,000. But that is something of law. You cannot change it in an office. You need to go through the law in order to change it. Now, where the money goes, on the welfare program, there's a budget of 465 million. That's budgeted for that. The cash payment, I've already told you, the cash payment, if you want to pay off the 16,000, is fine. But currently what's happening is that annually we pay, started off with smaller amounts of people, but right now, for this particular financial year, we've budgeted for 302 million so that we are able to pay 1,777 veterans in this financial year. Now, if you pay that amount, see, there's a system that we use that's called first in, first out, the FIFO. But that is not working properly because those who applied first, some of them are very young. Some of them are very young. Those who applied toward the end, in 2022, 2024, they had no information. And these are people that are aging and they are dying. So the fairest way for you to do is to pay all these people at once. Because otherwise you end up looking at special cases, you end up looking at whatever, it will not work. Right now, I will tell you, whether it's first in, first out, we are in 2025. The last, in terms of the list, the last payment of those in the list was in October 2013. That gives you about 12 years. I mean, something like that. So, now, we are far in terms of the backlog. That's why we will keep knocking on the door of Honorable Shafuda that something should be done, that we get rid of this problem. It is indeed true that veterans are suffering. It is indeed true. We have a program, and I agree that you see an awareness exercise, an aggressive one, is needed because people are not aware. You see, every veteran that is registered and recognized is having a veteran's card. Now, that veteran's card works as your medical aid. But many don't know that they can take that veteran's card and go to hospital and be able to be assisted without any hassle. They don't know that. As I said yesterday, we have social programs, and we are able to take care of these things. Honorable Honorable Nathinge, tomorrow I'll be going to Okalongo. I'll be going to Okalongo tomorrow, and I'll be able to come back with proper information of the structures we are talking about. Now, research and documentation, very important. And you might see that maybe zero is put there or there's no money. We have been working on research and documentation. And very soon, we might be inviting members of this honorable house when we launch and open our military museum in Okahanja. So we have been working on these things. We do have a number of artifacts and materials to show for that. I am aware of one of the projects you spoke about that was given to UNAM at some point in time to write the history of, as Honorable Venani says, history is told by the one who writes it. You see, there is history, and then there's politics of history, and then there's political history. So now the politics of history on its own is not the true reflection of the thing. And I think we ran into a problem, and we keep running into a problem as a country, Because we give these assignments to write history to academics who want to do research on some books written by some Americans and all. There's no correlation. There's no correlation. You know, if you check the book that was commissioned, one of the things that you'll see is that the G1 group, the group 1 that left Kongwa, Tanzania, to go to Ngulumbashi, you only trace them that they left Kongwa, and then they go to the Zambezi River. And then the next thing from there, they were welcomed in Umsati. Now you say to yourself, but what happened in these 2,700 and so kilometers? Were they only meeting trees or animals, or did they meet people? You see, that's the problem with the politics of history. Now, but the long and short of it, yes, you spoke about shrines. There's one particular area, there's no shrine in another area. This is a project that we are working with the various regional governments. But you'll appreciate sometimes our own regional governments also let us down. I'll give you an example. Okay. Yes.
You don't have a floor, honorable member.
Yeah, but I'll give you an example. There is a shrine that was supposed to be erected in Zambezi. Now, you know the vastness of Zambezi. Start from, well, historically you're supposed to start from Mandara up to Impalila. But right now you start from Kongola basically to Impalila. But if you check that, you have, your headquarters is in Katima. So anybody who dies from there, who dies from this side, has to come to Katima. But a determination was made right some 5 kilometers or so outside of Kongola to have a shrine there. So there is this kind of problem that we have with regional councillors in order to get to what we actually require. Yes, I agree with Honorable Karonda. The budget is not enough. It is basically not enough. Hopefully, Honorable Shafuda, when we come back at midterm, with due respect to our Secretary General and to all members of this House, let us have this project completed before end of 2025. In any case, the Congress of the SWAPO Party held in November 2022 passed a resolution that every veteran should be paid before the end of 2024. We are now in 2025, and veterans are aware of that resolution. So we just need to live to our expectation. Reconciliation. Reconciliation. Yes, we can reconcile on many things. But when it comes to putting, yes, we put planned combatants and Kufut and Swatif and all that into one army. But to say that you want a Swatif or Kufut to be part and parcel of beneficiaries of the Veterans Act, that will be inciting an unnecessary war. And most of us might be too ready to fight that war. So, in short, I wish to thank all the members here for your support for this bill, but please, please, again, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Any further discussions? Honorable Shani. Yeah, I now recognize Honorable Shaningwa.
Honorable Deputy Chair, I was just doing some research here. 2024-2025 financial year, NAMRA has collected 84 billion Namibian dollars, if these figures are right. I'm proposing that we bite the bullet. It's not only NAMRA that is collecting. Taxes have been collected all over. With this 84 billion Namibian dollar and the others that the revenue is the sectors is collecting, I think we have to bite the bullet and take a 2,780,000,000 Namibian dollars and pay the veterans. That is my suggestion, comrade. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Nekundi. On the next vote. On the next vote. Okay. Okay, Honorable Mayor.
Yeah. There are only two things that can happen now. We are with our veterans on this vote, and it's on that basis, from really a good heart, we wanted to move forward. But there's a proposal on the table, so we have to deal with that. Because if the proposal stands, we would probably need to resolve it in the same manner that we dealt with the National Assembly. Are we in a position to determine now already that? So we could perhaps say, because we agree, we understand that the importance of what has been said and the centrality of what has been said. But in terms of Rule 200, there must be consultation, isn't it? I would assume. Yes. So if that's the direction that we are going, then the decision would rather be deferring this particular vote for that, because it is a very serious decision to take. Yeah, I guess maybe the caucus is already done, but then let us just do. If the caucus is already done, then we are okay. Then we just need to get confirmation. But if it's not, then we just take the same approach that we did with other votes. So we sit with that dilemma, Chairperson, in line with the proposal. So what is the direction?
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. The first on that score, I am afraid that if we defer this matter, it will impact negatively the implementation of various projects of that particular ministry, of that department. So that's my fear if we defer to a different day or a different time. So.
Of 2 billion, then there is effectively Rule 200 has been placed into operation of the standing rules.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
yes, that's okay. The members want to understand what I'm saying.
Thank you, Honorable.
There's a submission of the table. My intervention was to see how do we then proceed. There are only two things. The vote has gotten support. If it has gotten support in its current format, then it goes. But if we are taking a decision, then we have to take that route. The two can't coexist. We must say something about the Naboshaningwa's proposal. Either we are with it or we are not with it. What I'm proposing is that if in case there is a direction to move with that, I'm just saying let's be cautious about it and go and consult the minister and so that they can make a determination.
Okay, I think that's very clear. That's a repetition now. Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. I'm seeing a long list here, and I don't know whether you are talking on this particular matter, Veterans Affairs, or on a different, because there are some members. Is it done? But we have his argument. We have his argument, and I'm not a speaker. I'm a presiding officer, and there is a okay. Okay, Honorable Willem, I'm sorry. Okay, order please.
Discussions here, Honorable Chair, there have been various suggestions and recommendations and so forth from the discussions of each vote. I wonder why we have to be selective and say we cannot pass this vote because there's a suggestion of an amount and then we shouldn't pass the vote. I think we all agreed here that we are d'according the vote. And there's just a suggestion. It's a suggestion on the table that just like all other suggestions that has been
that's
coming
very clear. Very clear. Okay, order please. Okay. Honorable, attention please. The direction is, Honorable Amutenya, thank you very much for assistance. Indeed, you are all in agreement with me. As of yesterday, up to now, there are various proposals, and that could not deter us from moving forward. So, we move forward. Any objection? Agree to? Thank you very much. I now put vote 9, finance. Any discussions? Honorable Kandema.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members. I take the floor to support vote 9 with specific reference to Program 8 and Program 9. Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, before I start, allow me to thank Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah for streamlining our processes by transferring the payments of social grants to the Ministry of Finance. By so doing, we are going to not only being effective, but also reducing on the costs, especially when it comes to the payment mode. Program 8, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, that has been budgeted for 7.2 billion for the social grants management, demonstrate the commitment of government to assist the vulnerable members of our society. As the saying always goes, that a nation is always measured by how it treats it takes care of its vulnerable members of the society. And that, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, is something that we should be grateful for. I would like to quickly move over to Program 9 on policy coordination and support services, with specific emphasis on the National Youth Fund operationalization, where an amount of 257 million has been budgeted for. Again, this budget demonstrates the sustainable growth that we talk about, especially when it comes to ensuring that youth are included financially in order for them to participate in the mainstream of the economy. Now, honorable members, the Youth Fund will at least ensure that we provide our entrepreneurs, especially the youth, as it's targeted for the youth, for them to access finance. And at this point, I want to add that we should not only provide access to finance, but also look at what are the other factors that influence the performance of the small and medium enterprises. I've done a research, my doctorate research focused on factors that affect or success determinants of SMEs, because the statistics show that SMEs land crushed. Within 1 to 5 years, they do not survive, over 70%. So we also need to look at what are these factors and attend to these factors so that we ensure that what we are funding is sustainable and not just a once-off. In terms of the factors that we can assist the young people to succeed with their businesses,
is coaching and mentoring. It goes without saying that the young people need incubation, the young people need the much needed capacity in order for them to ensure that not only do we start up with these businesses or the enterprises, but we ultimately graduate to become bigger companies. In addition to the coaching and mentoring, one critical factor that determines the success of a business is access to market. And I would like to borrow from the Minister of International Relations when she tabled her motivation today with reference to the Free Trade Area Agreement that we are party to, and we have done so well that we have gazetted the tariffs last year, because this is one market that will at least give the youth who will be engaging in these enterprises an opportunity to tap into the biggest, one of the biggest trading bloc. This African Free Trade Area GDP of 3.4 trillion US dollars will be one of the initiatives that will at least assist that we answer that question of access to market. In addition to tapping onto the agreement that we have, is to look at how do we give meaning. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Honorable Minister, your time is up. And I now recognize Honorable Mongo.
Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I have 3 questions on page 6 of the Minister's motivation, which speaks to the civil servant managed healthcare CMAs, of which 3.4 billion is allocated. Honorable Minister, how do you plan to address the historical inefficiencies within the scheme that you have mentioned? Secondly, what specific reforms will be prioritized to enhance the quality of healthcare for public servants and their dependents? 3, in respect of the CMA's governance structure you alluded to in your motivation, Honorable Minister, will there be a framework for reporting on healthcare outcomes and expenditures that is accessible to the public? And finally, on page 47 of the MTEF booklet, under Program 5, the program allocation specifically on goods and services reflects a little over 7 million increase. What does such an increase entail? Thank you. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Samukwa.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm starting on page 43 of the MPF document. Of course, at the end of my talk, I shall support the vote, but with the following questions to the Minister of Finance. Number 1, Program 01, Economic Policy Advice. I just wanted to find out, because I was checking what the intervention of the ministry looks like. And I have seen that for the past, the aim is to keep the Fitch ratings at B minus. But for this financial year, or in the MTEF, I also noticed that for this financial year going up to the end of the MTEF, it's now BB, and so forth. I just wanted to know where we are now, because this thing normally bothers us as Namibians, because our economy sometimes is downgraded and so forth. Are we on the right track according to what we have in the book here? Then number 2 is on Program 2, Revenue Management, on page 44. I have noticed that in in personnel expenditure, there is a drastic reduction there from 2024-25 to 2025-26. What informs that? What exactly is happening there in that program? Because the reduction is just too much. And then on program 3, which has to do with government expenditure management, this one, I think I need just clarity, because when we ask questions, we are not only asking for ourselves, we are also asking for Namibians out there who are watching this program. I see the ministerial KPI target is 71. 71%. When it comes to the debt stock as a ratio of GDP, and according to the thin book, this one, the fiscal strategy, we are at 66.0% at the current moment. Are we safe, or how do economists look at this? Finally, program 04, government procurement management, on CMAS specifically, I see a steady progression. 2023-24 financial year, 40%. And then 2024-25, 45. 2025-26, this current financial year is 50%. That's a steady progression towards this program, progress on the reform. But I also see in the same MTEF, after this financial year, next financial year, it jumps from 50 to 100%. I just want to understand, is this realistic or not? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Nekundi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. I have two issues to address on this vote. One is really on the issue of commercial banks, that the Minister of Finance provide oversight through directly and indirectly through the Bank of Namibia. One, this animal that we possibly fear and surrender to it seems like that. But we must define ourselves whether we surrender to this capitalist or we stand up to the majority, the downtrodden. It is of disheartening that the whole of us here, who are called honorables in an honorable house, sees nothing wrong that when you are rich, you get lower interest rate if you want to get a loan from the bank. Yes, when you are rich, you get prime less or prime flat. When you are the downtrodden, you get prime plus. That means it becomes expensive. That is contrary to the Namibia Constitution, which calls that no discrimination based on economic status. But we think it's correct. The same Constitution says we must save jealousy in order to avoid the colonial errors not to manifest itself. Now, there is a Van der Merwe who have benefited from the benefits of colonialism against us. Now, he uses what he benefited then as a leverage to get a discount on a prime, on the interest. And we see nothing wrong. That thing must be addressed with a serious note. The other issue that I found it very sick, that we as legislators found it correct that we can say for a taxi, you cannot charge more than $5, for example. But we cannot tell these guys that you cannot charge $2 per transaction. Or says you cannot charge anything for a particular transaction. If I have three accounts in the same bank, transferring my funds from my own account to my next account, I must be charged. Every time. Deposit, you get charged. But we see nothing wrong. It is hard time. We must be brave. As we were campaigning there in the sun, we must equally be brave to deal with this culprit. And done on that one. The next one I want to address, this one I'm more cool. This one I want to get your perspective. These colleagues or enterprises that are managing the social grants, my understanding is that they get, let's say, 400 million as a lump sum that they must manage for 3 months. They have it for 3 months. During that period, 300 million generating an interest rate, let's say, of 2%. That interest is theirs. Is that theirs? From that 3-month period, 20 or 100 people who ought to get from that benefit pass on. How does it account? And the interest generated on those persons whose funds were already given 3 months in advance, and they pass on. Do they refund the government in full, including interest, or they benefit from that? Taking cognizance that they are already paid by every beneficiary. They already charge government, I think $13 or $20 per beneficiary. Yet, the interest rate generated on the 3 months, the funds was already allocated to them, and those who pass us on during that period, and that funds were not handed over to the beneficiaries. Thank you very much, and I support the vote. Thank you.
Honorable Nekundi, you really, your first call provoked some of our emotions and thoughts and so on. I think the amendment of some of these laws are at our disposal. But thank you that you are waking up some of us who were sleeping. Thank you. Next. Okay. Next is Honorable Kutse.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. Honorable Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee, honorable members, I contribute on vote 9, Ministry of Finance, in support of the bill as presented by the Honorable Minister, Honorable Erika Safuta. The budget vote is vital to sustaining microeconomic stability and enabling timely economic interventions. I wish to highlight on Program 1, Economic Policy, with an allocation of 26.9 million on page 4. This program encompasses the Tax Policy Unit and Economic Policy Advisory Services, which are responsible for the formulating evidence-based financial and economic policies that promote microeconomic stability, enhance resources mobilization, and attract investment. Honorable Minister, a recurring concern raised by Namibian entrepreneurs, particularly those who are trying in the international investors to come and invest in our export-orientated agricultural production, such as grapes and dates, is this challenge posed by current double taxation regime. Many investors face the burden of being taxed twice, one in Namibia and one again in their own countries, discouraging investment and undermining competitiveness. Honorable Minister, while Namibia has concluded a limited number of double taxation agreement, DTA, several important questions arise. Firstly, when will DTA negotiations be extended to key strategic partners such as United Arab Emirates? will the Minister table the draft double taxation policy for discussion in Parliament and consultation with industry stakeholders as well as broader business community? Lastly, Honourable Minister, what portion of this 26.9 million allocation will support research and development of comprehensive double taxation agreement framework? I submit this reflection in the spirit of strengthening Namibia investment climate and enhancing our financial policy toolkit. I so submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I recognize Honorable Mashindange.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson for committee. I have a few concerns, Minister, Honorable Shafuda. The very first problem that we have and that we had over a long period of time is our debt, Honorable Minister. Our national debt is such a problem. And right now, in this financial year, you are spending 13.7 billion Namibian dollars into debt servicing. Now, I want to know, why should we continue borrowing as a country just because we are able to pay our installments? Because what we are doing is basically just pay our installments and continue borrowing because we can still pay the next installment. But we are bringing a whole monster for the country in the long run because we are only paying the installments. The capital debt stays there for years. Only God knows when are we going to pay. And on that as well, what is your plan? What is your plan as Minister of Finance on paying off most, if not all, of this debt? At least most of them, especially those ones dating back 20 years, 30 years back. What is your plan in paying those? The other issue that I would love to bring to your attention is you might have heard from Honorable Shimi and the former Minister of Justice. There was a marathon in the 7th National Assembly to make laws to comply with international financial standards. I don't know if you are aware. You should be aware. I want to know, are we off the grey listing, Minister? Are we off as a country? And why are you spending $26.9 million on policy when we are probably still struggling with a grey listing? The last one is the non-performing or underperforming SOEs that we continue giving so much money, so much taxpayers' money that we continue giving these SOEs. One example is AMTA. In the current budget, you are proposing $72 million to give to AMTA. Yet, AMTA used thousands and thousands of millions to build infrastructures in the regions that are not even functional. A very good example is one in Ongwejiwa, where I'm coming from. It's just there, nothing is happening, the building is collecting sand. Whoever works there only goes there, waits for 5 o'clock and collects salary. The other one is MITCO. You are giving 212 million budget to MITCO, and that is the last one, to MITCO, and only 100 million goes to liquidity and operational needs. A whole 112 million is going to pay for a loan that MITCO got from DBN. Now, Minister, why are we paying for a loan that MITCO took? What was this loan used for?
And what is the rate of our return as a country from that loan? Or are we simply just saying SOEs can just go and borrow and then they don't pay back, and then we fork money from the national coffer again to bail and to pay their loans? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize Honourable Nashinge.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, you want 9 million Namibian dollars for public-private partnerships for the Kumbaya song to continue. I think this whole idea was introduced, if not mistaken, around about 2012, 2013. Now, how many projects do we have as a country that are a product of triple Ps? There seems to be an implementation bottleneck in this triple P. You can go to the local authorities and elsewhere, yet we want to pump money again. What is the success rate thus far as this triple P song is concerned? And how sure are we 10 years later that this surrendering this $9 million to the triple P program will yield some serious results? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Hengari.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Just trying to find my notes. Yes. I thought, let me rather start with the point of credit agencies, such as your fish and so forth. Fish. I really thought we were making progress, not just as a country, but as an African continent. There was a conversation some time back about establishing, and I know this conversation began as a recommendation made by the Africa Peer Review Mechanism, APRM. But I know that that conversation went further, and there was a conversation at the African Union on establishing credit agencies, African credit agencies. And I thought that is the direction that we're moving towards. But based on the Minister's motivation yesterday, it seems that we are still going back to those international credit agencies that would now, that will continue to downgrade the economy, rubbish it, and so forth. So I really thought we were making some sort of progress in that regard, to say that let us rather establish our own credit agencies that are able to assess our economies based on a standard that we all agree on as African states. I thought that was the direction that we are moving towards, and not what I took from the Minister's motivation yesterday. And so I want to understand from the Minister if she can explain what she meant by we had now applied and we can now be assessed by these credit agencies. My second comment is, I think it's important that we commend NAMRA for the noticeable improvement in processing tax refunds and so forth. And I think we've now moved from an era where taxpayers would wait for months to get some of those monies back to them. But at the same time, I think we have a moral crisis at NAMRA. Because what kind of agency, it makes me wonder what the moral direction or the moral compass of NAMRA is. For instance, the money that, the 700 million, if I'm not mistaken, 700 million dividend that was recently celebrated by NAMRA, this is not money from mining or anything like that. This is money from taxpayers. So I really wanted to understand, right, what the moral compass when it comes to celebrating a $700 million dividend by NAMRA means. And I also want to understand from the Minister what proportion of that 700 million will directly improve public services, or is the national budget just a conveyor belt, moving money from the poor to the powerful? Also, Honorable Minister, how do we justify extracting such aggressive taxes from micro and small enterprises only to give them nothing in return except bureaucratic fatigue and potholes deep enough to swallow their hopes? The other point was on page 9 of the motivation of the minister. She talks about the social grants management. And I quickly want to finish. Please allow me, Deputy Chairperson. There's an allocation for social grants, the conditional basic income grant. One of the things that I found out during my visit to the village recently was that once the beneficiaries miss the day of which the monies are being received, the money actually goes back. So I wanted to understand whether that was one of the conditions for this grant.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next is Honorable Amtenya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I want to make a contribution to Vote 9, specifically on the program of civil servant managed health care. To be specific on the Public Service Employee Medical Aid Scheme, SEMAS, which is a very, very good benefit, part of the benefits of our public servants, very, very much important. But looking at the allocation, and I want us, I think, to think of how best we can look into the methodologies of making it best in support of our public health sector as well. For instance, this financial year, we are talking about 3,357,000,000, 146,000. This money is basically given, government is actually funding private hospitals in this country. Because at the end of the day, all of us who are benefiting from SEMAS, we don't go to public hospitals anymore. Obviously, because we also do not have a system at the public hospitals to use, our SEMAS services or facilities. So that means that government is actually funding this whole 3 billion to the private hospitals. The private hospitals, obviously, they are now increasing in this country. Everyone is developing a private hospital, purchasing the most needed medical equipments, something good that we need, building well-decorated hospitals, good. But these hospitals are only benefiting. They are only benefiting those that are funded by medical aid, and those that can afford, those are the rich people, obviously ignoring an ordinary Namibian, because obviously it does not benefit to this, on this 3 billion. So I think the system, we need to come up with a system that at a certain point, this 3 billion on its own should also at a certain point assist government in improving the public health sector that we have. Otherwise, our public hospital will continue, deteriorating, while obviously the private is boosting up, and obviously it hinders the universal public health care that we are talking about. I think it's also time we consider, because I don't know, I need to be guided, because the entrepreneurs that are in this health sector, constructing private hospitals, these are obviously investors. I wonder if there is a certain contribution that they make to government. I think it's time we can think of establishing a public health fund that the private hospitals that we have can as well donate a certain amount to this fund to assist, our public hospitals. Because at the end of the day, the 3 billion that we are talking about here now is directly going to the private hospitals. I think we need to look into the methodologies, Honorable Minister, on how best SEMAS can be sustainable, that it also assists improving our public health services. Therefore, I submit and I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Fries.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable members, I have a few questions to make.
What do we do?
My time is running and I'm
Okay, Honorable, you are protected. Okay, Honorable, you are protected, and our Minister of Health is not around, Honorable Nagundi, please.
Can they return to 5 minutes, please?
Okay, yeah.
All right. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, on page 7 of the motivation, it outlines the proposed statutory transfers. Now, what specific performance conditions or key performance indicators are attached to the proposed 2.5 billion statutory transfers and capital injections to public enterprises such as Midco, Namcor, and Transnamib? First question, on page 9 of the motivation on the conditional basic income grant, members of the public are concerned about the sustainability of this program. Now, what is the long-term fiscal sustainability of the conditional basic income grant? And is there a plan for the gradual expansion of this grant to every corner of our country? Page 4 of the motivation that focuses on credit ratings and international confidence. Allocating $4 million Namibian dollars to international credit rating agencies is a substantial investment. Therefore, the Ministry of Finance must clearly articulate the tangible value and expected return on this investment. I would therefore like to pose the following question. Given the $4 million that has been allocated for credit ratings, what strategic outcomes does the Ministry expect from continued engagement with Fitch and Moody's, and how will this influence borrowing costs of foreign investment? And the last question, I would further like to find out how the Ministry will respond to any negative rating actions to protect Namibia's credit worthiness and investor confidence. I so move. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable Kandrodu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. On the issue of the safety net, there's one category that we, as a country, we are not attending to them. More especially from 18 up to 59 that are unemployed, that don't have any source of income. What program of intention do you have to bring them on board into the safety net category? Or what is so harm for each and every Namibian child to get even $500 per month in order to assist? Because
Honorable Kandrodu, you are talking about kind of a big, and this is the budget on the vote of Ministry of Finance, that particular vote. So now you are getting to the budget of other ministries that are catering for that.
It's page 116. Grant, social safety nets.
Okay.
Yeah. Welcome. Thank you for observation. So we need to see what can we do to this group that are completely excluded due to the high unemployment rate that we experience as a country. On the issue of the banks, Bank Windhoek, Bank of Namibia, under your custodianship, there's a big discrimination in terms of taking the banks to the people. If you start from Lutherans, Keetmansop, up to Katima, where black people live, there's no ATM. There's nothing. Tsepilakte, you go to Tsepilakte, nothing. Black people have always to take a cab to withdraw money, withdraw, you pay back home. While the previously advantage or currently advantage, including us black who manage these banks and happen to move to towns, it's a walking distance. But our poor people, disadvantaged. Yeah. Yes. So let's regulate them and force them. Take the ATMs there, where the peoples live. Havana, Oreto Veni. So please, I think these people that are running these institutions are our children, but the way they behave is completely different. So let's attend to them. On the issue of the social grant, we are, my Shiramwe, Emma, she's talking about no, she's married, please. Yeah, she's talking about the technology. For how long this social grant will be distributed by company, elders standing in a queue waiting? Why can't we distribute ATM cards? We load like the personnel of government is more than 100,000, and I don't think our social grant beneficiaries are that more. So we know that there's the part of social cohesion, but sometimes they have to wait the whole day until the car comes. Sometimes the system doesn't work. But if all of them, we engage NAMPOS, which is our bank as a government, and then they just go anytime and withdraw money, and we finish. We make sure, NAMPOS, please make sure that your ATM card is somewhere in the village where there's network. MICTC, make sure that everywhere there's towers to get this network. And let us move from conservative and be more liberal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable member. Please, honorable members, let us get ourselves ready to learn something new, even if we never knew. Earlier today, I have announced here that if you want to leave the chamber, you are not allowed to pass between the presiding officer and the person on the floor. Honorable Nashinge is the second time doing that. Please, you must learn, and you are the leader of the official opposition in Parliament. Lead by example. Second time you are doing that. Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Lukato.
Thank you very much for the floor, Chairperson of All House Committee, members of Parliament. My contribution I raise on vote 09, Minister of Finance, led by my relative sister, Honorable, yes. Okay, my contribution is as follows. This ministry is a key ministry of all ministries. The reason is because all resources being sourced by all ministries come into Minister of Finance. Minister of Works, Transport, resources they bring to the Minister of Finance. Minister of Mine, they bring to the Minister of Finance. And all those ministries, those who generate resources, income for the Namibia. So Namibia is rich in all resources, including minerals and all those. So for the past 35 years, Namibia was not supposed to be poor, and also the Namibian people, they were not supposed to be poor, because we have a rich country with all resources. There's resources which I already mentioned, which we generate from within Namibia, and there is resources which we generate, which we get from foreign countries. Those foreign countries include the SADC, AU, and overseas. They donate capitals, they donate resources. All those resources which they come in is being received by the respected Minister of Finance. I think I don't have a question but a recommendation, my relative sister. My recommendation is this. We need to form up a resource commission to oversee and conduct investigations regarding our resources, money, and all those resources, how it is being handled. Secondly, I recommend that the same commission should report annually to the Namibian people to see that the resources which were stolen, the resources which went missing. So for the record of Namibian, they have to know it. Finally, Honorable Chairperson of all House Committee and the members of Parliament, I recommend that the Ministry of Finance, we must not cry for that we don't have money, we don't have resources so that we cannot pay our senior citizens. We don't have money so that we cannot implement free education. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Ampanda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, I see on page 114 of the estimates, particularly the recipients of budget transfers, I see that Epangelo Mining is receiving 0. Does that mean we are performing very well? I'll be very interested. I don't know whether their shares in WUSAB they will only start getting something substantial. I thought in 20 years' time. But I see there's 0 there. Maybe we get an understanding of why there's 0. Maybe we are doing good there so that we can also equally celebrate. The Prime Minister made a concession that this was a type of NIPD. Can we perhaps just get a confirmation now that it's not there, that 10 million, because we're still pursuing that issue. Third, this is quite very serious. We have had a situation where institutions, SOEs, where they are supposed to be run by professionals, you will see that there was a tax liability. I would assume SOE tax liabilities. UNAM owed about 400 million. And I remember I was pressing the CEO of NAMRA. I'm saying, why is this information being kept a secret? So literally, you take money from the salaries of employees, you don't pay it over. Like how everybody else is doing, you start using that money. So there is a big problem how these SOE leaders, we see them on top of newspapers and magazines being celebrated for A, B, C, and D, but they fail the basic things. So the liability was at 1.3 billion, but I see now it's at 0. How safe and how sure are we? Can you assure us that it will not be the same going forward? Honorable Nekundi, the thing with banking is not even anything that has to do with the campaign. It has to do with government. These banks are just arrogant. They are in charge. They know exactly what is it that's supposed to have happened. At the city of Windhoek, there was newspaper report, and they just asked our SEs to apparently submit their CVs. So we decided, we are going to change our account from FNB to Bank Windhoek. We told them, the official to tell them, and they came to the boardroom. We said then, we asked them questions, and they apologized. When we were talking about hacking here, do you know what they did? They wrote a letter, and it went to the chief whips that they want to come and present to us. That's a level of arrogance. Just when Honorable Minister of ICT and I were talking about that debate, the following day, maybe even the same day, they wrote a letter that they want to workshop all MPs, FNB. Yeah, it's not that there's nothing wrong. We can engage and meet. Yeah, so we can meet all the banks. We ought to be meeting the regulator, not that. So the arrogance is just there. Just wonder is that why are there no toilets in the banks? Just imagine. You just have a. Why are there no toilets in the banks? But lastly, Minister, I'm very happy that part of the public debt, it's actually domestic. But one of the things that is actually happening is that mostly it's just white people who are investing in this thing. We are not being told about government bonds. Even some of us that are professors, we get to only learn at the last minute. Why is it every time, at every HR, at every pension fund, there must be forms, of government bonds? How do we access government bonds? Nobody tells us this information, particularly as black people. But if we do a lot of investment, it will be better for us.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now invite Honorable Shaningwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee. Rise to contribute to Vote 09, Ministry of Finance, while contributing first to thank the Honorable Minister, my sister, and her team. Honorable members, Comrade the Deputy Chair, Her Excellency the President, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, has made serious pronouncement as far as creating jobs are concerned in the Republic of Namibia, and also set prior to the commitments that are non-negotiable. Hence, comrade, while acknowledging the importance of socio-economic transformation and economic growth for job creation, poverty reduction, and reducing of inequality, we must increase resources allocation towards sectors with higher potential to generate medium to long-term employment opportunities. All of us here are worrying about job opportunities, and therefore my emphasis. Government funding alone cannot be adequate to implement the national projects and respond to the national needs. The Ministry of Finance must therefore explore a mix of innovative and viable funding models and approaches to respond to the expansion of the Namibian economy. Hence, public-private partnership, well coordinated, without sitting on what should be done, and also break the bondage of bottlenecks and the long pipelines is so important to respond to economic stagnation and unleash the many opportunities that are to create jobs, reduce poverty, and grow the economy. Comrade Chair, harnessing unlisted investment and pension funds, I have learned the following, that critical source of capital for development is Namibia's pension and insurance funds. Regulation 13 of the Pension Funds Act compels pension funds to invest at least 45% of their assets domestically. This policy ensures that Namibian savings are deployed in the local economy rather than entirely offshore. In alignment with Regulations 13, institutions like GIPF have adopted a development investment policy to channel capital into national development priorities. For example, GIPF and other funds could invest in private equity or debt funds that finance youth-led enterprises, economic infrastructures, affordable housing, my department, development, as well as agriculture. Honorable Chair, I have a lot to contribute, but let me touch on MITCO. Being in public.
Okay.
Time?
Yeah, time.
Okay, I'll come back.
Okay, yeah, just come back here. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Shaningwa. I now recognize Honorable Minister Theophilus.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mine will be very quick. I wanted to speak about some issues around the Youth Fund, a little bit more on SEMAS and others. Thank you, Minister of Finance and your team, for tabling this very important vote number 9, which now has the responsibility of social grants, which has also been expounded on in this August House. What I want to touch on is on Program 6, Public-Private Partnerships. Honourable Minister, here you have indicated that PPP's program is meant to facilitate private sector investment in public infrastructure and services, to also establish effective risk-sharing mechanisms that unlock additional financing for development. And I fully agree, Honourable Minister, because I think there can be a better way we can leverage our public-private partnerships. I think some of our most successful stories or projects have been born out of public-private partnerships to invest in infrastructure that otherwise the public sector alone cannot handle, or moreover the private sector cannot handle. So, Honourable Minister, how can we make this program much more agile and more vigorous? How can we be a country where we say, if you want to experiment with something, if you want to see if it works, if you want to see something could contribute to development of a country, come to Namibia and try it out. And I really think that as a ministry, it's important to see how we can best leverage some of that investment to experiment in how we can offer service delivery in many parts of our sectors. I know under the MTEF you have listed one very big project which I fully support as a former student activist, which is a student village accommodation. Perhaps this will be reconsidered, considering that there is a free tuition and free registration program starting next year, but student accommodation continues to be a big challenge, and this student village accommodation is long overdue. The second one, Honourable Minister, is SEMAS payments to our young professionals in the medical field, Namibians who are starting their dental practices, Namibians who are starting their GP practices. They are struggling for months on end, where they do not get their payments processed and they have overhead bills to pay. They cannot pay salaries, they cannot buy, equipment, they cannot buy gloves, whatever they need to operate their small practices. What can we do to improve the administration of payments at SEMAS to ensure that administrators pay this young entrepreneurs, Namibian entrepreneurs in the medical field, where we are saying we want our medical professionals to transition from employees to employers so that they are able to be independent. Finally, Honourable Minister, I will not talk about this in this particular debate, which is the tax incentives and tax breaks for
for local content and the film industry, because I know that NAMRA is doing very well in collecting revenue, but unfortunately some industries need some tax incentives for more investment to be unlocked. But I'll not have that conversation now. I'll have that bilaterally with you as a cabinet colleague. But so as to say, as I conclude, Honourable Minister, Deputy Chairperson, I fully support this vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognize Honourable Nashinge.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Honourable Minister of Finance, I just wanted to get a bit of clarity from your good self. The continuous funding of some of these entities that they just never bring anything. I see here you are requesting 5 million Namibian dollars for Zambezi waterfront, and in the previous financial year, I think there was a 9 million allocated to Luderitz waterfront. So many years now, we have this unnecessary or useless institution, if I can put it that way, that just keep swallowing money, yet there is no return on the investment. And then I see there is also, or you would also want to us to agree with you that you get $15 million for feasibility study towards the revival of Namibia, or I don't know what name. But I thought when a decision was taken that we must say goodbye to Namibia, there was clarity that it is no longer serving that purpose, it must go. Now we want feasibility study, 15 million. I just wanted to get an understanding there. Now we do a feasibility study, and then the results comes out that, again, the routes are not going to be economical viable. What are we going to do then?
Thank you, Honourable Kandorodu.
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee. Mine is on the page 100, support for public procurement. I really want to know, why don't we decentralize the whole procurement process, and we do away with central procurement board? We give this power to the regions, because at the end of the day, all projects are happening in the regions. I happen to be part of the bid evaluation committee under Central Procurement Board, and we evaluated a bid of security services for Kavango West. So a staff member have to travel from Kavango West to come and sit here. Why can't they do it themselves? Maybe we empower the knowledge of good governance at the level of the regional board, procurement board, and they do their own baby. The other one is about tax. NAMRA. Yes, we are pricing. NAMRA have done a very good job collecting quite a number of funds, but there are farmers that are paying as we are speaking. Those who claim their returns or their funds or refund from NAMRA, paid by NAMRA, but today they owe NAMRA from the rules that were set by NAMRA themselves. Like they are saying, they will pay my leaks or my fodder for the cattle from Windhoek, that I'm taking from Windhoek to my farm. But the trap in between Windhoek and my farm, from Accra to my farm, they are not going to pay. but they will pay the consignment in my bakkie. So how does it work? While the fuel are excluded, they will also pay the poles to construct farm workers' house, but I bought 2 poles, one for my farm worker, one for my own house. They are not going to pay mine, but they're only going to pay the one for the farm workers. So how does it work? How does it work? And as we are speaking, many people lost jobs because they owe NAMRA due to very, very rigid type of rules. NAMRA is closing or freezing some accounts so that people cannot have access to money. So it's a very situation that needs political muscles to intervene and engage with the victims of NAMRA. It's very important. The situation of refund between NAMRA and the farmers is not healthy at all.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. It's quite interesting to know that how do they know that this post and this one will beat those of my farm workers. It's quite interesting to know that. Okay, I now give the floor to Honourable Shaningwa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair of the Honourable House. I just want to make a brief contribution as far as MITCO is concerned. As I have familiarized myself that the Honourable Minister have also motivated issues with regard to MITCO. Comrade the Chair, I would like vehemently to refuse for MITCO to be in debt. Why am I saying so? Comrade the Chair, we have cattle breeders in their thousands in our country. We have the markets all over in Africa, in Asia, in Europe. The market is there. The product is available. That is our cattle. But I'm thinking that something has been going wrong, and we need it to be rectified. Yes, the honourable minister should take it upon her good self to make sure that all is done in a right way as far as MITCO is concerned. The product that is our beef is available. The market is in abundance throughout the world. And therefore, there is just no way that our poor men and women that are cattle herders, cattle breeders are suffering. And also that we allow MITCO to owe banks and all these type of things while we are having the products and the products in the market all over the Africa and the world. I just wanted to make that contribution that there is just no way that MITCO can owe any bank in this country. We have the product and we have the people and we have the market. Thank you very much. And I submit and I also support the vote.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Thank you very much. Honourable Hungary.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be very brief, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. I was able to locate the resolution by the African Union. It was actually during the 28th ordinary session of the African Union Assembly, and there was a decision that was adopted mandating the African peer review mechanism to support AU member states in the field of credit rating. And of course, this decision underscores Africa's commitment to enhancing the continent's financial sovereignty and addressing long-standing challenges associated with 3 dominant international credit rating agencies. And on a lighter note, on a much, much lighter note, I see here that under this vote 9 of finance, there's also made mention of the upgrading of various airports. But, Kakarara, there's a landing strip there that has now turned into a dumping site. I don't know what happened, and I wanted to find out from the minister. For the smaller towns, isn't it possible that we revive those landing strips just to allow for travel, whether it's of tourists, and I'm sure it will contribute in some way to those smaller towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I recognize Honorable Nekundi.
Very short, Honorable Chair. Two things. On the program again of oversight, private institutions, banks, I just want to appreciate what intent will the Honorable Minister do to address the collusion between the banks, the insurance, the white-owned, and the panel beaters. The panel beaters owned by blacks, 99% to get a vehicle to repair is under insurance. It will never go through. So how do we deal with that industry that is so highly manipulated between the banks, the white panel beaters, and the white insurance? This is one. Discrimination cannot continue under Namibia, independent Namibia. That's very serious. Number two, when you want to sell your house and you are black, the white valuer will evaluate your house low. When you are white, the same, your house, when you are white selling, your price, your house get highly valued. How do we ensure that this discrimination does not continue under the banks? It's a very, very serious situation. I am a classical example. And so more so, I wanted to evaluate my house. A white valuer came, same house, 1.2 million. A week, I asked a black valuer, 1.8 million. I asked why. You are all qualified. He explained to me how it is manipulated. If you want to buy a house in Olympia, you ask a white valuer to evaluate for you. It's shoot up. Because they try by all means to make sure that you do not go and live in those areas that are still so classified as white. So how do we, honestly speaking, ensure that we develop policies and regulations and laws that once and for all purposes and intent, bury apartheid within these widely manipulated industries? I'm not racial, but I must address the racial discrimination perpetuated by these capitalists. I saw submitting to the minister, and I again support the vote. It's not you, it's them.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now recognize Honorable Karonda.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. I'm just curious. I won't be long. Of course, I support the vote. But I'm just curious about the workings between the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank or the Bank of Namibia. I somewhat think that one of the key contributors to high unemployment in a country is the Bank of Namibia. Because for some reason, there's this fixation at the bank with inflation targeting. And what goes on, even if our inflation rate is single digit, the bank thinks that the biggest macroeconomic problem we have in the country is inflation. So it continues to hike the repo rate, making or shooting up the cost of borrowing. The effect of that, of course, is that if you have a company, you cannot borrow money because it is expensive to borrow. So the most short to medium term strategy that most companies employ to offset that pressure is they retrench workers. And that leads to unemployment. So there clearly is a disconnect between your expansionary budget approach from a fiscal, point of view, fiscal policy point of view, as what we see with the monetary policy point of view, as promoted by the central bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, honourable members. I now give the floor to the Minister of Finance to respond.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I was so bored because the whole morning, the whole afternoon, so as yesterday, I did not say anything. So can you give me like 15 minutes? Okay. No, thank you very much. Really, I rise to give feedback to all the contributions that we received on this vote, and thank you very much. Quickly, Honorable Kantema, really, thank you very much for your support by once again explaining the social grants that you and I are going to manage. Very, very interesting on that. The youth, the National Development, the National Youth Development Fund. This is a subject that once the framework has been crafted, it is going to be also shared here for your inputs and so forth. So let you be assured that you will be coming back on that. Now, I wanted to touch quickly on the support that should also be provided to the youth enterprises, the ones that will be benefiting from this fund. The thought, which you are also going to strengthen, is that this should also be complemented by mentoring and coaching, so that we can also ensure the sustainability of this support. Same as has been asked by various honourable members, yes, same as we have realized that there are lots of inefficiencies, especially with the way how it is administered. And we have spoken to the unions, and what was agreed was to say, perhaps it would be good if we have a relook into the governance structure, how it is administered. Because for now, it's the public service, is Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, and then you have the administrator, who is paid a lot of money, but we are still experiencing inefficiencies. So we are reforming SEMAS, and we are going to share with you the reform as we are progressing. Honorable Sampwa, yes, the rating is now at B1. Yeah, so the outlook is stable, positive, but that is not what we wanted to be. But they look at your debt metrics and other fiscal indicators. So if we improve on the fiscal indicators, we will get a better rating. And maybe while I'm on the rating, I should also just answer the question on why are we still budgeting for Fitch and Moody when we have the mooted one, the Africa Union, okay, the Africa Credit Rating. Yes, there was a summit in February, and yes, it is a feasible way of doing it so that we reduce the dependency on these three international credit ratings, and the summit is going to probably launch that Africa Credit Rating in June 2025. Then we reduce the dependency on these other three international credit ratings. Yes, the GDP, the debt ratio, we have been moving the target, but we have also benchmarked, and we have seen that others are also around 60, and then we put ours at around 70. But then we have realized that 70 is too much. That's why, sustainably, we are reducing from 60, 66, moving downward to maybe 60 or 61, around that. So the procurement reforms are ongoing, And yes, we have also realized that there's a need for us to revisit the threshold, so that then the public entities, this is Honorable Karonda, you have asked that, so that the public entities can then be given some flexibility to manage their procurement issues. But that does not mean we are going to relinquish 100% the functions of the Central Procurement Board. The higher values will still be with the Central Procurement Board, right? So on that, we will be coming again to this August House with some amendments talking to the Procurement Act as well as to the PPP Act. Yes, there was a question as to what is the return from this program called PPP. What project have we seen to date? We have realized that the way how the act was crafted, the process is just too long and cumbersome. Just from the identification of the project through to the financial closure, that will take you already, if you are lucky, like 2, 3, 4 years. So we are going to amend, to introduce an amendment to that act. So there is almost nothing. There is one, I saw a request for proposal, I think it's the seat of Windhoek, but I cannot proudly say we have done anything because the financial close has not even been meted. So thank you very much for that. Then Honorable Nekundi, I will answer you with time because I need to research on all your questions related to Central Bank, the commercial banks, those ones who are colluding, whether it's their insurance, the panel beaters, everything else. I'll come back. But thank you for your contribution. On the double taxation, Honorable Kutsi, I think, yes, we are working on that. We have realized that we have signed double taxation treaties at independence, and most of them are not really to our benefit. So there is a need for us to review. So I'm not very proud to say, let us sign another one. Let us first reflect on the ones that we already have in place that have not worked for us. We have, okay, I almost mentioned the name of the country. Okay, I leave it there. So we are reviewing the double taxation treaties and so forth. All right. Yes, Honorable Mashindange, why didn't you say that you are the Central Minister of Finance? I wanted to... Okay, thank you. No, thank you so much. Yes, I got your points. You have referred to the 13.7 billion that is earmarked for debt servicing. That's the cost of borrowing. Yes, we have to pay because the debt that we are paying today is the one that was incurred some years back, right? But the good thing is that we are very, very responsible. Responsible in the sense that we know the maturity of all these instruments. And to date, since independence, we have not defaulted. To such an extent that even the Eurobond, which is the most expensive one, we are prepared to pay it back. So we are good on that one. But that does not mean we should not be careful. That is why we are saying, and even on these documents, we are saying, let us try by all means to ensure that there is fiscal sustainability by looking at our fiscal indicators. Thank you so much. Then you had a question on whether we are off the grey list. We are still in. So the financial, what do they call it again? The FATF. This is the Financial Action Task Force. They have given us like 13 actions that we have to work on so that we can then get out of the list. But basically what they are saying, among other things, is they are looking, for example, at BIPA, right? BIPA, you have the registration of the companies, right? But then they don't have a register for, they call them beneficiary ownership. So as long as they don't have that one, you will not get a tick to move the needle. So as other actions. So we are still in the grey list, but we are really working very hard. So that is the Bank of Namibia, the Financial Intelligence Center, and all the law enforcement agencies to make sure that we move out of this grey list because we are a responsible country and so is our law enforcement agencies. Quickly, Mitko was touched on, and let me move quickly to Honorable Nasenge. You had also PPP question. I have indicated that. So the 9 million that is now under that program, most of it's the Sarais, and they're also trying to see again if they can carry out some studies on what would be the best model of Triple P. Right? Then I come quickly to social grants. The Honorable Karonda, the ages of 18 to 59, the ones who are unemployed, those are the Honorable Kandoro, sorry. Those are the ones that are benefiting from the CBIG, among other criteria. All right? Yes, I move very, very fast. Honorable Fries, I think. Yes, the key indicators for public enterprises. We have all the ministries who have public enterprises under them. They have signed performance agreements with the board. And we make sure that before we give anything else, they have to demonstrate that they have really improved on those key indicators that we have. We have also asked them, all of them, to ensure that they have integrated strategic business plans, and most of them have complied to that. All right, moving quite quickly to who else? Honorable Ampanda, let me come to you quickly on Epangelo. Yes, we cannot just be feeding everyone with they cannot compete. Those ones who have muscles to generate their funds through investments that they make, let them give space to others. So that's why they have zero. All right? And then NIPDB, the famous 10 million, be assured it is not going to NIPDB, it is going to the National Youth Development Fund. Thank you so much. Then tax liabilities, it's no longer going to happen. It was once off, and again, we have indicated to the public entities that deduct, pay as you earn, and they do not pay it over to the receiver is going to be them. Yeah? That's not a strong one, but the receiver is going to, that's NAMRA, is going to make sure that these entities comply as per the Act. All right. Then, yes, very, very important. Really, we have to continue educating and creating awareness on the government instruments, be it the treasury bills or the bonds, so that those ones have got the muscles, not the muscles, the ones who can afford can then participate in these instruments. All right? Okay. Our Secretary General, thank you very much for your contribution. I'm referring to Honorable Sophia Saningwa Nango, Sophia Saningwa, the powerful Secretary General of the SWAPO Party. Okay, thank you so much for your contributions. And yes, we are going to make sure that we look at the financial model so that then we really contribute to the expansion of our economy and addressing the socio-economic challenges that this country is faced with. Honorable Theophilus, very good. Thank you very much. I have already spoken to the Triple P aspect. I have also spoken to the SEMAS. Yes, if then the administrator is not paying, especially the emerging healthcare service providers, our own Namibians who went to study to participate in this economy, just tell me. I will tell the administrator and ask him why they are not paying the healthcare service providers. All right? Okay. Tax incentives, you said you will be coming back. Thank you. Honorable Nasingi, once again on the Zambezi waterfront. All these are great initiatives. So the 5 million that is there is basically to maintain some few things that are happening there, the salary for the caretakers that are there, because this waterfront is going to move to NWR. And for the road race one, the road race one is doing well. Remember, they have, they have renovated the old power station, and now you can find a component of NAST there. It's moving. Please visit road rates, and you will be amazed on what we have done. All right, quickly, on the 15 million for the national airline, yes, finance, works, and transport will come back on that one to tell you how we'll be progressing. And then moving very, very fast. I have already said that. Nabengari, I'm done. Honorable Sophia Saningwa, our Secretary General, I am done. So if there's anything else that I have not dealt, NAMRA. Very good. NAMRA, I want to get more information about that differential treatment. That if it's a farmer who is putting up some poles, the farmer is not refunded, but The moment you say that that house or the poles are for the worker, then the worker, whatever. I want to appreciate that information more, because if there's that differential treatment, that's not allowed in the law, right? So I want to follow it up, but it would be good if you give me more information, then I will come back again to give feedback on that. So, yes, NAMRA, Honorable Ngari also spoke about NAMRA. The moral story, I do not understand that part, but what I wanted to correct here is that the 750 million that was paid in the form of dividend, it was not by NAMRA, that was by the Central Bank of Namibia. I wanted just to clarify that one, so that if we leave these discussions with that clarification in mind. So I have finished. I have still 20. Sorry? Okay, can you give me a round of applause, Honorable Carol? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Any further discussion? Any objection? Agreed to? D'accord. I shall report progress and ask leave to sit again. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Thank you. Leave granted. Thank you, Honorables. That's said and done. We have successfully disposed of vote. Vote 14, vote 8, vote 31, and lastly, vote 9 of finance. It's therefore my good morning, my honor to Happy Workers' Day. And to say we've never been time-bound, Professor. Will always be duty-bound. Will always be duty-bound, and we are here for the commitment. I therefore adjourn the House until Tuesday, the 6th of May at 14:30 sharp. Thank you.